Chapter 251. The plot has undergone some changes. The fusion itself has shifted, and Cao Chuan reread the plot several times, noticing many traces of the process. The plot has clearly accelerated. The appearance of the crystals is illogical. However, Cao Chuan does not care. If the story accelerates, he will simply accelerate with it. He truly wants to meet Long Yi sooner. Currently, Yanzi is within reach, missing only a small catalyst. Now is not a good time for her and Chu Feng to reunite. As for De Chao, Ir Chao, and Xiao Chao, a slow approach is best. He can find any opportunity to have dinner with De Chao and deepen their relationship. He does not need to coddle her daily. De Chao is sensible. She knows that Cao Chuan is busy with work and often travels for business. The same goes for Ir Chao. When De Chao is working overtime, Cao Chuan can make his move at night. After a few times, Ir Chao will stop resisting. And finally Xiao Chao, with her adorable and innocent look, there is no rush. He must wait until Cao Chuan discovers that they are triplets before meeting her. De Chao and Ir Chao share some commonalities, so mistaking them can be understood. But Xiao Chao is completely different. It is highly unlikely that this excuse can be used. Cao Chuan sat in the Tianji hall, legs crossed, sipping tea and whistling. He was incredibly relaxed. Look at him, is he not amazing? By appearing before Chu Feng, the child of destiny, while his luck is at its peak, he can show off however he wants. What can Chu Feng actually do to him? Moreover, Cao Chuan now comes over for tea whenever he has nothing to do, watching Chu Feng pretend to be a fortune teller. Occasionally, he teases his nephew's wife. This life is truly pleasant. This is the most enjoyable child of destiny. Crack. Chu Feng suddenly came out from the back room, glaring at Cao Chuan. Are you ever going to stop? Ha! Cao Chuan paused, putting down his teacup. What did I do? Why are you whistling? It is bothering me. Oh, I am sorry. Uncle was wrong. You go on with your work, and I will quietly drink my tea. Cao Chuan instantly became well-behaved, sitting in place with an embarrassed smile. He looked just like an old father in his later years, bullied by an unfilial son. Humph. Chu Feng snorted coldly, turned around, and slammed the door shut with a bang. You see, the child of destiny can only rage impotently now. What can he do? Cao Chuan is his father figure. Would he dare commit patricide? Uncle, please do not be angry. Miao Kexin came over to refill Cao Chuan's water, while also comforting him. This girl is indeed well-behaved. Whenever Cao Chuan and Chu Feng had a conflict, she would later come to soothe Cao Chuan's emotions, telling him not to be angry with Chu Feng. This child is filial. Cao Chuan sighed. It is my fault, my fault. I was just thinking about some good business deals, and I got a bit carried away and whistled. It was indeed wrong. No wonder he was angry and scolded me. Uncle, do not say that. You are an elder. You can do whatever you want. He is just Sai in short. Please do not be angry. I apologize to you on behalf of Brother Feng. You sweet child. Cao Chuan held her hand, looking touched. How wonderful. You are too good for Xiao Feng, what a pity. Miao Kexin lowered her head, blushing deeply. Time passed by little. Chu Feng continued as usual, growing somewhat accustomed to Cao Chuan's frequent presence. Although he still disliked Cao Chuan, any minor annoyance would inevitably lead to an argument between them. However, habit is a terrifying thing. Even if they argue every day, continuously for a period, if they suddenly stop, it feels like something is missing. Human nature is inherently fickle. Additionally, Chu Feng obtained another crystal, a large one, which was given to him as a decorative item for his shop by a big boss. This big boss's business had been struggling recently, but after receiving Chu Feng's guidance, he unexpectedly secured an order worth over 100 million, which was a timely solution to his urgent problem. So, the big boss, without a second thought, sent over a jade mountain that he was very fond of. The rockery was entirely white, carved from jade. This feng shui rockery ornament weighed at least 20 caddies, and upon weighing it, it actually reached 32 caddies of pure crystal. Furthermore, in the past few days, Chu Feng acquired several new properties, 2 cars, and a pile of bank cards, each with at least 100,000 yuan. Fortune telling truly makes money. With a flick of the tongue, fools come knocking with money. The matter of the crystals also quietly spread, and people from the northern 3 clans appeared in Zonghai. Cao Chuan exchanged a considerable amount of crystals with them, but he did not personally go. What is the standing of the northern 3 clans? Does Cao Chuan need to personally deliver goods to them? He had Ningyu send 2 people to contact them, and they just needed to come and pick them up themselves. However, the people in charge of receiving the crystals from the northern 3 clans were all direct descendants, as this was a lucrative position that required a recognized bloodline. A total of 9 families received crystal quotas. The 4 families of Jiangnan, the northern 3 clans, the northern Wang family, and a certain clan in the northwest. Additionally, the authorities received 10%. This means that the entire mine was put out there, making it clear to everyone, signaling that he had more than just these mines. But you cannot ask. He said how much, and that is how much it is. He is a monopolist. What is wrong with being a bit arrogant? Even the authorities do not ask. But now there has been a slight change. Chu Feng has crystals. It was not Cao Chuan who spread the word, but Chu Feng is a child of destiny, so there are always some inexplicable channels that make people eager to curry favor with Chu Feng. And so, Long Yi, the direct descendant of the Long family, appeared today. She is the person in charge of receiving the crystals this time. Firstly, it is for her to gain experience, and secondly, her personality makes everyone very confident in her ability to manage this lucrative position. Ah, hello, may I ask? Miao Kexin felt inferior. That is right. Both are destined heroines, and Miao Kexin also has this aura. At least in the early stage, she was the first to appear, and everything was for Chu Feng, so she was actually very likable. However, everything is subject to comparison. Miao Kexin is above 90 points, and Long Yi is also above 90 points. In terms of appearance, the difference between them is definitely not too great. But true beauty lies in the bone. Long Yi, whether in temperament, appearance, skin tone, aura, or even that charm and bone structure, meant that her mere presence was invincible among those of the same rank as the Child of Destiny, coupled with Long Yi's good personality. Otherwise, she would not be the Pearl of the North, the fairy daughter of the Long family. Her character is kind. Her voice is gentle. Dressed in a white gauze dress that did not show her legs, she looked like the little dragon maiden, innocent of worldly affairs, kind, yet very intelligent. No one could outwit her. She even made women feel inferior, and men dare not profane her. Hello, I would like to visit Mr. Chu Feng. Could I trouble this elder sister to announce me? The term elder sister here is a respectful address, not an indication of Long Yi's age. She is slightly older than Miao Kexin. Okay, please wait. Miao Kexin lowered her head. This was not shyness, but rather being dazzled by Long Yi's radiance. It was no wonder Miao Kexin eventually disappeared. There were too many women. Above her, there was a top-tier fairy daughter like Long Yi as the ceiling. Beside her, there were the triplets constantly stimulating the readers. And there was Yanzi, a childhood friend who was both powerful and loyal, and also the master's orphan. How could she compete? How could Miao Kexin compete? What was her family in front of the Long family? The Miao family could not even compare to the Ning family, and the Ning family actually could not compare to some wealthy northern clans, let alone the 3 clans. They were at least 3 tiers lower. Chu Feng's eyes went wide. Having traveled north and south for so many years, what kind of women had he not seen? Chu Feng had been to the 3rd floor of bathhouses and explored the small alleys next to train stations. He had seen countless women. The one before him made Chu Feng feel that even a glance was too much, and observing her was a desecration. However, the Child of Destiny instantly cleared his mind. Long Yi's visit today was naturally to build a relationship and to secure a source for crystals. Regardless of how Chu Feng obtained these few crystals, at least he had this luck. Big families are very concerned about the concept of luck. Just like Cao Chuan, if he could get the first crystal, he could certainly find a second one. Furthermore, Chu Feng was a top-tier fortune teller, and this matter had been thoroughly investigated. They believed he should be able to find more crystals. Of course, it was not about immediate cooperation. It was about establishing a good connection. Moreover, Long Yi never lacked admirers wherever she went. But Long Yi's admirers were different from those around other women. They could not bear to profane her beauty. It was more like a secret admiration and silent devotion, following from afar, guarding her, and the admirer would be very happy. Just like the admirer outside the door, Wang Hedong. Wang Haodong glared at Chu Feng. His hair was green with envy. How could this brat talk so much to Long Yi? What right did he have? What standing does he have to admire the same person as me? A mere fortune teller. Wang Haodong and Long Yi have spoken less than 10 sentences to this day. Dong Zi, holy crap, you. Wang Haodong jumped, turning around to see Cao Chuan. Brother Cao, why are you here? I should be asking you that. Why are you here? You did not even call me when you returned to Zonghai. Do you not consider me a brother? Cao Chuan frowned. Wang Haodong quickly shook his head. No, Brother Cao, you are my real brother. I just arrived, you see, and have not fully settled down yet. I was planning to treat you to a meal after I settled. My parents even said they wanted to thank you for giving our Wang family a share. You are a sensible kid. What are you doing now? Following my goddess. Goddess, Tang Xiaoxiao. No, Xiaoxiao and I are just ordinary friends now. I am talking about her. Wang Haodong raised a hand and pointed. Oh, this girl has a good figure, Dong Zi. Your taste has always been good. I wish you success. Thank you, brother. Wang Haodong was immensely grateful. Very few people supported him in this matter, including his parents. They did not approve of his pursuit of Long Yi. Who is Long Yi? As her name suggests, a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Who is Wang Hedong? A toad crawling on the ground. These are 2 vastly different creatures, 2 species as far apart as clouds and mud. Wang Haodong was not without a chance of success, unless all the men in the world died out. Chapter 252. You thief, be careful, or I will slap you. My goodness. It is true what they say. Hearing about it 100 times is not as good as seeing it once, and seeing it 100 times is not as good as experiencing it once. After finishing their conversation in the shop, the moment Long Yi turned around and glanced back, Cao Chuan could clearly feel his little brother stirring. Deep within his heart, a special emotion arose. It was as if he could give up anything for her. Damn it. Does this beauty practice charm magic? To be honest, ugly women come in all shapes and sizes, but beautiful women are largely similar, especially when it comes to the heroines he knew. They all have their own unique advantages. Each one is like a luminous pearl, shining wherever she goes. But the strange thing was that everything about Long Yi felt just right. She could not overpower the youthful cuteness of Delilibu Jinyan, nor could her features rival the sharp look of Lei Ting. She could not overpower Tang Xiaoxiao in terms of gentleness, and she could not surpass the maturity of Shen Menyi. But she was not a supporting character. If she were, she would have been well-rounded and versatile like Liu Jieyou. Because she was a primary heroine, her overall combination of aura, bone structure, skin, figure, and facial details, when blended together, was unparalleled. She possessed a reverse overwhelming presence. It felt as if she were the main entity, and everyone else was a clone split from her, only able to defeat her if they combined. This is truly an exaggeration. For a man with a collecting habit, every type needs to be collected. It was evident from Miao Kexin that Cao Chuan was only playing with her. He had no serious intentions, just a little thrill from the secret teasing. Miao Kexin was not irreplaceable. Even though she was a heroine, her personality lacked distinction. The only thing that made her likable was her complete devotion once she fell for someone. It was something a man could not refuse. Keeping her as a mistress was an option. But then again, which heroine did not have this personality? Once they committed, they would die for you. Ningyu, as a villainess, possessed this same nature. Therefore, Miao Kexin seemed less important. Her disappearance in the late stage of the story was understandable. Cao Chuan observed the scene. Wang Haodong looked flustered, afraid to make eye contact yet desperate to look. Long Yi revealed nothing, simply remaining captivating. Mr. Cao, Long Yi bowed slightly, greeting him. Miss Long, I have heard much about you, and seeing you today, your reputation is indeed well deserved. You are truly the pearl of the north, Cao Chuan said with a smile. Miss Long, you flatter me. Miss Long, you have come to seek my nephew. Is it not for the crystals? To be honest, Mr. Cao, Long Yi's visit today is merely to forge a good relationship. Oh, I see. I thought the Long family sent you to use a beauty trap. Long Yi's beautiful eyes flickered. Cao Chuan laughed heartily. It seems I misunderstood. By the way, let me introduce you to a friend. This is my brother, Dong Zi, Wang Haodong. Wang Haodong was overjoyed. Big brother, you truly are my own brother. In reality, everyone in the circle knew Wang Haodong. But because old Cao was a hot commodity at the moment, his proactive introduction carried weight. Long Yi pursed her lips slightly and gave a small bow, acknowledging him. That single gesture made Wang Haodong so excited that he trembled. He extended his hand, hoping to take advantage. What are you doing here again? At that moment, Chu Feng appeared, walking directly out of Tianji Hall and glaring at Cao Chuan. He was anxious. Normally, when old Cao came for tea, Chu Feng would only say a few words, or even ignore him completely. He had never chased Cao Chuan out of the shop to speak to him. What did this indicate? It indicated that Chu Feng saw Long Yi and Cao Chuan talking and laughing, and he was jealous. Wang Haodong was also jealous. I almost shook hands with Long Yi, you son of a bitch. Cao Chuan smiled wryly. Xiao Feng, I know you do not like me, but can I not even stand here? My brother Dong Zi and I are chatting, and I exchanged a few words with Miss Long. It does not seem to bother you. You really are getting more and more out of line. I am out of line? Chu Feng was furious. Cao Chuan actually dared to talk back. It made him angry. I am telling you, I do not acknowledge you all. I am fine by myself. Do not come to my place again, or I will not be polite to you. You want to hit me, or something? You can try and see if I dare to hit you. Chu Feng gritted his teeth. Cao Chuan pointed at the sign. Disloyal and unfilial. Do not you find that sign you wrote ironic? None of your business. All right, Xiao Feng. I will not argue with you now. Kexin, uncle, Miao Kexin scurried out. Because of Long Yi, she had become a bit transparent. She would not have dared to approach if Cao Chuan had not called her. You pull Xiao Feng back inside. Arguing loudly outside is unseemly. This is my shop entrance. If you want to leave, you leave, Chu Feng said coldly. Wang Haodong got angry and pointed at Chu Feng. You little brat, I have endured you for a long time. Do you understand hierarchy? How dare you speak to my brother, your uncle, like that? Be careful, I will slap you. Wang Haodong was already annoyed with Chu Feng. Chu Feng was a Danjin grandmaster, and a grandmaster cannot be insulted. Chu Feng raised his hand and grabbed. With a snap, Wang Haodong's pointing finger was broken. Ah! Wang Haodong let out a scream. Stop! Cao Chuan shouted, but it was too late. He quickly stepped forward, pulling the two apart, and looked at Chu Feng. Xiao Feng, what is wrong with you? How could you resort to violence? Humph, Chu Feng sneered dismissively. If he points at me again, I will cripple him. After saying that, Chu Feng turned and left in a swaggering manner. Kexin, quickly go call my driver. Oh, Miao Kexin responded, and ran towards the street corner. Wang Haodong was in such pain that cold sweat poured down, but with the goddess by his side, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Aside from that initial scream, he did not cry out again. Wang Haodong did have some skill. Although he was not of Huajin, he came from a family, and had practiced to some extent. 3 or 4 people could not easily approach him. Yet, he was easily broken by Chu Feng. The speed of Chu Feng's move was so fast that even the Huajin expert Long Yi did not see it clearly. This showed how strong Chu Feng was. Not to mention her, even Cao Chuan, who surpassed the Danjin realm, did not see it clearly. Otherwise, old Cao would have definitely saved Wang Haodong. My poor big brother, how could you break it at such a young age? Old Cao's power was certainly not inferior to the Danjin realm. But while the Danjin realm was martial arts, old Cao was cultivating immortality through the qi refining technique. Therefore, the overall power could not be directly compared, only roughly matched. Not many people knew this, and few had seen old Cao make a move. Miss Long, I have made you laugh. I will take my brother to the hospital first. We will talk again when we have a chance. Long Yi nodded. Long Yi gave off a very strange feeling. She did not smile. Her smile was more of a slight upward curve of her lips, but it gave the impression that she was smiling, and she smiled beautifully. If you looked closely, it was not a smile at all. Yet, she was not stern-faced, just calm and elegant. It made old Cao curious. Where is my collar? With Shen Meni? It seems so. I will go get a few from her later, just in case. He got into the car. Brother, bear with it a little longer, just a little longer, we will be at the hospital soon. I will definitely help you get an explanation for this. Wang Haodong was sticking up for old Cao. Although old Cao was entangled by the system, he had a conscience. If others respect me an inch, I will return a foot. Kindness should be repaid. He would definitely talk to Chu Hanqiang later, and have him provide some compensation to the Wang family, and Wang Haodong. It was his son who injured the person. That kid, he is so vicious. Ah, Wang Haodong spoke, and after uttering a sentence, he could not hold back the pain, groaning and wailing all the way. They arrived at the hospital, where the doctor treated him, and his hand was put in a splint. This incident spread. It was old Cao's deliberate doing. Everyone wanted Chu Feng's crystals, but because old Cao was there, Long Yi's visit today was only to establish a good relationship, not to discuss anything further. But now the situation was different. Old Cao and Chu Feng had a bad relationship. Chu Feng was not planning to acknowledge his ancestors, so the Chu family's advantages were diminished. Then, all the major families would make moves to curry favor with Chu Feng. Young master, young master. After Wang Hedong's treatment, in the afternoon, his butler appeared. President Cao, the butler greeted him. Cao Chuan sighed. It is my fault for not protecting my brother properly. That kid was too ruthless. Do not worry about this. I will definitely make my brother-in-law give the Wang family an explanation. Otherwise, would not my brother's finger have been broken for nothing? The butler thanked him and went to Wang Hedong's side. Young master, how are you feeling? Can you not see for yourself? Wang Haodong glared. I cannot see. It is wrapped too tightly. How about I unwrap it and take a look? Are you messing with me? Get lost. Wang Haodong kicked the butler. The butler rubbed his backside, chuckling dryly. Young master, why would you chase Long Yi of all people? This girl is not someone you can chase. She is otherworldly, completely devoid of desire in her eyes. She is a stone maiden. Cao Chuan agreed. Whether she was a stone maiden or not, Long Yi was unresponsive. What do you know? I am telling you, mind your own business when it comes to me. Young master, I do not want to interfere, but master sent me to protect you. Then speak less. Young master is thirsty and wants watermelon. Young master, please wait. The butler turned and left, bowing to Cao Chuan before he went. Cao Chuan chuckled. Dong Zi, your butler is actually quite good. Sigh. Wang Haodong shook his head. Brother, let us figure out a way to deal with that kid later. He is too arrogant. Do not worry. For this grudge I will help you. We need to plan it, otherwise my sister might do something to me, understand? Understand. You understand nothing. Chapter 253. Major families operate by their own strict codes of conduct. Since the Chu family legitimate son from overseas injured the Wang family son, a formal apology was unavoidable. The Chu family also maintained their own information channels. They conducted multiple background investigations during this period, repeatedly verifying Chu Feng identity. Since the blood relationship could not be denied, Chu Hanqiang was forced to take responsibility. Cao Chuan had immediately informed his older sister about the situation. She was initially anxious, worrying if Chu Feng had been hurt. After confirming he was unharmed, she prepared to visit the Wang family. Parents needed to step in to ease the rising tension. To be blunt, while Chu Feng did not fear the Wang family, creating unnecessary enemies was unwise. They were not even opposing factions. Master, Adi returned that day. He was accompanied by third brother and the eldest daughter, Cao Xingyang, who had returned through government channels. The unique benefits of the crystals could no longer be kept secret. News traveled fast, and it was expected that overseas organizations would soon arrive. Government officials were protecting Cao Chuan to ensure he was not manipulated. Based on the reports, Cao Chuan was doting on this son, treating him as a weak spot. Consequently, the authorities would protect Cao Xingyang. Cao Chuan smiled, patted Adi on the shoulder, and looked him up and down. It has been months. How have you been? Good. Master, I missed you. Cao Chuan nodded, exchanged pleasantries, then turned his attention to third brother and Cao Xingyang. Regarding this convenient son, Boss Cao had very little contact with him. Their last conversation occurred when he had slapped him in front of Zhongsheng. After that, Cao Xingyang had been kidnapped or recovering from surgery. It was quite tragic. 3 fingers were broken, and his lower body had been injured twice. He was a wealthy second-generation youth, but his disposition had become gloomy. His orientation had likely changed as well. Boss Cao decided to keep his distance. He did not want to find himself the subject of unwanted familial affection. You have been wronged, Xingyang. Dad. Cao Chuan felt unhappy being called dad by this man. The 2 young ones at home had sweet voices that filled him with joy, but hearing it from him made Cao Chuan want to silence him. All right. Do not be so sensitive. I have avenged you. Lin Han is dead, and I have scattered his ashes to the wind. Things have been turbulent at home lately. Since you returned under government protection, you likely know the situation. You cannot return home, Adi. Adi respectfully stepped forward. Cao Chuan continued. I have prepared a manor for you all. You will stay there. Zhang Yang is not young anymore. He can establish an independent family. Think carefully about what you want to do now that you are back. I will support your business ventures. Boss Cao was sending Cao Zhengyang away. He certainly could not go home. There were too many women residing there. Aside from the two young ones, Cao Chuan did not want this young man to see his housekeeper, Zheng Myron. He preferred to enjoy his private life alone. Cao Zhengyang sat in the car, observing the city. It had not changed much in several months, but his internal state was completely different. He felt strange after seeing Cao Chuan again. It was not suspicion regarding his father's identity, but rather confusion over his appearance. How can my father look so young? Adi smiled. Master found a formula for a skincare product. It seems he bought it for a high price, and this is the result after using it. Wouldn't that be incredibly profitable? Adi nodded. Cao Zhengyang's eyes glimmered. In the past few months, the relationship between master and servant had improved. With Adi care and third brother protection, Cao Zhengyang felt at ease. Furthermore, his personality had shifted. He used to only be interested in women, but now he loved money. Boss Cao had never cut off his funds, providing whatever he asked for. This was part of Boss Cao persona. How could someone who cared so much about his son suddenly become indifferent? It was all in the details. In the world of capital, Cao Zhengyang realized that the blade was more formidable than he had imagined. The world of wealth was wonderful, far more comfortable than what he had experienced in China. If it were not for the recent danger, he never would have returned. Adi, if I wanted to acquire the management rights for this skincare product, would my father give them to me? I would not know. I do not understand business matters. Adi smiled and shook his head. In truth, Adi understood that the master had no other sons. If not him, then who? But he could not say that directly. The master was still young. Cao Zhengyang nodded and pondered the matter. He loved money more than anything else now. At this moment, a major story broke in the local education sector. It was well reasoned, supported by interviews, photographs, and investigations, pointing directly to a campus scam. Unlike the original timeline, Chao was now part of Cao Chuan camp and was not affected by the influence of the Child of Destiny. The plot of being hunted down after reporting the crime did not occur. Chao attributed her safety to the bodyguards, which made her feel exceptionally secure. That night, the sound of the password lock chimed. The door opened, and Cao Chuan stepped inside. After his first visit, Boss Cao had found 2 more opportunities to raid the apartment at night. You are very diligent. Rest well when you get home. Company matters are endless. Cao Chuan changed his shoes and glanced at Chao, who was in front of the laptop. Understood. Chao responded softly. She had been conflicted lately, and Boss Cao always managed to visit when the sisters were separated. He never stayed overnight for long, so he had not discovered signs of 2 people living there. Her heart had developed conflicting emotions. She was afraid of when the truth would be exposed and how she would handle it. She decided to wait until after her mother's surgery. Boss Cao walked over and stood behind her. He lifted her and placed her on his lap. He looked at the laptop screen, which displayed a news website. You are still looking at this news. I saw it today as well. I did not expect there to be so many dark sides in the education system. Cao Chuan said. I noticed the name of this reporter. It is only one character different from yours. I thought it was a coincidence. Someone who did not know better might think you two were sisters. He said this casually. Logically, Cao Chuan had many ways of discovering they were sisters. The bodyguards could have reported it. However, Chao had spoken with the female bodyguards earlier and learned that their primary mission was to protect Chao. They were not Cao Chuan direct employees, but were sent by a security company. Boss Cao paid the firm, and the firm sent the guards. They did not need to report to Boss Cao. They only needed to complete their mission. Therefore, Boss Cao was not familiar with them. The logic had a loophole, but it was minor. The sisters were inexperienced, and they did not understand the agreement between the boss and the security firm. They assumed Boss Cao had called the company and simply arranged the protection. Cao Chuan smiled, shifting his attention from the computer. Speaking of which, besides your mother, who else is in your family? I have been so busy lately that I have not paid attention. I will visit your aunt sometime. Chao hesitated for a moment. Still imitating her older sister tone, she replied, I also have 2 younger sisters. 2 younger sisters. Cao Chuan was surprised, his fingertips tightening slightly. Chao eyes grew hazy, and she shifted on his lap. It seems I have not cared enough. I will treat you all to a meal sometime. Everyone can get to know each other. Your younger sister is my younger sister. Wait, this reporter. Would she be your younger sister? Cao Chuan realized the connection, pointing at the news on the computer, which listed the editor as Cao Shijing. Yes, she is. Chao nodded. Cao Chuan chuckled. I knew that name was only one character different from yours. It is a coincidence. You did not tell me sooner. I always thought you were an only child. Do you not think you should be punished? Cao Chuan picked her up by the waist. He walked into the bedroom with a fierce expression. Chao had always been obedient in front of Boss Cao, speaking very little. She knew that the more she spoke, the more mistakes she would make. The voices of the 3 sisters were similar, but their speech patterns differed slightly. She constantly imitated her eldest sister, keeping her words brief for fear of being discovered. Boss Cao understood the young girl dilemma. Sometimes, things that could be resolved with a few words went wrong due to a single mistake. Even if the first time had been an error, she could have called him brother-in-law. Then the situation would have been different, and the current complications would not exist. Unfortunately, she was guilty and afraid. She never thought of revealing her identity. She only wanted to keep the secret. Mistake upon mistake. As for whether she was infatuated with this feeling, only her heart knew. Boss Cao was a businessman. He did not claim to understand women. Chapter 254. De Chao's situation had to be addressed immediately. In front of De Chao, Cao Chuan was finally free, and had time to take her out for a candlelight dinner. It was the same routine. Using similar rhetoric, Cao Chuan started with a news story, bringing up the names Cao Shijing and Cao Shiyi, noting they differed by only one character. De Chao's response was direct. She stated she had 2 younger sisters. Why did you not tell me sooner? I always thought you were an only child. You little rascal, you are quite good at keeping secrets, Cao Chuan said, feigning annoyance. De Chao pouted, thinking to herself about when she had ever had the time to tell him. Her situation was different. She was most likely devoted, because he gave her much more than he gave your Chao. I have not been too busy lately. When I have time, I will go to the hospital with you to see your mother and treat your sisters to a meal. Your sister is my sister. We are family, Cao Chuan promised. Cao Chuan raised his red wine glass. This wine was not for getting drunk, but for setting the mood, so he would not drink much. After toasting, Cao Chuan did not discuss business. Instead, he asked, tell me about your family. Now that they had opened up, old Cao needed to properly understand her past. For a girl, this was a very important detail. At least, it gave her the feeling that once old Cao was free, he would start caring about her life, family, and past. He was caring about everything regarding her. This was love. Young girls are easily swayed, especially girls who lack love. Old Cao easily handled it. Over dinner, De Chao recounted what she knew of her past. It was the usual story of a rural family favoring sons over daughters. The situation was especially difficult when they had 3 girls, which made them the laughingstock of the entire village. Her so-called father always walked with his head down, pointed at wherever he went. Perhaps some people envied him, but that was not important. What was important was that the biological father of the 3 sisters felt ashamed, even in town. Everyone in the entire town knew that his Chao family had suddenly given birth to 3 burdens. Eventually, the mother and her 3 daughters were driven out of the house to find their own way. Her mother then became ill from overwork. Chaoer, trust me. Although I may not be a good man, and perhaps you are not my only woman, I will be good to you for a lifetime, Cao Chuan said. That was so cheesy. But young girls fall for this, especially with the words for a lifetime on his lips. In this era, it was equivalent to saying he would love her for 10,000 years. If this were in the future, in another 10 or 20 years, even elementary school students would know that for a lifetime is just a trick. Your mother is my mother. Your sister is my sister. I will definitely marry you. Just give me some time, he added. De Chao believed him. Now there was no turning back. Although Cao Chuan was very busy, she could feel his concern and care for her at all times. Cao Chuan indeed had some free time recently. Long Yi had appeared, but old Cao was not in a hurry. He first let Long Yi and Chu Feng interact for the crystals. Now he took the time to consolidate his own rear defenses. Then he would find an opportunity to take down Yan Zi and Xiao Chao. By then, Chu Feng would be a chicken on the chopping block. He would not be able to do anything even if he wanted to. The next day, Cao Chuan brought gifts and De Chao to the hospital. He finally met the adorable Xiao Chao. She was truly adorable. Despite being triplets and looking identical, their temperaments differed so greatly. But old Cao looked left and right, sighing with a wry smile. I really cannot tell them apart. If I met them on the street, I might mistake one for the other. De Chao chuckled. People always used to mistake us. Hello, brother-in-law, Xiao Chao, docile and a little hazy, called out in a soft, sweet voice. Hello, hello, Cao Chuan responded with a smile. Except for the child of destiny, no one would have innate hostility towards old Cao. Seeing old Cao's smile would make them feel especially close. After all, Xiao Chao had been eating many good things recently, living comfortably, and her mother's condition seemed to be improving day by day. All of this was brought by her brother-in-law. Therefore, Xiao Chao naturally had a good impression of old Cao. Your sister told me you like snacks. I brought some for you. See if you like them. If not, brother-in-law will buy you something else next time, Cao Chuan said, handing her a bag of snacks. Thank you, brother-in-law. Xiao Chao was overjoyed. De Chao spoke up. Do not spoil her so much. Eating too many snacks is not good. It is fine. It is our first meeting. You know, I want to build some goodwill so no one helps you if we quarrel later, Cao Chuan said with a smile. Xiao Chao also laughed. Brother-in-law, do not worry. I support you. It is a deal. Cao Chuan laughed heartily. After chatting for a few moments at the door, they entered the ward together. They met the mother of the triplets. Hello, auntie. I am Cao Shiyi's boyfriend. My name is Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan placed the gift box down and greeted her politely. Old Cao looked like a young entrepreneur, impeccably dressed, with a strong presence. This made Mother Cao a little nervous. Hello, please sit, she said. Auntie, how has your health been lately? How is the care here at the hospital? De Chao pulled up a chair, and Cao Chuan sat by the bed, looking at Mother Cao gently. To be honest, Mother Cao was not bad-looking. If she were, she would not have given birth to such exquisite triplets. It was just that long-term exhaustion, coupled with her battle against illness, had led to chronic depletion of her body, making her look much older. Shi Suya and Gong Yuehua were roughly the same age, but they looked worlds apart, as if they belonged to different generations. Yet, from her facial features, one could tell that in her youth, she must have been a peerless beauty, a golden phoenix that flew out of the village. My body is much better, and the hospital here takes special care of us. You have spent too much, Mother Cao said softly. The younger sisters did not know the situation, but Mother Cao did. De Cao was being supported by him. Ultimately, she was in a subordinate position, and as a mother-in-law, she could not assert herself. It is no trouble. De Cao and I are deeply in love, so you are my mother. How can it be considered a waste to show filial piety to my mother? Cao Chuan smiled. Later, I will ask the hospital director here to see when we can schedule the surgery, so you can recover as soon as possible. Thank you. You are too kind. After about half an hour, Cao Chuan left. Before leaving, he reached out and ruffled Xiao Chao's head. I have left you my number. If you want anything in the future, just call brother-in-law, and I will bring it to you. Thank you, brother-in-law. Xiao Chao, holding her potato chips, nodded repeatedly. After leaving the hospital, De Chao said softly and gratefully, thank you. Thank me for what? Cao Chuan asked, puzzled. Nothing, just thank you anyway. De Chao shook her head without elaborating, but the light in her eyes was very bright. As for what she was thankful for, of course, it was for old Cao coming in person, and his very gentle attitude. De Chao could tell that her mother seemed less worried about her now. Before, when her mother found out she was being supported, she cried uncontrollably. But now it seemed De Chao might even be taking advantage of him. He was young and handsome, with a successful career. What kind of girl could he not find? But De Chao? It was not Mother Chao belittling her daughter, but her daughter was a recent graduate, knew nothing, and could not do anything. Yet he took a liking to her, treated her so well, and was so kind and filial to Mother Chao. What else did Mother Chao have to worry about? If you really want to thank me, wait until tonight. De Chao gave him a sidelong glance, knowing old Cao had many tricks, and sometimes she could not let go. But tonight, she decided, she would give old Cao whatever he wanted. Cao Chuan put his arm around her slender waist. Later, let us have dinner together and call Ear Chao. Now that I have met Xiao Chao and Auntie, only the mischievous Ear Chao is left. Okay. Ear Chao received her sister's call, and was stunned for a long time. Especially hearing her sister's tone, she could tell her sister was very happy, and directly used terms like your brother-in-law. Ear Chao felt a pang in her heart. However, Ear Chao quickly adjusted her mindset. Had she not already prepared herself? What is done is done. Let it pass. Missed it, then missed it. Anyway, she decided to just treat it as a misunderstanding. Besides, in Ear Chao's subconscious, she did not think much of it. The physiques of the sisters were like that, and she would not be unable to feel it later anyway. This way was also good. At least then, Ear Chao would not be too awkward. And they had already been on the battlefield, fighting with intimacy. Would she still be nervous and scared if she were to do it now? After work in the evening, Ear Chao arrived at the agreed-upon Grand Hotel, the famous Jiangtan Hotel in Zhonghai. Led by a waiter, she arrived at the private room. The room was named the Twin Flowers Blooming Room. It simply meant a happy marriage. Meeting the family of De Chao today, choosing this hall was perfectly fine. As she entered, Ear Chao took a deep breath, adjusting her mindset, making sure not to show anything, or it would be too awkward. The waiter did not give her much time to think. After leading her there, he directly knocked on the door, and then pushed it open. It was a glance that lasted a lifetime. Seeing her elder sister sitting with him, Ear Chao felt a little dazed. Yesterday, he was still pinching her. Today, he was pinching someone else. How heartbreaking. After Ear Chao entered the room, and the waiter closed the door, Cao Chuan rose with a smile. Chao Shijing, our family's heroic big reporter. I saw the news you reported yesterday. It was truly incisive. With this experience, your reputation in the journalism circle will be excellent in the future. He spoke with a certain familiarity. After all, it was their first meeting. But the atmosphere did not freeze. Ear Chao took a deep breath and chuckled. Hello, brother-in-law. Come, sit. Cao Chuan smiled, gallantly pulling out a chair for her, then said with a laugh. Today I have truly seen it. You three sisters are almost identical. If I met you individually in normal circumstances, I really would not be able to tell who is who. Ear Chao's heart skipped a beat. If old Cao had not looked so natural, she would have thought he was testing her. This was a sign of her guilty conscience. Cao Chuan looked left and right again, shaking his head with a wry smile. I am already a bit face-blind, and you sisters all look exactly alike. This really makes things difficult. De Chao pursed her lips and chuckled. It is fine, you will be able to tell us apart with more interaction. Actually, the triplets are easy to recognize. My mom never mistakes us. Ear Chao suddenly realized, so he was a bit face-blind. No wonder. Cao Chuan nodded, saying earnestly. Indeed, we should interact more. It would be awkward if I mistook one of you. Looking at old Cao, Ear Chao suddenly felt a little mischievous. Usually, he was very arrogant, always bullying her. She did not expect that this guy actually looked quite honest on the outside. Ha men. A sly glint appeared in Ear Chao's eyes. Brother-in-law, if you mistake us, you are not allowed to take advantage of me, okay? De Chao glared. Ear Chao, what are you saying? De Chao felt this was too much. It was their first meeting. Jokes should not be made like that. Cao Chuan, however, did not get angry. He quickly promised. No, from now on, every time I see you, I will first clarify who is who. Chapter 255. With De Chao present, Ear Chao was careful. She avoided saying anything crude, afraid she might slip up and make a mistake. Soon, she felt troubled. Despite the table being full of delicious dishes, the meal felt tasteless. She felt like an outsider watching a romantic display. Cao Chuan was being overly attentive, serving Dachao food and casually peeling shrimp for her. These were normal things for a boyfriend to do, but as he spoke with them, his eyes remained fixed on Dachao. Had it been any other time, Chao would have been happy for her sister. She would have been glad her sister found such a good man. But things were different now. Even though she had not planned to compete for him or expose their secret, her heart ached. They had been intimate the night before, and now she had to sit through this. Dachao noticed her sister's change in mood. Second sister, what is wrong? You look a bit off. Chao quickly shook her head. Nothing. I just feel a bit unwell. Cao Chuan frowned, speaking with concern. Let me take a look at you. You? Chao was startled. Cao Chuan smiled. I have studied traditional Chinese medicine. I am not boasting, but my skills are quite good. Chao was surprised. You are a big boss. Why did you study traditional medicine? Before I became a boss, I went through some rough times. I apprenticed with a master and learned many skills. Cao Chuan did not explain further. Come, let me take your pulse. Oh, okay. Chao skeptically extended her hand. They were very close, and on a spiritual level, there was no barrier between them. Cao Chuan held the back of her hand and hovered his fingers over her pulse. His main goal today was to show affection to Dachao, and he knew the display would agitate Chao. She felt so depressed that she barely touched her food for half an hour. A moment later, Cao Chuan spoke. Reach out and press near your ribs. Do not use too much force. Chao did as instructed, pressing on her ribs just below her chest. Immediately, her expression changed, and she cried out in pain. Ah! Dachao was startled. What is wrong with Chao? Cao Chuan shook his head solemnly. It is not a disease. Her heart qi is stagnant, and for some reason, her heart blood is depleted. To put it simply, her heart is lacking oxygen. Her meridians are blocked, and the pain in her ribs is a superficial symptom. If this continues, it will affect her mental state, and eventually, it could lead to depression. Dachao asked anxiously. Then what is the treatment? Chao's pupils constricted. She had not expected Cao Chuan to actually have the skill to diagnose her. She was indeed feeling down. The treatment is not difficult, but it requires maintaining a happy mood. That is not easy, because heart ailments are hard to cure. Cao Chuan asked, Chao, have you encountered something unhappy? Dachao chimed in. Yes, is it because of the investigation? Second sister, if you have any problems, just tell us directly. No, nothing. Maybe I just have not rested well recently. Chao did not think she had depression, but her ribs did hurt, and she felt uncomfortable. Being scared by Cao Chuan, she started to worry that she might actually be getting sick. She felt even worse than before. A moment ago, she was just slightly sad, but now she was genuinely anxious. Suddenly, Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow, looking strangely at Chao. Her heart tightened. Could he tell she was a virgin just by taking her pulse? Had she been discovered? Cao Chuan let go of Chao and looked at Dachao. Let me take your pulse too. Oh, okay. Dachao obediently extended her hand. Old Cao's expression changed again. He had the two sisters sit beside him, one on his left and one on his right, taking both their pulses simultaneously. His serious demeanor made the sisters exchange confused glances. After a long while, Cao Chuan let go of their hands. Do you want to practice martial arts? The sisters looked bewildered. One was a secretary, and the other was a reporter. Practicing martial arts seemed absurd. It is not the kind of martial arts you imagine, but the lost internal skill of traditional Chinese arts. Wuxia novels? Chao retorted. Something like that. Your physiques belong to a legendary symbiotic type. If you cultivate, you will be at least 3 times faster than ordinary people, because you are triplets. I estimate your youngest sister's physique is also the same as yours. Furthermore, if your aptitudes are good enough, it will not just be 3 times the speed. 30 times is possible. It is a symbiotic physique, seen once every 4,000 years. It is rarely seen and only recorded in ancient texts. Cao Chuan began to speak about the secrets of cultivation. The sisters did not understand, but they listened intently. He demonstrated by manipulating qi. It looked magical. Within a certain range, he could move objects, suspending and controlling items like swords and blades to catch enemies off guard. He had never made a move like this before. His true strength was a mystery to everyone in the world. As he demonstrated this skill, the sisters stared in shock. They had not expected that martial arts truly existed. In the eyes of ordinary people, Wuxia novels were exaggerated, and martial arts were usually just hard physical training. This demonstration was too magical, and it shattered their worldview. Cultivating martial arts allows for self-preservation and grants eternal youth. Especially after cultivating internal energy, the skin becomes as smooth and radiant as jade. Your demeanor becomes graceful and elegant. It can even lead to a long life, free from all illnesses. Girls love beauty. This statement resonated with them. Dachao had been dressing more refined since meeting Cao Chuan, and she enjoyed the change. Cao Chuan was not misleading them. There was a huge difference between a destined heroine with internal energy and one without. Once the 3 sisters cultivated, their appearance would change, potentially allowing them to surpass even the most naturally gifted beauties in presence and temperament. As Cao Chuan was persuading the sisters, Ningyu was doing the same with Long Yi. As an agent for the crystals, Ningyu had been thriving, and her mood was wonderful. She especially enjoyed that Shen Menyi deliberately avoided her, which gave Ningyu a sense of power. I have long heard that the Long family has a dragon maiden. Seeing you today, little sister, You truly make this elder sister feel ashamed. Look at this skin. I am envious. Ningyu held Long Yi's small hand, continuing to flatter her. Ningyu was fair and rosy, not inferior to Long Yi, but everyone loves to hear praise. Family head Ning, you flatter me. What family head Ning? Ningyu frowned with displeasure. Could it be that little sister looks down on me? Is that why you are so distant? Long Yi would not dare. It is just that you are the head of a family, and I am merely an external disciple. How dare I address you as sisters? Long Yi bowed slightly. Ningyu cursed inwardly. What are you pretending for? This Long family is interesting, cultivating a dragon maiden, and thinking of themselves as fairy daughters. Little sister, those words are truly too distant. What family head? What era is it now? Elder sister is only a few years older than you. If you continue like this, I will get angry, Ningyu said in a deep voice. Long Yi hesitated. Then, all right. Long Yi greets elder sister Ning. She stood up and bowed slightly again. It made Ningyu's teeth ache. Long Yi's personality traits were instilled by her family from a young age. She had been conditioned into this state. On the surface, you could not point out any problems with her. Politeness was never wrong. However, her behavior was distant. Her smile gave the feeling of keeping people 1,000 miles away. No matter what, there was always a barrier, preventing intimacy. But there was no rush. Ningyu smiled, pulling her to sit down again. That is right. If you respect our Ning family, then from now on, we will address each other as sisters. Ningyu sneered inwardly. I will let Cao Chuan teach you a lesson later, and we will see what you are pretending about. Little dragon maiden, do you really think you are untouched by worldly affairs? Chapter 256. Although the Ning family is small, it remains transcendent. With the identity of a crystal agent, the Ning family does not currently possess many powerful experts. Officially, they are not as influential as they once were. However, it is enough for the Ning family to maintain its status. Furthermore, a circle has already formed. Several families are now naturally bound together by crystals, forming the prototype of an interest group. Long Yi did not truly offend Ningyu. It was just that Ningyu could not stand her pretense, which seemed even more exaggerated than that of Shen Menyi. Coupled with the fact that Ningyu's villainous bloodline was stirring, she simply enjoyed bullying reputable and righteous types like Long Yi. She knew Long Yi had been brainwashed into this state by her upbringing. The mask was simply too thick, and she had too many feathers on her. Later, I will tear off your mask and pluck all your feathers. Then we will see how you can still pretend with me. Does a female villain need a reason to bully someone? Over at the rental house, Old Cow returned to number 2 by the river. Zhong Qing'er lived in number 1, and the Chow sisters lived in number 2. Old Cow spun tales all the way, talking about the martial arts world and cultivation. He left the two sisters dumbfounded. They also developed a considerable interest in this martial art, mainly because it could maintain eternal youth. Cao Chuan was the best example. He should have been 40, right? But look at him now. He does not look much older than them. His skin even rivaled theirs. These were the benefits brought by cultivation. Finally, Cao Chuan said, I did not prepare anything today. Next time, I will prepare the medicinal bath ingredients and a tub. Then you sisters can cleanse your bodies together, and afterward, I will teach you a mind cultivation technique. Cao Chuan planned to teach them the qi refining technique, just like he did with Lei Ting. He was not worried about them betraying him at all. That is the benefit of a destined heroine. Once she is hooked, her body and soul belong to you, and the chance of betrayal is infinitely close to zero. Normally, if Old Cow and De Chow returned to the rental house, Ear Chow would definitely find an excuse to leave, moving at least several hundred meters away. They knew their own situation. Their senses were too easily exploited. But tonight, the dinner, along with the treatment of feeling her pulse and the miraculous qi manipulation, stunned the sisters. It made them completely forget about their senses. By the time their senses kicked in, it was too late to run. Crying and whimpering came from the master bedroom. Groans and moans came from next door. The soundproofing was actually decent, but Old Cow had ears that were something else. He heard everything clearly. This feeling hiss. How to describe it? This kind of physical and mental pleasure was hard to put into words. It was very much like playing a shooting game. It was like getting a headshot, but with one shot, you got 5 headshots. That feeling could make a person instantly reach the peak. De Chow was also dazed tonight, seemingly having forgotten about the risks. After her mind reached its peak, Old Cow's special technique made her almost dizzy. Only then did the world completely quiet down. Old Cow hummed a tune as he went to shower. Recently, Old Cow had developed a bit of a cleanliness complex. After riding the exercise bike and sweating, he had to shower, because you never knew if another extreme sport might happen immediately. Ultimately, Old Cow was still very righteous. He would not let his things get onto someone else's. Whether it was dirty or not, it was at least disrespectful, right? In a flash, it was morning. Old Cow bought breakfast and came back. He saw Ear Chow coming out of the bathroom. Putting down the breakfast, Cao Chuan said, Chower, come eat. Ear Chow's eyes avoided him for a moment. But the next moment, Cao Chuan stepped forward, lowered his head for a kiss, and softly said, I will not eat with you. I have a client meeting soon. Once I have prepared the things, I will teach you and Ear Chow how to cultivate. With that, Cao Chuan took his jacket and left. At this moment, they had forgotten Old Cow's words from yesterday, about asking who was who when they met again. What was there to ask? From now on, whenever they met alone, it was always De Chow. That way, he would not mistake them, right? Ah, I am going crazy. Why did I not just greet him when we met just now? If I had called him brother-in-law, he definitely would not have mistaken me, right? Chao vigorously ran her hands through her hair, messing it up completely. She had thought yesterday was the last time, but it happened again today. Chao was a bit conflicted. It was also the first time she understood what a soulmate meant. Being done without seeing the person sounded quite strange, but it was quite exhilarating. She was in the stage of knowing the taste of the marrow. There is a kind of thrill called only I know. The most interesting thing was that there was no other physical contact, only internal turmoil. That feeling was a peculiar sensation that was hard to describe. It struck the soul directly. It even felt more intense than the real thing. Chao muttered to herself, and after an unknown period, she got up and went to the master bedroom, quietly opening the door. A peculiar floral scent wafted from inside. What kind of floral scent was this? Never mind, it was not important. Many shredded silk threads were scattered on the floor. The scene was too familiar. She knew Cao Chuan's games too well. Looking at her sister, who was probably too exhausted at the moment, she was sleeping very soundly. A thin silk quilt lightly covered her, with only two jade white legs extending from beneath the covers. Chao's face flushed as she watched, but she did not disturb her, backing out and closing the door. Never mind. She would not think so much anymore. First, eat breakfast. She still had to go to work later. She heard a leader was coming to inspect today, and since she had recently become famous, she probably had to show her face. Cao Chuan had things to do. Just now, he had sent his bodyguard out to buy breakfast. While Cao Chuan was smoking downstairs waiting, he received a call from Loli. He had thought it was about Chu Feng, but unexpectedly, it was about himself. His home was being monitored. According to Loli, he had not returned home last night, and several shadowy figures had infiltrated the surroundings of the mansion. They had placed many surveillance devices in the nearby dense foliage, and on the outskirts of the residential area, there were also people staking out. Loli had not notified Cao Chuan, because these people were clearly setting up surveillance, posing no immediate danger, and had not infiltrated the interior of the mansion. Furthermore, Loli spent half the night tracing these people in reverse, roughly confirming their identities. They were overseas, spies from a certain intelligence agency. It was actually easy to investigate. Old Cao also had hackers abroad, and they had already infiltrated a certain organization, with considerable authority now. So, domestic and overseas hackers cooperated in the investigation, and within hours, they could clarify the identities of these people. After confirming their identities, Loli reported to Cao Chuan. This is what a good subordinate should do. Report after solving the problem, instead of waiting for old Cao to give instructions for everything. No wonder they are called intelligent people. They have high intelligence and rarely make logical mistakes. The current situation was a preliminary confirmation of identity. These people suddenly appeared and began to monitor Cao Chuan, but their exact purpose had not yet been accurately determined. But Cao Chuan guessed that it was most likely for the crystals. They wanted to find the whereabouts of the crystal mine from him, or to find the existence of those people behind him. The fact that there were people behind him could not be kept a secret. The authorities knew, the 4 clans knew, and the northern 3 clans also knew. It was never a secret, and it was normal for it to be spread. Keep an eye on them. After finding out the leader of these people, arrest them. Do not let a single fish escape. Also, Cao Chuan's gaze was cold as he gave several instructions. A few minutes later, Loli responded sweetly, understood. Cao Chuan was extremely arrogant now. He was not afraid of trouble at all. If the sky fell, the high-level officials would hold it up, and besides, killing spies would not lead to diplomatic issues. At the same time, a certain place in the capital also received news from Zonghai. The 6th Division's intelligence section reported that the intelligence departments of the United States and Japan were monitoring Cao Chuan, and asked the high-level officials how to handle it. Since it involved Cao Chuan, the sole agent, a major intelligence hub like Zonghai's 6th Division, could not handle it privately. Half an hour later, Zonghai's 6th Division received a reply, just 8 words. Stand by, protect Cao Chuan. In other words, the joint US-Japan intelligence team's surveillance of Cao Chuan was to be allowed. If the enemy did not move, they would not move. But if the enemy did move, Cao Chuan's safety must be ensured. The implication here was also very clear. The high-level officials also wanted to see old Cao's strength and influence, to see how those people behind old Cao would handle it, or rather, whether those people behind old Cao had the ability to contend with the joint US-Japan intelligence team. It was also a test, watching from the sidelines. After all, the high-level officials and the military research department were currently in a honeymoon period with old Cao, so it was inconvenient to directly monitor old Cao, and also inconvenient to investigate the people behind old Cao too deeply. They could only monitor from afar, and could not be discovered by old Cao to avoid misunderstandings. But now that other intelligence agencies had appeared, it was a good opportunity for everyone to see old Cao's capabilities. If old Cao discovered these people, he might ask the authorities for help, and if he did, he would owe them a favor. At worst, if these people threatened Cao Chuan's safety, the authorities intervening would also be a favor. Even if old Cao's side could handle it, the authorities could still analyze old Cao's approximate strength from it. It was a win-win situation. These white pigs, self-righteous, will one day die from their own arrogance. In an office of a Japanese company in Zonghai, several Asian faces were holding a meeting. The one speaking had a narrow face and a hooked nose, looking very fierce. Ishii-kun, don't complain. We are cooperating now. As long as we can control the Divine Stone's channel, what does it matter if we temporarily follow the orders of these white pigs? Ishii shook his head. No, I am not complaining about that. I think the white pig's plan is too conservative. At this time, Cao Chuan has not been protected yet. We can visit him directly, under the guise of trade. If there is an opportunity, we can directly apprehend him, interrogate him, and force out the people behind him, as well as the location of the Divine Stone. But the white pigs do not think that way. They only want to monitor and wait for Cao Chuan to expose himself. That is too time-consuming, and the result might not be what we want. What if research makes a breakthrough and China protects Cao Chuan? Then it will be too late for us to act. These damned white pigs have no brains. What this Japanese devil Ishii said was correct, and others agreed. But there was no other way. This was a joint team, led by the United States, and the Japanese devils could at most cooperate, so they could not formulate plans. Whatever the United States said, these Japanese devils did. Last night, it was they who installed the surveillance, sending ninjas, unknown to gods and ghosts. Alas, we can only wait. Ishii-kun, do not worry. Even if something goes wrong in the end, we will not be responsible. Come, drink, drink. Chapter 257. There were some problems with the plot. In the original version of Chu Feng's story, there was no mention of an intelligence department. It was purely about fortune-telling and showy displays. Even when he calculated the national luck in the later stages, he was merely identifying natural disasters and man-made calamities. Cao Chuan knew clearly that changes had occurred after the plot fusion. His own actions meant the direction of the story now held many unknown possibilities. The further they went into the late stages of the plot, the more fused storylines and characters there were. This meant the variables increased, which naturally hiked the difficulty for old Cao. That was the only downside. Regardless of how the plot shifted, Cao Chuan knew that as long as he controlled the major figures, who held luck, the child of destiny would be unable to cause any waves. Unless he was exceptionally unlucky and fell into a story without a female lead, he would only need to seize luck from the plot. The difficulty would increase indefinitely in those scenarios. But in urban settings, who does not have a female lead? Most are perverts. Only I, General Cao, am the purest. The next day, old Cao was as leisurely as ever. He drank tea and teased his nephew's wife in the Tianji Hall, effectively living under the surveillance of various forces. Meanwhile, on the covert front, earth-shattering waves were stirred up. The day after the United States and Japan joint intelligence team monitored Cao Chuan, they faced extremely strong retaliation. It was especially severe in their home countries. The information on these spies was originally confidential. Somehow, it leaked. Even their family details were published on underground websites. Saburo Ishii, a 37-year-old male born in Osaka, served a foreign intelligence agency. He went to the Greater China region at age 31 and established a Japanese chemical enterprise. His surface identity was that of a Japanese businessman. His direct family members included his mother, younger brother, uncle, and 7 others residing in Japan. Hisashi Sawada, a 40-year-old male, served as a resident official in China. He constantly engaged in espionage activities. His true identity was the intelligence section chief for the Greater China region. His direct family members included his wife, who was also a spy, his father, mother, grandfather, and 12 others. John, a 38-year-old male, was the head of the United States Intelligence Agency in China. He was fluent in Chinese and served as an expatriate professor at a university while engaging in intelligence activities for 16 years. All this intelligence was leaked in painstaking detail. It inevitably made people suspect there was an internal problem. However, it also made people suspect that the domestic side had acted. The identities of spies and covert agents have always been highly confidential. Once their identities are exposed, at best they are recalled and can no longer engage in related work. At worst, they are directly arrested. In Beijing, the State Security Department headquarters held a meeting. A minister looked around the room. He told the gathered team that some details on the American and Japanese personnel still needed to be followed up. From the current perspective, however, the intelligence they had gathered was largely authentic. He warned everyone that the people behind Cao Chuan were more ruthless than imagined. They likely possessed classified information. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. This was not just an ordinary information leak. The fact that it was leaked by the United States and Japan meant it had nothing to do with the State Security Department, but it was terrifying. If they could monitor Cao Chuan one day and find their information exposed the next, it meant the people behind Cao Chuan had likely already obtained the confidential files of those individuals. They might even possess data on most intelligence personnel from those 2 countries. If they did not think the intelligence departments of the United States and Japan were idiots, they had to assume the worst. Besides the data on those countries, did these people also have data on China? This inevitably made the State Security Department vigilant. This was a blatant show of force. The information casually thrown out made everyone hesitant and afraid to act rashly. Originally, this was just a test to gauge the scope of those people's influence. Now, it seemed the other party had casually thrown out some trump cards, which put them in a very passive position. The people in the meeting began to discuss what kind of organization these people were, what their purpose was, and which force they served. Some previous conjectures had to be overturned. They originally thought those people only possessed special items, such as the magical substance of crystals. Now it seemed these people's ambitions were not small. At the same time, this confirmed that Cao Chuan was indeed an agent. After this incident, he showed no reaction at all. The intelligence units on the American and Japanese sides also held emergency internal meetings. They needed to quickly deal with the leak and find the source, as well as the internal traitor. They ordered their team members in China to withdraw in batches. Although their identities were exposed, rendering them useless, they could still take on roles like traffic management or training new members upon returning home. In short, cultivating a good spy is not cheap, and some of the lower-level contacts these people had were not yet exposed. As for their surveillance of Cao Chuan, it seemed it could only be temporarily halted. The move from the other side left everyone very passive. On the evening of the next day, in the homelands of the United States and Japan, mysterious people suddenly appeared. They slaughtered all the direct family members of the exposed spies. The team members in China also disappeared that night. Their whereabouts and fates were unknown. This made the matter much bigger. A Japanese intelligence officer roared at his subordinates. He demanded to know what was going on, where the people were, and how their relatives had died while avoiding surveillance. Over 100 people were killed in their homeland overnight. No trace of the killer was found. This indicated that a powerful organization was hidden within their borders. Being able to kill so many people overnight meant this organization was not just about intelligence. It had very strong combat capabilities. This was absolutely unacceptable. Not only did the direct family members die, but the spies in China also vanished without a trace. Some wondered if Chinese high-level officials had acted, but the head of the intelligence department shook his head. This kind of retaliation was not a national method. Furthermore, some of their high-level personnel in China had not received any warning messages. When contacted afterward, they said the State Security Department did not have any major operations. After hearing this, the intelligence officer angrily retorted that they should put pressure on them regardless. If it was not them, it must be them. If they wanted to prove their innocence, they should find the person behind Cao Chuan. The intelligence officer was becoming unhinged. The matter of spies is not something that can be brought to the table. Even if they all died suddenly, it would not allow the diplomatic side to exert pressure. Of course, there was still a way to close one's eyes and lie, calling the deceased direct family members in the homeland ordinary citizens, and then pinning the blame for slaughtering ordinary citizens on the other side. But that would not be very useful. It would, at most, just disgust the other party. The United States Intelligence Department was even more furious. This was a blatant provocation. How many people died on the Japanese side? The foreign masters did not care. After all, the Japanese lives were not worth much. But the intelligence personnel of the United States were very precious. At the same time, entire families were wiped out. If this matter was not thoroughly investigated, and the culprits were not caught and severely punished, who would work for them in the future? Who would not worry if such a thing might happen again? What if it was their turn next and their relatives died? They demanded the others find the killer, or open up permissions for a joint investigation, threatening sanctions if they did not. The State Security Department also had a headache. They could not manage those who died in the United States and Japan. But for the spies who disappeared domestically, their surface identities were ordinary people. Some worked at Japanese companies, others were professors or students. Alive or dead, they had to be found. The leading middle-aged official smoked a cigarette and smiled wryly. He admitted that they had underestimated the ruthlessness of the other side. Using guilt by association to slaughter relatives was too cruel. They still did not know who these people served. They wondered if they could find a breakthrough via Cao Chuan. It would be difficult. Judging by his current trajectory, Cao Chuan did not know about this matter. The people behind him likely did not inform him. Even if he knew, he would not say anything. He was just an agent, and he had not killed anyone. The next day, Cao Chuan was drinking tea in the Tianji Hall. People from the 6th Division of Zonghai came to his door. They were old acquaintances. Lu Jieye was there, along with his eldest disciple, Lei Ting. Chapter 258. Lu Jieye truly is disobedient. Before her father was killed by Ye Chen, he told her that the waters here were deep, and that she should withdraw and not get involved. But she still did not listen. Now she is still a deputy director. It seems Lu Jieye also has someone backing her. Otherwise, with all her mistakes, plus her father being the mastermind, she would not just be unlucky. At the very least, she should have been reassigned. How could she still have the chance to become a deputy director of the 6th Division? It does not matter if she used to be a director. That was in the past. Accompanying Lu Jieye were a man and a woman. The man was not important. The woman was Lei Ting. This girl's current strength is extremely high, and her work ability is also strong. So Lu Jieye particularly values her. Furthermore, Lei Ting is not without connections now. Shen Menyi is her best friend. Cao Chuan is her master. This matter is almost an open secret. Lei Ting has never hidden these relationships. Therefore, whether it is for the sake of the local influential Shen family, or the special agent Cao Chuan, Lei Ting will always be valued by the high-level officials to some extent. Hello, you. Miao Kexin, the niece-in-law, sized up the three, secretly surprised. Why have so many beautiful women been coming lately? Originally, Miao Kexin had strong confidence in her own appearance. But over the past few days, she always felt that there were too many people who were prettier and had a stronger background than her. Kexin, make a few cups of tea, Cao Chuan casually instructed. Miao Kexin suddenly nodded. Okay, uncle. Director Liu, what is so urgent that you need to lead the team yourself? Cao Chuan asked with a smile, then winked at Lei Ting. Lei Ting pursed her lips, holding back a laugh. Although Lei Ting is usually aloof and serious at work, she is easily amused by her master. When you love someone, everything they do seems interesting. President Cao, may I have a word in private? No, Cao Chuan shook his head. Cao Chuan pointed to a chair nearby and said casually, my leg has been hurting recently. I have overused it. The doctor said I need to rest, so if you have something to say, sit down and speak slowly. If you want to talk outside, that is fine too, unless you carry me out. Lu Jiayu chuckled. President Cao is still so fond of joking. Lu Jiayu simply did not insist on privacy and sat next to Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan looked at Lei Ting. Xiao Ting, has anyone bullied you at work? If so, tell me, and master will help you get even. No, master. Lei Ting shook her head softly. Her sweet voice made the male team members from the 6th Division nearby look as if they had seen a ghost. At work, Lei Ting lives up to her name, acting decisively and efficiently. Even her voice and tone are usually heroic. Even when facing leaders, Lei Ting would not appear overly ingratiating. This contrast in her sweet tone made people envious. That is good. That is the prerequisite for Director Liu and I to have a good talk. Cao Chuan smiled sideways. Director Liu, speak. On account of you taking care of my precious apprentice, ask whatever questions you have. I will tell you everything I know. At this moment, Miao Kexin brought over a few cups of tea. Then she stood beside Cao Chuan, observing Lu Jiao and the others. The more she looked, the more she felt that the girl, who was about 1.75 meters tall, was truly beautiful. Her temperament was so charming, appealing to both men and women. A heroic woman attracts attention wherever she goes. Lu Jiao glanced at Miao Kexin. Cao Chuan smiled. This is my future niece-in-law. There is nothing she cannot hear. Miao Kexin's face flushed, and she playfully chided, Uncle. Lu Jiao nodded and asked, does President Cao know about the events of the past 2 days? With an outsider present, Lu Jiao could not speak too directly. But those who understood would know what she was asking. What are you referring to? Those spies, Cao Chuan countered. You really do know. Lu Jiao's beautiful eyes lit up. Cao Chuan chuckled. Of course I know. I am an agent, not a puppet, so I am generally aware of things. So, Director Liu, feel free to ask directly. As I said, for the sake of my precious little apprentice, I will give you this face. Lei Ting pursed her lips and smiled. Miao Kexin was stunned. So this sister is uncle's apprentice? Lu Jiao pondered for a moment, carefully choosing her words and then spoke. How much did those people really get their hands on? Who are they working for? She was scared. This was clearly fear. The concern for the unknown. This mysterious organization was completely uncontrolled and incredibly powerful. No authority could pretend not to see it. Especially since the mysterious organization's only agent was still active in an country, the authorities could not afford to be careless. If it had only been about the crystals before, the authorities could have waited, observed their style and strength, and occasional probes would not have hurt. But now people had died, and the methods were ruthless and swift, which indeed frightened many. This meant the authorities could no longer remain bystanders. Sending Lu Jiao to probe this time was also because Old Cao and Lu Jiao were acquaintances, having interacted before. Their relationship was not exceptionally good, but it certainly was not bad. Plus, with Lei Ting's identity, Cao Chuan would give some face. Facing Lu Jiao's words, Cao Chuan smiled. Actually, I know what you want to ask, and I know what the high-level officials want to know. But truthfully, what I understand is just the tip of the iceberg. Although I am not a puppet, I am not part of the management either. However, I do know that most of these people are from an country. If they truly wanted to cause trouble, you would have noticed them long ago. It is impossible for them to only emerge now. Lu Jiao paused, then slowly nodded. From this incident, it could also be seen that the people behind it were at least not from the United States or Japan. But this did not explain much, because it was too mysterious. A too mysterious force always gives people the feeling of having grand ambitions, which is very dangerous. The authorities could not gamble on whether the other party's heart was red or black. What the authorities wanted was control. These people were clearly beyond control. Oh, that is right, Cao Chuan smiled. It is good you are here. Help me pass a message. Have a high-ranking senior leader come. Those people have some things they want me to transfer to the high-level officials as a gift. What things? That is not something at your level to know, nor is it for you to ask. Mind your status, Cao Chuan said with a forced smile. Lu Jiao subconsciously rolled her eyes. After chatting for a while, Lu Jiao could not get any more information, so she simply got up to leave and report the situation. Cao Chuan said, Xiao Ting, get off work early tonight, and buy some groceries to bring home. Okay, master. Lei Ting's face lit up with joy, and the corners of her mouth curved impossibly. The current situation had deviated from the original plot. Old Cao did not have many options, so he could only go with the flow. For now, he would take it one step at a time. His original plan was to create a void background, serving as a deterrent and a trump card. But now, it seemed that although the situation was still under control, the plot had undergone many fluctuations. At least one thing was clear: the role of the crystals was greater than imagined, and it should have merged with the next plot. According to the logic of the heavenly Tao, every time Old Cow seized 50% of the current Child of Destiny's luck, some characters not present in the original plot would immediately begin to emerge. The United States-Japan Joint Intelligence Team was one such existence. Unfortunately, they encountered Cao Chuan. They did not even survive 3 days, let alone make it to the next plot. They were directly eliminated. For this, Old Cow spent a lot of luck, buying many combat personnel and hackers, scattered across the world. Old Cow originally wanted to save most of his luck to buy something big later. But with many changes in the plot, Old Cow had no choice but to spend more and prepare more trump cards. Old Cow had always been so cautious in his actions. Moreover, the reason Old Cow acted so swiftly and ruthlessly this time was, firstly, because of the overseas devils from Japan and the overseas rascals. Secondly, it was primarily about creating a contrast. Everyone knew that Cao Chuan was a gentle person who acted unhurriedly and did not like to cut off roots. For example, Su Gilong, who had previously kicked Old Cow out of Hechuo group, was not dead now. At most, he was begging. But the people behind Cao Chuan gave the impression of having many dragon scales that must not be touched. Simply monitoring their agent led to their homes being raided and their families wiped out. This clearly was not Old Cow's style. He first distanced himself. Thirdly, it was a warning to everyone: do not even think about investigating me, or I will kill you. Investigating my agent is also forbidden. What class are you? Do you even qualify? In summary, through this incident, while the sense of mystery was maximized, ordinary people truly did not dare to provoke Old Cow anymore. Even if Old Cow were to travel to Japan now, they would not dare to act against him. They would even have to protect Cao Chuan. This was the benefit of being an agent. Lu Jieyu sent back the message. The high-level officials of the department could not make the decision and reported it upwards. Afterward, a big shot was dispatched, along with Chu Hanqing and a leader from military research. The three went to Zhonghai together. Cao Chuan said that those people wanted him to transfer some things as gifts to the high-level officials. This clearly indicated no significant malice. It probably was not crystals either. Perhaps it was a gesture of goodwill from the mysterious organization. After all, operating in an country, smart people would not make enemies with the authorities. As for what it was, no one knew. However, Lei Ting did enter the high-level officials' radar. After a simple background check and past political vetting, it was confirmed that Lei Ting had no issues. The high-level officials were just waiting to see what gift Cao Chuan would give. If the gift was good, Lei Ting would also be given more responsibilities. It is a matter of reciprocating favors. Since Cao Chuan valued Lei Ting, then without the ability to monitor Cao Chuan, catering to his preferences was the right thing to do. Brother-in-law, I did not expect you to come in person. Cao Chuan laughed heartily, enthusiastically stepping forward to embrace his brother-in-law and fellow practitioner, asking, "Where is my sister? Why did she not come along?" "Your sister is busy. She will come later." Chu Hanqing also smiled. Recently, Cao Chuan showed signs of rising, which was a good thing for Chu Hanqing. With the relationship of brother-in-law and younger brother-in-law, as long as Cao Chuan did not court death, once the people behind him cooperated with the high-level officials, it would be a great opportunity for Chu Hanqing. "Xiao Chuan, let me introduce you. This is..." "No need, no need. I know this esteemed leader. I watch the news daily, broaden my international perspective, and grasp the party's outline. How could I not know this esteemed leader? Hello, esteemed leader. I, Cao Chuan, salute you." Whether it was the real Cao Chuan or the fake Cao Chuan, there was at least a 30-year age difference with this person. Calling himself a kid was perfectly fine. "Hello, young comrade. I have long admired your reputation," the senior leader said with a smile. I would not dare. "Three leaders, please come in," Cao Chuan said with a smile. Actually, this time was crucial. Whether or not a genuine initial cooperation could be established depended on this meeting. Originally, Cao Chuan did not intend to contact the authorities so quickly, but he had no choice. The plot had changed drastically. The damn thing was not playing by the rules. Old Cow had wasted 1,000,000 luck, which was also a sunk cost. Since he had already invested, he did not mind investing a bit more. In short, Cao Chuan did not want to be too passive, so he proactively spent money. He proactively made a move. Damn. Chapter 259. This display of power cost 1,000,000 luck points. This was more than 1/20th of President Cao's total wealth. That is equivalent to an entire Lin Han. The cost was substantial. However, to avoid being attacked from all sides, it was necessary to deliver a heavy blow this time. It would make those who coveted President Cao weigh their options. It would show them whether they truly wanted to break ties, or if they even had the capability to threaten him. The joint intelligence team from the United States and Japan was completely wiped out less than a day after they began monitoring him. Their entire families were implicated. Their local family members died. As for the dozen or so members of the intelligence team, they were neither seen alive nor found dead. Even the 3 countries involved could not detect who made the move. This could not help but instill fear. Of course, doing so carried risks. It potentially provoked the United States and Japan to deal with President Cao directly. But this possibility was small. At least until they were ready for a complete break, President Cao would be safe for a while. Did they not notice that the government surveillance personnel had already been significantly reduced? It was unclear if this was out of fear or an attempt to project a friendly attitude. What is this? Seeing President Cao take out a box, the three men were puzzled. Cao Chuan smiled and pointed at the box on the coffee table. Inside are a bunch of thumb drives. On those drives are advanced technology research results which are quite valuable. These are a gift to the country. Leader, you can take them back and study them. They should be of some help to military industry and technology. The three exchanged glances. Chu Hanqiang asked, what kind of military technology? Good stuff, in short. Cao Chuan was mysterious as he took out a list and handed it over. This is the list, leader. You can take a look. The leader smiled. Then we will gratefully accept. Receiving the list, the three sat in a row and looked at it together. They instantly transformed into people from the capital, their expressions changing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, President Cao smiled leisurely while sipping his tea. This time, President Cao triggered a sunk cost, investing a considerable amount, but it was within an acceptable range. It cost just a few million, which was pocket change. Technology from the universe was very expensive, costing hundreds of millions of luck points in minutes. But Blue Star technology, relatively speaking, was cheaper. Moreover, it was only a lead of 10 or 20 years, not too far off. So, the price was barely acceptable. Of course, our President Cao was not one to suffer losses. He always secretly took advantage of the situation. He had long wanted to bring out these technologies, but he was afraid of being targeted by those with ulterior motives. However, the fluctuations from this fusion of storylines were significant, so it was opportune to release them now. While he said it was a gift to the country, in reality, President Cao would also profit quite a bit. Some of the technology profits would be split 50-50, and he gained a protective umbrella at the national level. This would make dealing with the Child of Destiny much easier in the future. This was what President Cao needed. After a long while, the leader looked up at Cao Chuan. His expression was complex, filled with surprise, scrutiny, inquiry, and doubt. Cao Chuan smiled. Leader, you can go back and study it first, and then we can discuss cooperation later. Good. The great leader nodded heavily and asked no further questions. This meeting was shorter than expected. Wisely, they did not discuss the people behind the scenes, nor did they discuss the issue of the intelligence personnel surveillance this time. They did not even ask a single question about the life or death of those intelligence personnel. Furthermore, after getting these items, the leader could not sit still and left in a hurry. As they left, Cao Chuan saw them out the door. He watched them get into the car. Chu Hanqiang, however, stayed behind to watch them leave with Cao Chuan. Until the bulletproof red flag drove far away, Chu Hanqiang spoke. Xiao Chuan, brother-in-law. I came this time because I wanted to see Chu Feng. You know him better than I do. Do you think now is the time to meet? Chu Hanqiang's face was full of anticipation. How should I put it? After all, he was his biological son. Although he had not raised him, the bloodline was there. In Chu Hanqiang's heart, the status of his illegitimate son was definitely higher. Or rather, the illegitimate son was closer to him, having grown up with him. But now, Chu Feng was on the rise. Chu Feng also had crystals, and they were not given to him by Cao Chuan. This presented an opportunity for Chu Hanqiang. Considering he was his own son, Chu Hanqiang wanted to meet him. It was perfectly normal for him to have such thoughts. Hearing Chu Hanqiang's words, Cao Chuan looked troubled. Brother-in-law, it is not me being pessimistic. I already told you on the phone that this kid is now disowning his own family. He is still blaming you for abandoning him in the forest back then. He might understand that the situation at the time was to protect him, but no one can deny the fact that because of this incident, he grew up without parents and was displaced. He suffered too much. So, brother-in-law, I do not really favor you meeting him, but I support you. Who told you that you are my brother-in-law? Even if the whole universe opposes you, I will still support you. Also, this kid probably does not like me, so I will not go with you, brother-in-law. I do not want to see you two argue because of me. President Cao said this with a tea-like demeanor. Chu Hanqiang patted Cao Chuan's arm. Thanks, Xiao Chuan. Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? What is there to thank between us? Come, brother-in-law, have some tea first. Let us chat about trivial things. You can go see that kid later. It will not make a difference. Oh, by the way, how is my sister doing now? Chu Hanqiang followed Cao Chuan into the house, smiling and nodding. She is doing well. Her mood seems to have improved quite a bit recently. It seems finding her son has made her very happy, and your health product is also very good. She looks many years younger. Really? Cao Chuan was surprised. Is the effect that good? I have not seen her in a while, and my sister's skincare products should be running out soon. When my sister comes over, I will give her some more. Chu Hanqiang smiled and nodded, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. His wife was becoming more and more beautiful, but also more and more distant. She did not let him touch her, not even hold her hand. Chu Hanqiang knew that Gong Yuehua was truly angry this time. There was nothing he could do but slowly coax her. If that kid Chu Feng could really return to the family, his wife might forgive him. This was also why Chu Hanqiang wanted to meet Chu Feng alone this time, hoping Chu Feng would come home. Chu Feng returning home would be entirely beneficial to Chu Hanqiang and have no drawbacks. On the other side, the leader, holding the box, went to the military region escorted by bodyguards from the South Sea. He directly left by military aircraft. This showed how highly valued the items were. The Special Operations Brigade of the military region was dispatched to escort and protect him. The security level reached the advanced level. In the afternoon, the leader returned to the capital. After getting off the plane, he met with the leaders from military research and began to open the box to study the contents of the thumb drives. In fact, let alone now, in 20 years, most people would have heard of these things. They included the so-called integrated sea, land, and air strategic system, including advanced technology divine artifacts for local warfare, and drones. There was chip manufacturing, special explosive formulas, and design blueprints for warships, fighter jets, and so on. The items seemed miscellaneous, but for this era, these things were eagerly sought after but unobtainable. Simply put, as long as these things were developed, a 20-year leap forward would be effortless. Coupled with the high-level official's strategy, so-called overtaking in a curve would also be effortless. Sometimes, what cards you hold is not important. What is important is who is playing the cards. In the past, our country's cards were not good, and we played cautiously. But with these things, there were more options. After these things appeared, the high-level officials were shaken. It was not entirely because of the technological level of these items. Honestly, outsiders were not clear about how much the country secretly hid. But the reason for the shock was that the people behind President Cao could actually hand over these things. This at least indicated that the other party's scale was very large. It was definitely not just a few people, or a small team. You know, for our country to research some things, it takes immense human and material resources. It often costs tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, plus several years to achieve some initial results. Even then, it is much faster than overseas countries. If the people behind President Cao, who suddenly threw out these things, were just a small team, they might not be able to produce them even after several centuries of research. The most terrifying thing was that these items were not stolen. If these things were research from the United States or other countries, you might assume that the people behind President Cao had stolen them and offered them to the country as a borrowed flower. But unfortunately, a little research on these items quickly revealed that they were definitely not overseas technology, nor domestic, but their original creations. This alone shocked many people. It led the high-level officials to hold another roundtable meeting. For 2 full days, a decision was made to accept the gift and befriend the other party. And regarding those people, the high-level officials would take a step back and turn a blind eye. This was unavoidable. You could not find them, and they could produce these things. Perhaps their technological level was not inferior to yours at all. You monitor them? It is possible your every move is under their surveillance. In any case, they could not afford to become enemies. They did not want to push these people into the hands of overseas powers. As for the vigilance towards the unknown, it still existed. Even if those people produced these things, seemingly with good intentions, they were too mysterious. Hiding their true identities made it impossible to fully trust them. But one thing was good. The other party probably also lacked money. These documents also contained cooperation proposals. For some civilian-use technologies, it would be a 60-40 split. They would establish a company with Cao Chuan as the agent, taking 60%. For example, a drone company. This thing was very necessary. In peacetime, it was a toy, and in wartime, it instantly became a military factory. In the past 2 years, many aircraft companies have emerged, vying for market share. For example, a certain region was established less than 2 years ago, and this year, it happened to coincide with an economic downturn, making life difficult for everyone. The stock market was even worse. It was green every day. Chu Hanqing even called it professional. It would not stop falling until it dropped from over 6,000 to around 1,700. Who knows how many people would die? Therefore, Cao Chuan asked the authorities to give the green light for President Cao's Tingxia capital to acquire several well-known drone companies on the market and then establish his own conglomerate. Of course, this was just the first step. President Cao also wanted stakes in mobile phones, cars, various chip factories, and so on. This was not a state-owned enterprise. It was President Cao's private enterprise. At most, he was giving the country a small share for the green light privilege. And it could not be known. President Cao was a shady character. So were the high-level officials. This day, President Cao arrived at the skincare company. Chapter 260, Tianji Hall. The company Suya founded was renamed by Cao Chuan as Tianji Hall. It was very similar to Chu Feng's company, but it was definitely not plagiarism. After all, it was a health hall for natural skincare. Cao Chuan racked his brains to come up with that name himself. Even if the King of Heaven himself came down, it would remain Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall had developed very quickly during this period. Factories had been built, and various raw material production lines were operational. Cao Chuan only needed to occasionally provide some so-called drops, and have them super-diluted. This ensured that the product could dominate global skincare. For a product costing several thousand yuan, one did not expect it to contain too many drops. Being far ahead of the competition was enough. The most important factor was the help from Gong Yuehua, his elder sister from the capital. She had been busy hosting high-end parties everywhere, subtly promoting the products. When people noticed she looked younger, they would ask, and her casual answers made Tianji Hall famous. Furthermore, major business clubs had counters for Tianji Hall. These club counters were different from luxury counters outside. They were exclusive for major brands, selling custom-made limited editions. It was similar to future e-commerce, where products sold online and offline differed. The socialites who shopped in these clubs prioritized uniqueness, such as handmade leather bags. Cao Chuan had also established a small clothing factory. The clothes sent to him were hand-woven, stitch, by female textile workers. They were intended for the destined heroines to wear. How could any man other than Cao Chuan be allowed to touch them? A new batch of clothes arrived today, so Cao Chuan went to find Su Ya to play some tricks. Inside the office, Cao Chuan was brewing tea. Su Ya was still in a meeting, so he did not disturb her. Although he was a major shareholder, he did not interfere with operations. Soon, the office door opened. The youthful and beautiful Zhong Qing'er appeared. Godfather. She had come to see her mother and learned from the secretary that her mother was in a meeting while Cao Chuan was drinking tea in the office. Since the secretary was present, Zhong Qing'er did not speak carelessly. Cao Chuan smiled and gestured for her to sit. "Oh, my Qing'er is here. Sit down. Godfather will brew tea for you." After the secretary exited, Zhong Qing'er jumped onto Cao Chuan. They had not seen each other for a few days. Qing'er's outfit today was to Cao Chuan's liking. She wore a thin hoodie with bare jade legs below. The lines of her legs were becoming perfect and full. The lines of a destined heroine's legs were flawless, making it impossible to look away. Cao Chuan patted her leg. "Why do you have time to see your mother today? What kind of talk is that? I come whenever I have time. Today is a holiday, and this is my company too." It was the weekend. Cao Chuan glared at her playfully. "You did not call me in advance for the holiday. Are you two rebelling?" From a distance, the sound of high heels approached. Cao Chuan patted her bottom. "Your mother is coming. Quickly get down." Zhong Qing'er sat beside him, acting well behaved. The office door opened. Upon entering, Su Ya saw the father and daughter drinking tea. A smile appeared on the cold CEO's face. "Did you two agree to come together?" "Yes." Zhong Qing'er nodded. Recently, Su Ya's condition had improved. Not only had her body become younger, but her mind had as well. She had rediscovered her initial dreams and no longer wished to return to being a housewife. Gong Yuehua had opened the market in the capital, and the four great families were endorsing the brand in Zhonghai. The high-end club circle had accepted Tianji Hall within minutes. Su Ya was at the peak of her ambition. She turned to Cao Chuan. "I just finished a meeting. With your help, we have opened up the market among the upper class, and the factory has started mass production." Cao Chuan waved his hand. "You do not need to tell me these things. Market development is your responsibility as CEO. I promised not to interfere, and I will not." At most. Su Ya understood his unspoken meaning and gave Zhong Qing'er an annoyed look. Zhong Qing'er remained expressionless, but she understood the subtext. She cursed inwardly that he was a bad guy. She was a clever girl and had sensed some things, though she did not see the full picture. She thought they must have mutual affection, a stage beyond friendship. "The meeting is over. Shall our family of three go out to eat later?" "What do you want to eat?" Cao Chuan asked. Zhong Qing'er said, "Sushi." Cao Chuan did not object. He was a villain, after all. Su Ya said, "I am fine with anything. I will go change my clothes. This outfit looks quite good." Cao Chuan looked at her. She wore a small black dress and red-soled high heels, different from her previous housewife attire. "This outfit is not comfortable. You two wait." Su Ya glared at him and went to the changing room. Zhong Qing'er twisted Cao Chuan's arm. "Ow, what are you doing? Pinching my kidney again?" Zhong Qing'er narrowed her eyes. "Speak. It is all my fault." Cao Chuan had a wry smile. "You are overthinking it. She and I are just acquaintances. If it were not for you, I would not even know who she was." Zhong Qing'er poked his waist. Cao Chuan dodged, teasing her, but Zhong Qing'er muttered, her tone wistful, "How will I face people in the future? I will take good care of you all." Cao Chuan said, changing the subject. "Have you gone back to see old Zhong recently?" Zhong Qing'er sighed. "I went back yesterday afternoon." "How is he doing?" She shook her head without speaking. Cao Chuan knew the truth. Old Zhong had been changing into new clothes every day, indulging himself recklessly. He had aged 10 years, and even the skincare products could not save him. His vitality was almost gone. He could drop dead at any time. Old Zhong had been suppressed by Su Ya for years, feeling like a puppet. Now that he was finally free, he was throwing caution to the wind. Cao Chuan patted Zhong Qing'er's head. "I will go talk to him later. You still have me." Su Ya returned, wearing a white dress. She looked elegant. She carried a bag, and when Cao Chuan approached, he saw work clothes and black stockings inside. She was going to take them back to wash them. Chapter 261. Regarding the relationship between Cao Chuan and Su Ya, Zhong Qing'er sensed something, but she could not be certain. As the saying goes, one needs concrete proof to confront an affair. She had only a hunch. The gazes of those two seemed a bit off. However, she possessed an ostrich mentality. With so many chaotic events happening in her family, she chose not to accept the reality staring her in the face. Besides, there was a strange thrill to it. Her moral boundaries made her evasive. She was afraid to dig deeper into the issue. Meanwhile, her mother, Su Ya, remained unaware that her daughter had sensed anything amiss. With her daughter by her side, Su Ya chatted with Cao Chuan about serious business topics. The high-end clubs in Beijing and Shanghai have completely opened up the market. The product reputation also has no issues whatsoever. Recently, many people have privately contacted me. They are asking about our Tianji Hall products and regional acting rights. I am currently considering whether to find a few major distributors. What do you think? Cao Chuan shook his head. I think anything is fine. It is still the same old saying. This company belongs to you and Chinger, so however you handle it is good. Moreover, I trust your business acumen. A female driver was at the wheel. Zhong Chinger sat in the passenger seat. Cao Chuan and Suya sat in the back. They chatted idly. These topics were just small talk. If Zhong Chinger had not been there, they would not have discussed this. They would have been intimate the whole way. Now, there was not much action on the road either. Suya did not dare, and Cao Chuan was secretly enjoying the tension, only occasionally teasing her. Soon, they returned to the mansion. Bu Jinyan was away on a business trip. The more acquisitions there were, the busier she became. The short girl almost called every night to curse at him. She probably relied on being far away, believing Cao Chuan could not do anything about her. Upon returning home, Lu Sihan and Bu Yao were both there. The kitchen was filled with smoke, as the cook was preparing many dishes. The three walked into the mansion. Cao Chuan, who was trailing at the very back, lightly patted Zhong Chinger on her plump rear. You go play with the younger sisters first. Zhong Chinger's heart rate accelerated to 120. Was he being so blatant? Fortunately, her mother did not turn around and see it. Dad. The two little ones also came up, greeting politely. Hello, big sister. Hello, auntie. They were all quite familiar with each other. Is there a lot of homework tonight? Cao Chuan asked casually after changing his shoes. Yes. Bu Yao nodded heavily, her small face filled with gloom. Cao Chuan chuckled. Go play with Sister Chinger for a while. You can do your homework after dinner. After a brief chat, Cao Chuan and Suya went upstairs to the study. Without the children interrupting, their conversation could go a bit deeper. Company matters really did not need Cao Chuan's intervention. Suya's capabilities were not bad, and Zhong Chinger even had that heavenly Dao gene that made everything she touched profitable. Losing money was out of the question. It was just a matter of how much they earned. Moreover, if Cao Chuan managed every company, he would not have enough time. Aside from companies like Suya's, the little girl's shop, and the tech companies that would cooperate with the authorities later, Tingxia Capital alone had invested in nearly 100 companies. The average investment was over 50 million in each. These covered all aspects of life: phones, computers, cars, logistics, e-commerce, games, and short videos. This did not even include overseas companies, as they did not use real identities. Cao Chuan had only been in this world for a few months. His impact on the world was not yet fully visible, but it would be soon. Within these few months, all the companies he had invested in would subtly permeate every aspect of the world. Therefore, how could he have time to delve into the Tianji Hall skincare business with Suya? Even if skincare would be very profitable in the future, there were many other profitable companies. Going to the company today was originally just to enjoy the office atmosphere. Unfortunately, Zhong Chinger came, and that plan was postponed. But the study offered a pleasant atmosphere. At Cao Chuan's request, Suya lowered her guard considerably and put on the same outfit she had worn earlier. Zhong Chinger was observant. Combined with her suspicions, when Cao Chuan and Suya came downstairs, she felt that her mother was different from before. Had her skin improved? Or had she reapplied her makeup? Her hair was tied up again, in any case. Alas, Zhong Chinger turned her head away, playing the ostrich. Suya could not suppress the smile on her lips, which also carried a hint of happiness. Cao Chuan had just been considerate, and had not truly exerted himself. Otherwise, she would not have been able to come downstairs. She was satisfied, regardless. Cao Chuan was still holding back. I will go see what I can do in the kitchen. Suya wanted to make a dish to reward Cao Chuan. It seemed her housewife mentality had not completely changed yet. Cao Chuan smiled. You should rest. You do not need to do anything. It is fine. I will go take a look and learn a trick or two from your cook here. Suya gave him a look and turned to enter the kitchen. Cao Chuan understood her intention. She probably wanted to learn about his preferences through the household cook. This was still the housewife mentality. She wanted to capture a man through his stomach. Cao Chuan smiled and shook his head, not saying much. As long as she was happy. Where are those two little ones? Arriving in the living room, Cao Chuan did not pay attention to Zhong Chinger's unusual expression and gaze, asking for their whereabouts. In the backyard, Zhong Chinger pouted. She was full of things to say, but did not know where to start. Her fair, beautiful legs extended from beneath her hoodie. Cao Chuan glanced at them and beckoned to her. Zhong Chinger looked back, first glancing at the kitchen, then finally walking towards Cao Chuan. They snuggled together. Cao Chuan whispered, exciting? Zhong Chinger's heart skipped a beat, and she glared at him. How dare you say that? Are you very pleased with yourself? Cao Chuan said seriously. What happened between you and me started by accident, but with your mother, it began with betrayal. After old Zhong got addicted to gambling, and would not listen to advice, your mother's heart died. I did not want this to happen either, but that day she had a bit to drink, and she cried to me, saying that fairy tales are all lies. She had already given up on life at that time, do you understand? If it were not for me, she might have passed away. Cao Chuan patted his leg and sighed. Do not look at her like a strong woman usually, with so much control at home. In reality, she is extremely sensitive and fragile. She devoted too much youth and time to this family, and she worked tirelessly behind the scenes for the company. But in the end, your father actually started gambling. He began his psychological manipulation, conveniently omitting any mention of his own affair. He did not want to mention the third party at all, because he was also keeping one. If he cursed old Zhong for having an affair, would that not be cursing himself? He persuaded her for over a minute. Zhong Qinger was talked into accepting it. In fact, she was not that opposed in her heart. Her genes sought excitement, and having been with Tang Xiaoxiao before, her acceptance was significantly higher. Then will you hurt her? No, Cao Chuan said with a serious face. Not just her. I will not hurt you either, because I cannot bear to. After speaking, Cao Chuan directly lifted her and placed her to the side. Zhong Qinger was stunned. But then she heard footsteps approaching. She looked back and saw Suya bringing a fruit platter. Zhong Qinger then understood that she had almost been discovered. She could accept Suya, but Suya might not be able to accept her. Suya smiled. What are you two talking about? About studies. Cao Chuan smiled. Studies. Yes, this girl is graduating soon. Suya did not think much of it. After placing the fruit platter, she smiled. Then you two talk. I will go help. Dinner will be ready soon. The moment Suya turned around, Zhong Qinger almost jumped up, startled. Cao Chuan's hand had suddenly rested on her leg. He was too arrogant. Zhong Qinger turned back and glared, pushing Cao Chuan's hand away. Cao Chuan smiled, and Zhong Qinger rolled her eyes, silently threatening him a few times. Only after Suya entered the kitchen did Zhong Qinger grit her teeth. If I am discovered, I am finished, and the family will fall apart. She still had a deep-seated fear of Suya. Coupled with the matter of old Zhong, the Zhong family already existed in name only. Zhong Qinger did not want to experience the family splitting up again. She still hoped to see a gentler and happier Suya. This child had been filial since she was young. Even with a rebellious heart, she had never shown it in front of Suya. Judging by actions rather than intentions, Zhong Qinger was still very well behaved. Do not worry. Even if it is really discovered, I will handle it. I am just afraid you will not handle it well. Humph. Zhong Qinger stood up grumpily. I am going to the backyard. Cao Chuan smiled and did not stop her. She would not escape tonight. The next day, Cao Chuan took Zhong Qinger again and arranged a meeting with Tang Xiaoxiao. The third day, he spent time with Lei Ting alone. To be honest, Lei Ting's visits were the fewest, because this girl was the busiest, completely dedicated to her career. Although Lei Ting also wanted to be with Cao Chuan all the time, no matter how tired she was, she would get up early the next morning to go to work. Her willpower was extremely strong. Cao Chuan also felt sorry for her, so he was much gentler with her than with others. Being gentle with Lei Ting that day also led to the abuse of Ningyu and Shen Menyu the next day. In this way, Cao Chuan, who had disappeared for several days, finally finished a round of busy work and reappeared at Chu Feng's Tianji Hall. Uncle. Ah, Kexin came so early. You always treat yourself like a waitress. If your family knew, would they not be heartbroken? Cao Chuan smiled. No, it is fine. I do not have classes these 2 days anyway. Miao Kexin chuckled softly, her small face flushed. Cao Chuan asked, how is the store these 2 days? Has anything happened? Kexin whispered, Uncle came. My brother-in-law? Cao Chuan asked, feigning ignorance. Yes. Kexin nodded repeatedly. Cao Chuan asked with a smile. How is it? Is my brother-in-law satisfied with you as his daughter-in-law? Miao Kexin was completely red now. Her earlobes were burning, and they were as thin as cicada wings, transparent in the sunlight. After all, she was a destined heroine. Even if she was a pseudo-heroine, not comparable to a major supporting character, at least in some subtle actions, she was absolutely no worse than any heroine. It was just a pity that her marriage was too shallow, not lasting until the ending. This girl, why is she so shy? Cao Chuan chuckled, raising his hand to pinch her ear. It was quite soft. Miao Kexin lowered her head even further. Although she felt this action was inappropriate and clearly crossed a line, she did not think much of it. After teasing her for a bit, Cao Chuan did not continue. He said, tell me, what was the scene like when they met as father and son? Chapter 262. Miao Kexin was an open book, holding nothing back. She reported on the meeting between Chu Hanqiang and Chu Feng. This little spy was quite useful, but it was infuriating. Chu Feng actually did not show much aversion towards Chu Hanqiang, so he is only targeting me, right? Damn it. When Chu Feng saw Chu Hanqiang, his attitude was cold, but he did not drive him away, nor did he show the same disdain and disgust as he did towards old Cao. As expected, blood is thicker than water. I privately asked Xiao Feng, and he said he would not go home. Miao Kexin sighed softly. Cao Chuan also sighed heavily. This child, why is he so stubborn? It seems we will have to ask his mother to step in. At the mention of Gong Yuehua, Miao Kexin became a little nervous. Cao Chuan smiled. Don't worry, you have your uncle. As long as your uncle supports you, it will be fine. His mother listens to me. Miao Kexin immediately found her pillar of support. Outside Tianji Hall, quite a few people had already lined up, but the owner, Chu Feng, had not arrived yet. He probably overslept. Yesterday, he must have sneaked off to the school again to look for his sister. However, according to the plot, the search for Yanzi has always been a foreshadowing, just to keep readers hooked. Yanzi was described quite well, and then the perspective kept switching, making the two constantly just miss each other. It created dramatic suspense. But speaking of it, the plot has changed a lot. In the original plot, Yanzi was not with Ningyu, but with another small organization, the kind that kills for money. Later, Chu Feng offended a great master of fortune-telling and a coal boss. The great master suffered losses several times due to Chu Feng's feng shui. Finally, the coal boss paid someone to hire a killer, and that killer happened to be Yanzi. That is how the siblings recognized each other. A rather melodramatic plot. But now, everything has changed significantly after the fusion. Old Cao planned to help Chu Feng meet Yanzi earlier, instead of dragging it out in the plot. However, before the meeting, Old Cao had to take her down first, just in case. The opportunity to take her down was slow to appear. However, Old Cao could create it himself. Old Cao now was not like when he first appeared, when he mostly followed the plot. Now, he did not need to. If there was no plot, he would create one himself. Why are you here again? I will say it one more time, you are not welcome here. At this moment, Chu Feng arrived at the shop, smiling and greeting the people waiting in line at the entrance. But upon entering and seeing Cao Chuan, his face suddenly darkened, with disdain and disgust clearly written on it. Miao Kexin quickly stepped forward, tugging on Chu Feng's sleeve, signaling him not to be so fierce. Cao Chuan sighed. Xiao Feng, your father, I sent him to the airport today. Before he left, he told me to keep an eye on you. No need. What business is it of yours? Get lost. Chu Feng snapped angrily. Hey, alright, you are really filial. I will call your mother over later. Cao Chuan snorted with a laugh. I will not see her. Unfilial son, Cao Chuan cursed. Get out. Chu Feng made to strike, and Old Cao scurried away with his head in his hands, running to the door and stomping his foot, cursing. Chu Feng, you unfilial son, if you have the guts, kill your father. Chu Feng chased him out, holding a stick. Only Cao Chuan's fleeing back was left in the alley, teasing him. Do not disbelieve it, cursing him a few times, and making him angry always yielded a considerable amount of luck. This guy was practically a walking experience monster. Xiao Feng, Miao Kexin whispered. Chu Feng threw the stick aside, exhaling a few deep breaths. Don't let him in again. Oh, Miao Kexin obediently agreed, but it was only a verbal promise. How could she possibly keep Cao Chuan from entering? After leaving, Cao Chuan tearfully called Gong Yuehua to complain. Gong Yuehua had helped Cao Chuan a lot, promoting Old Cao's skincare products in the capital with utmost dedication. Recently, the results had been very significant. Coupled with Chu Hanqing's visit this time, and Chu Feng showing no obvious resistance, this also led Gong Yuehua to decide to visit Zonghai to see Cao Chuan. To be honest, in her heart, whether she was coming to see her son or primarily to see Cao Chuan, even she herself might not be able to distinguish. But one thing she was certain of was that she did not want to see Chu Hanqing. The next morning, in a luxurious single room at the hospital, Xiao Cao Shixuan, was looking for a nurse to change her mother's dressing. Soon after, a man in an old jacket arrived. The man looked like he was from the countryside, but he had delicate features, aside from being a bit dark-skinned. Moreover, there was a resemblance to the triplets in his eyebrows. Xiao Cao looked at the man in front of her, feeling a bit hazy. Who are you looking for? Which one are you? The oldest. The man sized up Xiao Cao, his eyes lighting up. This girl was so pretty now, she could probably fetch a good bride price. I am the third. Who are you? Xiao Cao looked familiar, but her little head dared not acknowledge him. The three sisters were the same age, but honestly, the third sister had always been well taken care of, and she had a habit of being sleepy, often hazy when she could not sleep. Moreover, her hidden attributes only appeared when she was fully awake. Clearly, she was not fully awake today, because there was a consultation this morning. The attending doctor had informed them yesterday, likely a pre-surgery consultation. I am your father, the man smiled kindly. Ah, Xiao Cao was dumbfounded, her expression somewhat panicked. Mother Cao, hearing the commotion from the hospital bed, got out of bed, holding her intravenous drip. When she saw the man, Mother Chow's face changed. Especially looking at his seemingly kind smile, Mother Chow felt a chill in her heart. How did he find this place? Mother Chow stepped forward to block in front of the third sister. Why are you here? Father Chow laughed. I came to see you all. I was worried you were not doing well, but I did not expect this environment to be quite nice. Father Chow stepped inside, looking around as if he had returned to his own home. Finally, he sat on the sofa, propped his leg up, and casually pulled out a cigarette, smoking it greasily. Mother Chow could not stand the smell of smoke, coughing twice, and angrily said, "We have no relationship anymore. Why are you looking for us? Get out, this is a hospital, not your home." Father Chow chuckled. Do you really think you are a city person just because you came to work in the big city? I am telling you, I am here this time to take you all back home. I am not going back. I have no relationship with you anymore, Mother Chow said angrily. You say no relationship, no relationship. The marriage certificate is still with me. We are still legally married. Father Chow smiled. Then he looked at Xiao Chow. Third sister, come here, come to daddy, let daddy have a good look at you. In Father Chow's eyes, these daughters were the triplets. If the third sister grew up like this, the eldest and second sisters were probably just as beautiful. They were all money. They were all bride price. At least they could be sold for 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 perhaps. That should be possible, right? Anyway, it absolutely could not be less than 50,000. The third sister hid behind her mother. Although this person might truly be her biological father, and always smiled, the third sister was scared. Just then, the doctors arrived, a dean-level doctor, bringing a group of department heads, associate department heads, interns, a whole crowd of people. Father Chow was also startled. After all, he had not seen much of the world. He dared to act arrogant in front of Mother Chow, but in front of these people in white coats, he did not dare to utter a peep. Dean, I do not know this person. He came into my room to smoke, Mother Cao directly complained. The dean's face changed, and he turned around and said, "Where is security?" Father Cao quickly got up and fled the scene, glaring at Mother Cao as he left. "I will be back, you just wait." Noon. De Cao and Ye Cao received the news and both dropped what they were doing to come to the hospital. The three sisters faced Mother Cao, and Mother Cao also knew that some things could not be hidden. Actually, she had mentioned some things to the eldest sister before, but not in too much detail. She only told them not to think about that man, their father, because he did not like girls. To be honest, if it were a few years later, daughter slaves would be everywhere. If a family had even one daughter, they would be showing off on social media, let alone 3 beautiful triplet daughters. Probably all the men in the country would be envious. Downstairs, there would definitely be rows and rows of motorcycles parked. Unfortunately, the year the three sisters were born was too conservative. In the rural areas of the 80s, what were daughters? They were money-losing goods, ate a lot, could not do heavy labor, had to go to school, and would later need a dowry. Most importantly, the older generation cared about the family line. And when they were little, how cute could the triplets be? Probably not that much, because they were malnourished, skinny and weak, not showing much promise for the future. They said their grandparents did not like them, but in reality, Father Cao was also constantly pointed at and criticized by others. "Mom." De Cao held her mother's hand, gently stroking the needle marks on the back of her hand, and said with heartache, "Mom, don't be sad. Anyway, we do not acknowledge him. If we see him again, we will call security. If that does not work, we will call the police." "Right." Ye Cao also nodded, then looked at the third sister. "Third sister, remember, if you see this man again, stay far away. If he pushes his luck, just call the police directly." The third sister nodded, her eyes also becoming fierce, a sort of cute ferocity. Mother Cao, not very educated, softly said, "He said the marriage certificate is still with him. What should we do? Go to court to apply for a divorce? We have not seen each other for so many years, and he has not even paid child support. If he still wants us to acknowledge this identity, or this relationship, then let him produce hundreds of thousands in child support." The second sister snorted, "As long as he can produce it, I do not mind calling him dad, but can he possibly produce it?" Mother Cao felt a little relieved. That is true. The man Mother Cao knew was as greedy for money as his life. When they were little, he would not even give his daughters an egg to eat, he ate them all himself. How could he possibly produce hundreds of thousands? Not to mention whether he even had it. Even if he did, asking him to produce a few thousand yuan would probably be more painful than killing him. "Mom, don't think about anything now. Keep a good mood. The surgery is coming up soon. Don't let this kind of person spoil your mood." "Mom knows. You two hurry back to work. Don't take time off." De Cao shook her head and smiled. "I am fine. I will just tell Lena. Ye Cao, you go to work. I will stay here to prevent that man from coming again." "Okay, then I will go to work first. Remember to call me if anything happens." Ye Cao did not refuse either. None of them thought of contacting Cao Chuan. It was not because they were being distant, but because they did not want to tell old Cao about such a troubling matter, affecting his mood. He was so busy, how could he have time to deal with this? Furthermore, this was a family matter, and a historical issue at that. Even if they told Cao Chuan, what could he do? Chapter 263. De Cao and Ye Cao were both destined heroines, but they had already changed their allegiance. Logically, a scenario involving a biological father, who abandoned his family only to reappear once they were wealthy shouldn't be happening. In the original story, this man was a parasite. He clung to them like a stubborn plaster, relentlessly pestering them to return home, because he wanted to sell his daughters for a bride price. Their relationship was toxic, filled with endless, bitter arguments. When he realized he couldn't force the mother and daughters back, he resorted to demanding money. In the original plot, Chu Feng would have eventually intervened, giving him money to send him back to his hometown. But everyone knew this was a bottomless pit. Chu Feng would have tampered with the money, knowing that some funds were cursed. In the world of Feng Shui, picking up stray money was dangerous, as you might inherit someone else's misfortune. That biological father was destined to suffer. Shortly after returning home, his parents would die from illness, and he would eventually drown in a fish pond after drinking too much at their funeral. He would be completely wiped out. That was the method of a Feng Shui great master. However, things were different now due to the plot fusion and changed allegiances. This matter would not be handled by Chu Feng, though the exposure of their location wasn't necessarily a violation of the heavenly Tao. The trigger was mundane. A neighbor from their hometown had come to the city for medical treatment and happened to spot Mother Cao while she was out for air. He was initially uncertain, but after careful observation and confirming her identity through an unsuspecting nurse, he learned she was preparing for a kidney transplant. The neighbor realized this implied significant wealth. Upon returning, he mocked Father Cao, telling him that his wife and daughters were living in a high-end hospital and were wealthy enough to afford expensive surgeries. The news spread, and soon, Father Cao was blocking their path. It was dinner time in the hospital cafeteria, on the first basement floor. Mother Cao required specific, light dishes. De Cao was at the counter when a voice interrupted her. "Cao." De Cao turned to see a man. She had never met him before, but she instinctively knew it was Father Cao. She also noticed that the girl beside her, her sister, had a different demeanor from earlier that morning. Are you the eldest, or the second? The man asked. The eldest, Cao replied, her voice cold. So it is my eldest daughter. I am your father. You are overthinking it, Cao said sharply. You chose to abandon your wife and children back then, so you have no right to appear before me today. You are not fit to be a father. Cao was reasonable, unlike her sister Cao, who likely would have started cursing immediately. Father Cao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Eldest, things are not as you think. It was your grandparents who did not like granddaughters, and they made your mother suffer. I had to work away from home to earn money to support the family. By the time I returned, your mother had already taken you and left. All these years, I have searched for you. Someone told me he saw you in Zonghai, and I came with a skeptical attitude. Father is here to take you home. Your grandparents have realized their mistake. The man had decent acting skills, but he lacked the necessary gravitas. His eyes were hollow, and his delivery was too rehearsed and rapid. He lacked the stammering, pained hesitation of a man who had truly suffered for decades. He was failing to sell his performance, which might have worked on most people, but would certainly fail to fool the third daughter. Cao did not believe a word of it. Eldest, come home with father, Father Cao said, sensing the gathering crowd, and raising his voice to sound more aggrieved. I do not care if your mother remarried, but you are my daughter. You cannot acknowledge a thief as your father. Cao Chuan, watching from afar, was livid. A thief? This man knew about his existence. He was already planning how to dispose of him. Around them, a group of self-righteous bystanders began to chime in. Little girl, he is your father. What can you not get over? Children suffer when parents remarry, but your biological parents love you most. Do not let him feel heartbroken. Your father gave you life. That is an unchangeable fact, another added. Father Cao feigned pain. Eldest, I cannot do anything if your mother's heart changed, but you are my daughters. Come home with me. If you stay with your stepfather, he will bully you. Exactly, a bystander agreed. The little girl is quite pretty. The stepfather is probably not a good person either. Cao trembled with anger. Just then, Cao arrived. Having heard the crowd's chatter, her face darkened instantly. What are you all doing? Cao snapped. Don't you have your own patients to worry about? Watching a spectacle in a hospital, it seems your own lives are too easy. I wish all you busybodies the opportunity to come to the hospital to watch a spectacle every year. How can you speak like that? One woman objected. Are you cursing us? Cao sneered. Yes, I am cursing those who love to meddle in others' business. What does our family matter have to do with you? You are like a dog catching mice, sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. She then turned her gaze to Father Cao, her eyes blazing. You abandoned your wife and children, and now you come here wanting us to go home. Is it because you want a bride price? Do you want to sell your daughters? No. Father Cao stammered, startled by her sharpness. No, what a joke. My mother worked hard to raise us alone. You keep slandering her, and you are relying on this group of fools who know nothing of the situation to back you up. Cao looked at the surrounding crowd with disdain. If you do not know the situation, shut up. She pointed back at Father Cao. You came this morning, and again this afternoon. You know my mother is about to have surgery, yet you continue to cause trouble. If her mood is affected and something happens, you are the murderer. Do not test me. I will call the police. She turned to her sister. Sis, let's go. I am too lazy to waste another word on this kind of person. Everyone else, get out of the way. Cao, having had a stressful day, was in full attack mode. She grabbed the food and walked away with Cao. Father Cao, left alone with the crowd, clasped his hands. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for speaking up for me. I just made some mistakes. Thank you. Because of his performance, the bystanders were convinced the two sisters were cold-blooded and ill-mannered. Looking at their fine clothes, they assumed the sisters were wealthy, while this rural father was a victim of their heartlessness. They collectively invented a tragedy in their minds, convinced that an orphaned mother had remarried, and that these daughters were being supported by some wealthy man. It was a narrative of envy and moral judgment that they swallowed whole. Chapter 264. The situation at the hospital could not be hidden from Cao Chuan's ears. Not to mention the bodyguards, even Luoli was constantly monitoring everything around her. Simulacrums were that diligent, working 24 hours a day without rest. However, the bodyguards did not interfere in their personal affairs. To put it bluntly, this was a family matter, and the bodyguards were not in a position to manage it. Moreover, the bodyguards were not by their side. Having them in the hospital would look bad, so they all stayed outside the building, and did not enter, only following when they left. Cao Chuan did not intervene. He was waiting to see how the plot's luck played out, aiming for the maximum benefit, so he was not in a hurry. After all, there was no immediate life-threatening danger. Additionally, letting the second sister jump around a bit first, and then having Cao Chuan appear later, involved a bit of calculation. The main reason was that Cao Chuan was busy right now. Too busy. Of course, Cao Chuan was not afraid of Chu Feng suddenly appearing to help. The plot had changed, and Chu Feng was disgusted by him every day. He had not even found his sister Yanzi, so how could he have time to care about others? Furthermore, the luck of the first and second sisters was both tied to Cao Chuan. With just the luck of the third sister alone, it was estimated that she could not bring out Chu Feng. Chu Feng's own halo was incomplete. Cao Chuan was very stable. At the hospital, the second sister snorted coldly. I am so angry. The eldest sister shook her head, pulling her away. Don't tell mom about this when we go back, lest she worry. The second sister nodded then said, You tell me, How can there be such a person? Does he even have shame? Back then, he failed to protect mom, coldly watching her leave and treating us as burdens. Now he comes looking for us again. What does he think we are? Born but not raised. He is not worthy of being human. Why do we not call the bodyguards in and throw him out? Don't be silly. Bodyguards are not for handling this kind of thing, the eldest sister quickly said. Besides, if the bodyguards came to handle it, Cao Chuan would likely find out. The eldest sister did not want such family matters to disturb Cao Chuan's work. She advised, we just ignore him. The most important thing now is mom's surgery, which is in a few days. Don't cause any trouble. The second sister nodded. The second sister suddenly asked, sister, are we really not telling brother-in-law about this? The eldest sister shook her head. He is very busy, and this kind of thing looks bad. It is embarrassing if it gets out. Remember, you absolutely must not tell him. Oh. The second sister thought about it and silently said no more. She adjusted her mood and returned to the ward with dinner. After returning, the two sisters did not mention the matter, smiling and chatting with their mother, talking about this and that. In the evening, the eldest sister and the third sister stayed to keep watch, in case anything happened. The second sister, on the other hand, returned to the rented apartment. She needed to change clothes and shower, as she had to go to work tomorrow, and staying in the hospital was somewhat inconvenient. She was not like her elder sister, who worked under her brother-in-law. Cao Chuan would seize any opportunity for a night raid on the enemy's camp. The second sister had just finished showering when she was embraced. Only you are home today? Is the second sister at the hospital with our mom? She wanted to call out brother-in-law to reveal her identity, but for some reason, the words caught in her throat. Then came a series of basic operations, directly in the master bedroom. Before she knew it, morning had arrived. Cao Chuan was already preparing breakfast. After she woke up and washed, he left with a kiss. I have to pick someone up at the airport later, so I will not be able to drop you off at work. There were not many words that night, but the exclamations were quite rich, with sounds like humph, and ha hey. She was getting more and more used to it. This time there was no spiritual unease. Let it be, whatever happens, happens. I will have to tidy up the master bedroom later and change to new sheets. She also did not tell Cao Chuan about her biological father showing up. Firstly, there was no time. Secondly, she could not say. This did not fit the eldest sister's personality, especially since their voices were slightly different. Saying too much would easily give her away, and that would be awkward. Hey, brother-in-law. At the pickup area outside the airport, Cao Chuan took out his phone and called his brother-in-law. Yes, I am here. It looks like there are a few minutes left. I will call you again after I pick up sister. Don't worry, no need to arrange any bodyguards. My bodyguards are enough. Brother-in-law, just relax. With sister here with me, what do you have to worry about? Haha, alright, then brother-in-law, you go ahead and be busy. Okay, talk later. He hung up the phone. A few minutes later, among a crowd of people exiting, Gong Yuehua stood out like a crane among chickens. It had nothing to do with height, mainly her aura. Wherever she went, she shone brightly. After a period of absence, she looked younger, more beautiful, and her life was filled with hope. Sister, you have had a long journey. Cao Chuan stepped forward and took her small suitcase. The suitcase was not large. It probably contained only spare stockings. Everyone knew what Cao Chuan liked. Yoga clothes, stockings, and simple toiletries. Gong Yuehua was dressed somewhat formally, in a long coat with a dress underneath, only revealing a section of her lower leg, and plain high heels. But this formal attire made Cao Chuan very satisfied. Why let others see? Besides, the more clothes, the more interesting it sometimes is. They got into the car. The partition was raised. This partition was not to prevent the driver from seeing, as he was a simulacrum. It was mainly raised for Gong Yuehua to see, to reassure her. After that, the car started, swaying gently. One day apart felt like 3 autumns. A brief separation makes the reunion sweeter. After a long while, the car was almost off the airport expressway, before the two of them officially started chatting. I will make a call first. Cao Chuan asked his sister to help him wash up. Then he called Chu Hanqiang. As he had just said, he would report safety after arriving. Cao Chuan kept his word. Brother-in-law, sister has arrived, and I have already picked her up in the car. Yes, we are on our way back. Sister, do you want to talk to brother-in-law? He cleared his throat. Cao Chuan looked at Gong Yuehua, who was busy with her head down. Gong Yuehua glared at him, and Cao Chuan gave an awkward smile, saying into the phone, sister does not seem to want to talk. Chu Hanqiang helplessly said, all right, then you take good care of your sister. I will call her again later. Chu Hanqiang thought she was too lazy to bother with him. Okay, I will take good care of sister. Cao Chuan patted her head, encouraging her. After a few pleasantries, Cao Chuan hung up the phone. Gong Yuehua got up to drink water. She gave him an annoyed look. Men, do they all like this kind of thing? Cao Chuan feigned embarrassment. Sister, is this not exciting? You little rascal are just naughty. Gong Yuehua playfully tapped Cao Chuan's head. Cao Chuan gave her an innocent and apologetic look, embracing Gong Yuehua. Good sister, I missed you. Gong Yuehua turned her head away proudly. Afterwards, they started talking about Chu Feng. How could the peak in his hand be more interesting? Cao Chuan expressed disdain. Gong Yuehua raised her hand and slapped Cao Chuan, chiding. Stop it, I will give it to you when we get back. Oh. Cao Chuan obediently withdrew his hand and sat upright. He began to talk about Chu Feng. Alas, I do not know what Chu Feng means. He seems to have a lot of ill will towards me, his uncle. Sister, did he find out about our affair? After all, he is a fortune teller and very capable. He probably could calculate it, right? Cao Chuan worriedly said. Gong Yuehua's heart also tightened, then she shook her head. Impossible. Cao Chuan said. I also think it is unlikely, but, sister, just in case, when you see him, observe him a little. Gong Yuehua responded. When are you going to see him? This afternoon. Okay, then I will send a message to our nephew's wife first, Cao Chuan said. Gong Yuehua also knew about the existence of the niece-in-law. Cao Chuan had said many good things about her. Kexin, my sister is going to the shop this afternoon. Don't tell Chu Feng, lest he run away. Cao Chuan sent a message. A moment later, the niece-in-law replied. Okay, uncle. Cao Chuan then said. If Xiao Feng has anything else, give me a heads up. Okay. They returned to Gong Yuehua's luxurious residence. They took a shower, then played cards for a while. After lunch, they rested and went to Tianji Hall in the afternoon. Tianji Hall was busiest in the morning. In the afternoon, there was no one queuing. However, the shop was not idle. Occasionally, some big bosses in luxury cars would come. Recently, Chu Feng's reputation in the business circle was definitely one of the best, thanks to Cao Chuan. Although Chu Feng was not filial, Cao Chuan still hoped this cheap son would support him in his old age. He could not possibly rely on Cao Chuan, could he? Damn it. The last time he saw him, with his effeminate demeanor, Cao Chuan wished he could kick him. So Cao Chuan also helped promote Chu Feng, and his reputation grew even stronger afterwards. Uncle. The niece-in-law's face was flushed when she saw Cao Chuan and Gong Yuehua, cautiously sizing up the beautiful young woman in front of her. She could not tell her exact age, but she was definitely not an old woman, but rather a young lady. Young, beautiful. You must be Kexin. Gong Yuehua stepped forward, taking the girl's hand, expressing her affection. Ah, hello auntie. The niece-in-law's heart raced. Still calling me auntie? You call him uncle, should you not call me mom? Ah. The niece-in-law instantly blushed crimson, lowering her head. Gong Yuehua's words were also just to tease her. Seeing the timid girl, she wanted to tease her, which is human nature, and also the nature of the strong. Sister, don't scare her. This child is easily shy. Cao Chuan chuckled. Gong Yuehua laughed. I really like this child. Leave mom your number later, let us keep in touch. The niece-in-law nodded. Go make some tea. Okay. The niece-in-law finally got some relief. Gong Yuehua's aura was too strong, and her status was high. Most importantly, it involved Chu Feng, which made the girl not dare to meet Gong Yuehua's gaze. Although the family background is a bit weak, this child is good, Gong Yuehua said softly. Sister, what you are saying, compared to the Chu family, who is not weak, Cao Chuan said helplessly. Gong Yuehua chuckled. True, but in the future, I might not be a member of the Chu family anymore. Why? Cao Chuan was puzzled. Gong Yuehua secretly pinched him, rolling her eyes. Asking the obvious? Cao Chuan suddenly understood, again lowering his voice. Sister, speak softly. Chu Feng is not weak in strength. He can hear a lot of gossip through walls. Gong Yuehua's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, she had not said anything excessive. Uncle, drink tea. Mom. Her call was so soft that even mosquitoes could not hear it. But Gong Yuehua, whose hearing was not weak, was even more satisfied. She pulled the girl to sit beside her, chatting about women's topics. Cao Chuan was incredibly well-behaved, just drinking tea by the side, not saying a word. He was sending a text message. Chen Ying. As for the niece-in-law's green tea friend, Cao Chuan was just playing around. After all, he was idle anyway. Gold digger, green tea. All sorts of negative labels were on Chen Ying, which was unfair to a young girl. Did she do anything? Whatever she did, at least she kept herself pure, at most waiting for a good price. It was just human nature. Why describe her so unfavorably? She had such a good figure, her heart must not be bad. It might be possible to nurture her. Anyway, when he had time, he could nurture her for a while, and even let her be an assistant to Ningyu. This little villain, if used well, can sometimes be quite useful. Chapter 265. Finally, Chu Feng finished his fortune-telling. Mother and son were reunited. According to the original plot, this meeting was at least half a year earlier than it should have been. Chu Feng looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. He felt as if their heartbeats were connected. The stronger his strength grew, the deeper his perception became. He could not hide the surging familial affection in his heart. It was even more intense than when he had seen Chu Hanqiang. Gong Yuehua wept. She was absolutely thrilled. She had seen photos before, but seeing him in person was a completely different experience. Old Cow quietly pulled Miao Kexin away, allowing the mother and son to have some private conversation. Outside the shop, Cao Chuan smiled. He asked, how about it, Kexin? Are you happy? Miao Kexin looked shy. Uncle, still shy with your uncle? Anyway, I have decided you are my daughter-in-law, and no one else will dare to say otherwise. Thank you, uncle. Why be polite with me? Meanwhile, at the hospital, inside the high-ranking Cotter ward, Father Chow was causing trouble again. You could not say this man was uncultured. He actually had a clever head on his shoulders. Thinking about it, it made sense. He had managed to sweet-talk the most beautiful woman in the neighboring town back then, which was the most glorious event for miles around. It showed that he either had good eloquence, a flexible mind, or was simply shameless enough. Good women are always afraid of persistent suitors. But as the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. Father Cao plotted. He began to imitate old Cao, putting on a performance. In the hospital's flower bed, he found a relatively uneven patch of ground. Then, with a loud plop, he knelt on the ground. Like a beggar, he pulled out an advertising cloth covered in writing. He was not begging for food, and he was not asking for money. It was an apology letter. It stated that back then, everyone in the area laughed at him for having daughters, and his parents had disliked them greatly. In short, it was all about others disliking them. His only mistake was being too soft-eared and constantly nagged by his elders, which forced him to let the mother and daughters leave. He claimed he had originally planned to find them later and settle them in the county town. But when he turned around, he could not find them. He had regretted it for over 20 years. Now, he finally had news of his wife and daughters. He had rushed from the countryside. Unfortunately, his wife and daughters were wealthy and seemed to have other men in their lives. The implication was that they were living well now, no longer acknowledged their poor relatives, and no longer recognized him as their father. He wondered what he, this father, could do. He claimed he was not here to ask for money. He just wanted to use the rest of his life to make amends for past mistakes, to be by his wife and daughter's side, to compensate them. This apology letter gave the impression that the customs of the time were bad, favoring sons over daughters. He could not resist his parents. He was wrong, but his mistake was only being too filial. His mistake was small. He had searched for his wife and daughters for 20 years. Now, if they did not acknowledge him, he would kneel and apologize. His acting was reaching veteran status. Father Cao knelt, begging his wife and daughters for forgiveness. This attracted the attention of the hospital, but they did not kick him out due to public opinion. Many people saw it and sympathized with this father. Some also asked Father Cao which department or ward his wife and daughters were in. Father Cao did not answer. He shook his head bitterly, seemingly not wanting to disturb their lives. However, privately, while eating, Father Cao chatted with others and accidentally revealed information about his wife, daughters, and their ward. This spread like wildfire. Soon, everyone knew the ward numbers of Mother Cao and the Cao sisters. Suddenly, these mother and daughters became famous. In the afternoon, this reached Mother Chao's ears, conveyed by a nurse. The young nurse was gossiping while taking Mother Chao's temperature. Mother Chao's head instantly exploded. She stood by the window and saw the man kneeling in the garden. Afterward, she could not sit still, and went downstairs with the Cao and Xiao Cao. "You surnamed Cao, what exactly do you want to do?" Mother Cao gritted her teeth, trembling with anger. She knew the events of that year too well. They were completely different from what was written on that sign. But surprisingly, if you read it based on the apology letter, it could make sense. Wife. Father Cao looked pleasantly surprised. "Who is your wife? We haven't seen each other in 20 years. I am no longer anything to you, and you are nothing to me. Don't come and disturb my life. Please, just let me go." Mother Chao's voice was slightly choked. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. It was all my fault back then." Father Cao lowered his head, his voice even more choked. There were many onlookers, all gathered around. Father Cao said bitterly, "I was wrong, wife. I beg you to forgive me. Can I kowtow to you?" Father Cao could put down and pick up his face at will. If it were not for his background, with his thick skin, he could definitely achieve great things if he had even a little bit of backing. "Get up," Mother Cao said angrily. What was the point of kowtowing to her? In front of so many people, Mother Cao knew he was engaging in moral blackmail. She could not be forceful, and some things could not be explained clearly. Even to Cao and Xiao Cao, facing this man kneeling on the ground, could not vent their anger. "Mommy." Xiao Cao, with a pure and innocent face, looked at Mother Cao. "Mommy, is this my daddy? The one who almost starved us sisters to death back then?" Mother Cao was stunned. Father Cao froze. Xiao Cao's voice was not loud, but her single sentence made the surrounding air drop several degrees. Mother Cao reacted, nodding repeatedly. "Back then, I went to work in the fields right after my confinement. He was lazy and gluttonous at home. He favored sons over daughters and did not care for you. If it weren't for Aunt Xiang, our neighbor, you would have probably starved to death by the time I returned." No. Father Cao quickly shook his head. Mother Cao angrily retorted, "Aunt Xiang is the witness. You left 3-month-old babies in the inner room, ignoring their food and drink, letting them cry. When I returned from the fields, they had cried themselves hoarse and could not make a sound. Do you dare say you didn't?" Father Cao was flustered. Just as he was about to explain, Xiao Cao added, "School taught us that even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. No wonder mommy took us away later." "You." Father Chao's eyes hardened. De Chao stepped forward, pointing at Father Cao. "Try glaring at my sister again. Don't think doing all this will win you sympathy. Everyone knows you are lazy and gluttonous. No one in the whole town wants to deal with you. Now that you see my mom has finally raised money for surgery, you come running to ask for money. You even want to take us back to sell us for a bride price. Do you even deserve to be a father? If you want to kneel, then kneel. You had better not get up." The tide turned. The onlookers also started chattering and discussing. Some people still sided with Father Cao, believing that no matter what, he was their biological father. But others were different, siding with the mother and daughters, and pointing fingers at Father Cao. This era was precisely a time of awakening. Although this was a very small matter, it provided a glimpse into some of the current societal situations. "I was wrong, I was really wrong." Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Father Cao began to kowtow, crying and apologizing. This sparked sympathy for the weak, and everyone again felt pity for the man. No matter what, he was their biological father. Mother Cao pulled her two daughters away, leaving a final remark. I will never forgive you and your entire family. After they left, Father Cao continued to kowtow, kneeling on the ground and complaining. He repeated the earlier issue, explaining that it was not that he neglected his daughters, but that he was busy with other things at the time, assuming his parents would take care of them. He did not expect things to turn out this way. This explanation made sense to some. In short, Father Chao's goal was simple. He wanted to complain, to ruin his wife and daughter's reputation, so that wherever they went, they would be looked down upon. Ultimately, it was a rural tactic of social death. In his opinion, once his wife and daughter's reputation was ruined, and they could not stay in Zonghai, they would naturally return home with him. Anyway, he wasn't going back now. Wherever his wife and daughters went, he would follow, making their lives miserable. Little clever clogs. Back in the ward, De Chao pinched Xiao Chao's cheek. Xiao Chao giggled. Yesterday, with her older sister accompanying her, Xiao Chao did not get up at night, and slept for a full 12 hours. The little one was no longer groggy, and she was a little mischievous. Xiao Chao, the master of yin and yang, had reached her peak intelligence after waking up, and she always liked to retort. Mom, don't be angry anymore. We will just ignore him from now on. Anyway, we have said everything that needed to be said. If he wants to kneel, let him kneel. With his personality, he probably cannot endure hardship, and will not kneel for long before leaving on his own. Mother Chao exhaled a turbid breath. Her face was very pale, but things exceeded the expectations of the mother and daughters. That guy knelt downstairs every day, only leaving with a limp in the evening. This continued for 2 consecutive days. The entire hospital knew about it. Later, the hospital, fearing a bad influence, drove him away. But the guy then knelt on the main road. He encountered the police and reporters who had heard the news. This matter had completely escalated. Only no one knew that Father Chao wore knee pads, so kneeling for a long time was not a big deal. Sister, what if you are pregnant? As a martial artist, internal energy could kill or seal millions of sperm, preventing them from implanting. But with Gong Yuehua, old Cao had not controlled himself. To be honest, old Cao actually quite wanted a child, but not now. Life was unstable. You only had to look at Cao Zhengyang, the effeminate 7-fingered man, to know how dangerous this world was. Leaning in his embrace, Gong Yuehua shook her head lazily. I don't know either, but now that Chu Feng has been found, my heart is at ease. If you want, I wouldn't mind having one for you. Sister was still caring, but Gong Yuehua's tone shifted. I haven't been with him for several years. If I were to get pregnant, I would have to leave the Chu family, otherwise. Sister, I have a medicine that can create dreams. What? It is actually a mental medication that can cause hallucinations, like dreaming. This can ensure your safety. Cao Chuan explained a few sentences. Gong Yuehua's eyes grew brighter the more she listened. To be honest, she did not mind leaving the Chu family, but she was not ready yet. At least she wanted to fight for Chu Feng's position in the family. If she left, Chu Feng would be alone in the Chu family, likely having even less status than those 2 illegitimate children. Old Cao was also very aware of this. So Gong Yuehua knew that old Cao was thinking of her. Sister promises you, once Chu Feng's matters are handled, sister will leave the Chu family and follow you forever. Gong Yuehua said, sounding emotional and touched. No need, sister. As long as you remain chaste, isn't it the same wherever you are? I, old Cao, am not such a rigid person. Don't forget, my surname is Cao, a descendant of Duke Wei. Chapter 266. The next day, Gong Yuehua went to see Chu Feng. Meanwhile, Cao Chuan had an appointment with Ningyu. How is it? Is Long Yi easy to fool? Cao Chuan put down his teacup. The first thing you ask about is Long Yi. Do I hold no position in your heart at all? Ningyu chided. Cao Chuan shook his head and said, you are unique in my heart, but I need to leverage the influence of the Long family. Even though she was also a villain, Cao Chuan could drop the pretense in front of her, but some things still needed to be kept secret. Targeting Long Yi was for the sake of his own power. Since he could not explain the supernatural nature of his objectives, he claimed he was simply leveraging influence. Ningyu chuckled and poured him tea. If you ask me, find an opportunity to drug her, and she will be yours for the taking. With your current status and the resources you hold, even if the Long family found out, what could they do to you? What is more, I have spent a few days with that little hussy Long Yi, and I understand her. She will not speak out afterwards. She will likely suffer in silence. With me helping you train her, it will not be difficult to make her completely obedient. Ningyu was very clear about Cao Chuan's treacherous nature. She was perhaps the person who understood him best in this world, having learned the hard way. She also knew that the 4 clans and Ye Chen were all manipulated by him behind the scenes. Her easy control over the Ning family was also inseparable from his guidance. Cao Chuan was preparing to entrust some collaborations with the authorities to Ningyu, especially in the military industry. This was one of the Ning family's main projects. Ningyu's third uncle, known to the outside world as Ning Sengyi, was responsible for managing those military products. Drug her? Cao Chuan asked. Are you sure she will not go down fighting afterwards? No, Ningyu said with certainty. I have been in contact with her for a few days. Her personality is too gentle. It is not strong. Cao Chuan smiled wryly and shook his head. That is because you do not know her well enough. She is tougher than you think. Ningyu frowned and looked at Cao Chuan. You have been in contact with her. Cao Chuan smiled without speaking. My dear, do not question your master. Otherwise, the consequences might not be pleasant. Ningyu chided him. You only know how to bully me. If you have the guts, go bully Long Yi. If she is really as strong as you say, then I am a little excited to see how you plan to deal with her. I just like that pure aura about her. Ningyu had enough faith in Cao Chuan. This man was too insidious. With the precedent of Shenmenyi, if Shenmenyi could play on her knees, Long Yi probably would not be much better off. She firmly believed Long Yi could not escape his grasp. Oh right. Cao Chuan changed the subject. Lend me Yanzi for a few days. What are you going to do now? Ningyu asked, puzzled. Cao Chuan tapped her lightly on the shoulder. Ask less. This gesture made Ningyu obedient. She clung to him and chided him sweetly. I am just worried about you, that is all. You want Yanzi, just take her. After spending half a day with Ningyu, Cao Chuan left with Yanzi. After the previous incident, the relationship between Yanzi and Ningyu could no longer return to its former state. There was always a barrier. Ningyu was very smart. She knew Cao Chuan had taken a liking to Yanzi and wanted to poach her. Ningyu also knew that Yanzi had not betrayed her, but that did not stop her from deliberately giving Yanzi the cold shoulder to please Cao Chuan. She projected her own nature onto others, acting for Cao Chuan to see, to reassure him and keep him happy. Inside the car, Cao Chuan embraced her. His nose was at her neck, hidden by her hair. He took a deep breath, and her natural body fragrance, free of any perfume, wafted into his nostrils. The smell was pleasant. Yanzi shrank her neck. It was a little ticklish. Yanzi, I missed you. Yanzi let him do as he pleased. Do you know about your parents? Cao Chuan suddenly asked. Yanzi froze and looked at him. Cao Chuan met her gaze gently. From the first time I saw you, I knew you were destined to be mine. It was fate. So I had people investigate your background. At first, it was to investigate you, and later it was to help you find your origins. Finally, a few days ago, there was news. This is also why I asked Ningyu for you. I am taking you back to your hometown. Really? Yanzi's heart trembled. Her coldness might have been innate, but that did not mean she was heartless. The convoy drove directly out of the city, leaving Zonghai for the neighboring province. They were heading to the hometown of Taoist Changsu, where his tomb was located. Of course it is true. I would not lie to anyone, especially not to our Yanzi. However, you need to be mentally prepared. Although your background has been found, they are all gone. Yanzi's delicate body trembled. Cao Chuan embraced her, comforting her. The story is a bit convoluted. I will tell you slowly along the way. With me by your side, you are not without family. After several hours of driving, the convoy finally arrived at a township and went to a cemetery. Taoist Changsu and his wife's tombs were side by side. On the way, Cao Chuan told her the story of what happened years ago. Due to the leakage of heavenly secrets, a tragedy occurred that led to the ruin of her family. Her mother died in a car accident, and Taoist Changsu, severely injured, but alive, eventually abandoned his previous identity to devote himself to the Tao. He never stopped searching for his daughter, but Yanzi had already been adopted. Yanzi cried. This was the first time she had cried since she could remember. She felt a sense of relief. She used to think she was abandoned because she was a girl, as the patriarchal culture was severe in that era. But Cao Chuan helped her investigate clearly. She should have had a perfect family, but fate played a cruel trick. Cao Chuan handed her the paternity test report in the car. It confirmed she was indeed their biological daughter. He had secretly collected Taoist Changsu's skin flakes and hair from the house in their hometown, and compared them to Yanzi's hair. He had been afraid the information was false, and did not tell her beforehand, not wanting to disappoint her if it was incorrect. Cao Chuan lit an incense stick at the grave. Father-in-law, please accept this. Your humble son-in-law took your ashes for DNA identification. Please forgive this rash act. Your humble son-in-law apologizes to you. Yanzi lowered her head, burning paper money. Her body did not move, and she did not stop him, but her face was flushed. After a while, a faint voice came from her. That is called DNA. Oh okay, it is called DNA. Cao Chuan smiled and held out his hand. Come on. After we finish burning the paper, let us go for a walk. This is your hometown, and you have probably not been back. Let us stroll around and admire the beautiful mountains and clear waters. I want to see what kind of place can raise someone as brilliant and elegant as my Yanzi. You only know how to talk nonsense. Yanzi retorted, a flicker of interest in her eyes. I swear to heaven, if I am talking nonsense, may I be struck by 5 bolts of lightning. Rumble. Dark clouds suddenly gathered. Boom. Chu Feng. Cao Chuan instantly changed his words. The dark clouds instantly dispersed. Cao Chuan's heart pounded. He wondered if this fortune-telling novel had actually changed the rules of reality. Could swearing really come true? He laughed nervously and pointed at the sky. He has a problem. He definitely has a problem recently. If you do not believe me, I will swear again. If I am not sincere to Yanzi, may I, Cao Chuan, be struck by 5 bolts of lightning. Go ahead and try to strike me. The wind was calm, and the waves were still. Yanzi instinctively looked up. See, I told you. Cao Chuan was amused. He was certainly sincere to Yanzi, whether it was true affection or simply persuasion. Although the sentences were jokes, Yanzi indeed relaxed significantly. The two of them roamed the mountains and fields, looking at the scenery of the hometown, enjoying a rare sense of peace. Cao Chuan embraced her, asking softly, do you like this kind of rural countryside? If you do, we will build a big farm someday, and we will live carefree, playing in the fields. I like it. Yanzi nodded, but then shook her head. But I cannot stay. I still prefer city life. Cao Chuan looked at her in surprise. This did not sound like something Yanzi would say. It seemed she had truly opened up. Yanzi did not meet his gaze, but instead looked at the distant sunset. Perhaps, when I am 70 or 80, if I am still alive, I might find a quiet place, but not now. I like the city. Cao Chuan whispered, your answer is a bit unexpected. I thought our Yanzi, being such a cold person, would prefer the countryside. I am not cold, just unaccustomed. Then, can you smile? Yanzi forced a smile. Never mind. Cao Chuan rubbed her face. These things take time. Chapter 267. It was a natural progression. The stronger the woman, the more she was attracted to strength. This was definite, and it applied to men just as much. Faced with a powerful individual, whether their background, wealth, or appearance was strong, others had absolutely no resistance. Adding to that, the time they had spent getting to know each other had lasted for almost 2 months, stirring countless heartstrings. Finally, the connection was made. A system notification echoed in Cao Chuan's mind. It announced the plunder of 20% of the protagonist halo from the Child of Destiny, Chu Feng. The host's villain halo increased by 20%. A total of 70% of Chu Feng's luck had been stripped, and the third destined heroine had been secured. It instructed the Prime Minister to keep up the good work. The notification added that the more thoroughly the Child of Destiny's halo was destroyed, the richer the settlement rewards would be. The faster the kill, the better the rewards. Villain luck increased by 200,000. Cao Chuan lit a cigarette and checked the changes in himself. Coupled with the Dragon Essence Tiger Vigor skill, which was a dual cultivation method involving mutual absorption, Old Cao had leveled up. However, this was not the point that mattered. This was not a mystical world where levels were the most important thing, and he was already used to being awesome. What Old Cao cared about was that the system had encountered a slight error. Because Chu Feng's luck had already overflowed, the calculations were different. According to the previous model, there were 5 destined heroines: Yanzi, Long Yi, De Chao, Ir Chao, and Xiao Chao. Each person accounted for 20% of the halo luck. Dealing with these would equate to plundering 100% of the halo, which would also equate to killing Chu Feng. So, there should not have been an odd number. But now, 70% had been plundered. What was happening? Cao Chuan understood after a quick check. It had indeed overflowed. Yanzi provided 20%. De Chao and Ir Chao combined provided 40%. That made 60%. The rest were Xiao Chao and Long Yi. So, an additional 10% was sourced from Gong Yuehua. This was considered unexpected luck, an extra reward from the heavenly Tao. Old Cao had constantly pretended to be an uncle, continuously accumulating luck. This meant that after dealing with 5 people, Old Cao could plunder 110%. Not only would Chu Feng be completely crippled, but his intelligence would also be severely reduced. This would make it even more convenient for Old Cao to control him. The system's description was also very clear. If a person's luck was, for example, 10,000, which was heaven-defying, then after plundering it, his luck would be 0, making him an ordinary person. But this person could also become negative 10,000 in luck. Meaning, not only would he become ordinary, but he would also be extremely unlucky. No wonder the system was so unintelligent. It did not introduce much unless Old Cao discovered it himself, and only then would the system provide some basic introduction. This was a hidden reward. All this time, Old Cao thought that plundering all the luck was enough, but who would have thought it could actually overflow? And the overflowing rewards would be even higher. This indicated that Old Cao had already jumped out of the rules, and the heavenly Tao settlement would naturally be very generous. It seemed that he could not just play according to the plot. He needed to make some changes to make the protagonist halo overflow. Cao Chuan studied for a while, then began to check his realm. It was not long before Old Cao, who still preferred sleep, embraced the already sleeping Yanzi, and drifted off to dreamland. Chu Feng felt a sudden heartache. He had occasionally felt uncomfortable before, but never as intensely as this time. Fortunately, he felt his strength was formidable, so the pain passed quickly, and he recovered. Immediately after, Chu Feng picked up the turtle shell and sat alone in the living room, rattling copper coins. He began fortune-telling. Various magical changes constantly appeared in his mind, and he eventually calculated that a great disaster was coming. Unfortunately, he could not tell his own fortune, only the fortune of those around him and specific events. He was not sure what would happen, only that something was wrong. He once again calculated his sister's whereabouts, and the result was that she was not in the university town, not even in Zonghai, but in a westward direction. Could it be that she is not a university student? Chu Feng's expression shifted. This was not a holiday, not even a weekend. How could a university student run out of school, or even out of the city? Chu Feng began to doubt his previous guess. Had he miscalculated? Something was wrong. Ever since he got the turtle shell, Chu Feng's fortune-telling ability had never been wrong. He had previously used the turtle shell to calculate that Yanzi was in the university town area. The calculation should not be wrong. The mistake should be his assumption that Yanzi was a university student. He calculated again, focusing on the westward direction. Chu Feng quickly pinpointed the area, roughly several hundred kilometers from Zonghai. Was that not his master's hometown? Could it be that my sister learned about her background through some special channel, and went back to find her relatives? Chu Feng felt he had guessed correctly this time. Chu Feng did not delay. He left in the early hours of the morning, driving all night towards his hometown to find his sister. As for whether the shop would be open, that was secondary. The next morning, the hospital was blocked off, with many reporters coming to interview the Cao family mother and daughters. Actually, this matter was not big, and they were not celebrities. But the current public opinion was favorable. Plus, Father Cao was quite good at acting, crying so movingly in front of reporters that some local newspapers, along with local online forums, had already spread the news. There were also photos of Father Cao crying, looking incredibly distressed. This was what many reporters needed. As long as there was public attention, they would interview, regardless of who the subjects were. Fortunately, this was a hospital, with the director and various security guards present. Moreover, the Cao family mother and daughters were in a high-end ward, making it difficult for reporters to enter. They could only stake out outside or enter disguised. But this was enough. On one side, a shabbily dressed farmer came to the big city to find his relatives. On the other side, stylishly dressed and beautiful women lived in a high-end ward, disowning their father. Just this alone was enough for reporters and newspaper readers to imagine many things. The Cao family mother and daughters were all in the hospital at this time. This matter had escalated, and public opinion was leaning towards Father Cao. Rumors spread quickly. The four mother and daughters could not explain clearly, or rather, no one believed their explanations. What people wanted to see was not Father Cao abandoning his wife and daughters, or a strong mother raising several abandoned daughters. What people wanted to see was them disowning their poor relatives after becoming rich. That was the key. Even though Cao was a reporter, she could not explain it clearly with all her might. Even the television station wanted to interview the four mother and daughters. The four were angry, furious, helpless, and sad, with nowhere to vent their emotions. The mother had improved quite a bit, but now, perhaps out of anger, her face was terribly pale. On the hospital room balcony, Cao said to her sister, "Big sister, let us accept the interview. Whether people believe us or not, we should say what we need to say. We cannot just watch that man slander us everywhere outside, can we?" Cao, however, worriedly asked, "This will affect your job, will it not?" "I cannot worry about that much now. Mom is about to have surgery, and with her current state and mood, I am worried something will go wrong." Cao also worried about this, finally nodding. "Then let us accept the interview. I do not understand these things. You handle it." "Okay." Cao contacted her workplace. The news department of the television station came upon, hearing the news, and conducted an interview in the hospital room. In addition to the television station, there were also some newspaper media. The Cao family mother and daughters finally had a chance to speak out and explained the situation. Unfortunately, it was still the same old story. This content was not what readers wanted to see. The anti-rich sentiment of that era had only just begun to emerge, and it was very strong. Rich people deserved to die. Unlike later generations, although there was still anti-rich sentiment, there were many rational people. So, after the reports came out, it was clear that the online atmosphere had not changed much. Firstly, some reports said that the Cao family's second daughter was also a reporter, which could not help but make people suspect that the news content might be fabricated. Secondly, the eldest daughter's boyfriend never appeared. They said all the money for the medical treatment came from the eldest daughter's boyfriend. Who would believe that? Was it the eldest daughter's boyfriend, or the three daughters' sugar daddy? That was not clear. People were more willing to believe that it was money given by an old man. How could young people be so rich? Thirdly, Father Cao accepted another interview, and there were photos. His face actually had bruises. He said he was beaten and had not offended anyone. This could not help but make people wonder if that sugar daddy had hired someone to teach Father Cao a lesson, to make him retreat in the face of difficulties. This also led to public opinion not improving after the interview, but rather getting worse. Actually, some things did not need explaining. Online, people forgot in a few days, and news media could not report on minor issues every day. It was just a few days of popularity. But if one responded and new developments appeared, then people following the matter would continue to feast on gossip, and it might even bring in many new gossip friends. This fermented for 2 days. Cao was notified by her superior that she was temporarily relieved of her duties, and was no longer a reporter in the news department, which was a kind of gentle dismissal. If Cao was sensible, she would go back and resign voluntarily, which would be good for everyone. Cao burst into tears. Why? Had any of the four mother and daughters done anything wrong? Why were they being bullied like this? Many comments online were particularly nasty. Just as the four mother and daughters felt abandoned by the world, old Cao appeared. He brought light. He arrived riding on auspicious clouds. Cao was originally strong, and had not cried. But upon seeing Cao Chuan, an uncontrollable sense of grievance surged in her heart, and she rushed into old Cao's arms like a young swallow returning to its nest. Cao was the same. She could not hold back. Old Cao held one in each arm, and the two cried profusely. Mother Cao looked at her two daughters, but did not think much of it. These past few days had been too agonizing. Without a man in the house, there was no pillar of support. Mother Cao had traditional ideas. Cao Chuan looked helpless. All right, do not cry, do not cry. What is going on here? Third, come, help your brother-in-law carry these things. There are snacks you like. The third daughter was also upset, but better than her sisters. After all, she was the youngest, and some things did not require her to worry. Thank you, brother-in-law. Chapter 268. Bang! That is too much, Cao Chuan roared as he slammed his palm onto the coffee table in the living room. After hearing what had happened and seeing the reports online, he was furious. He instantly released his aura. Enhanced by his internal energy cultivation technique, the atmosphere became heavy. The 4 members of the Cao family fell silent, as quiet as cicadas in winter. Who would have thought this man was so formidable? A single strike had shattered a coffee table made of solid marble. It was a table that would have been difficult for several people to move together. Yet, while being startled, a sense of admiration for his strength also emerged in their hearts. There was a pillar of strength in the family now. Having a powerful and robust protector brought a great sense of security. That he was so angry on their behalf also showed that Cao Chuan truly cared for them. It is too much. Do not worry about this matter anymore. Mother, you rest and recover. The surgery is the most important thing. I will handle everything else from now on, Cao Chuan said. After speaking, he walked to the balcony and closed the door. He took out his phone and began making calls. From the living room, they could see his back through the glass door. It was broad and strong, providing an immense sense of security. De Chao was completely captivated. Ear Chao squeezed her legs together. Xiao Chao hugged her snacks and stared blankly at Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan lit a cigarette. He finished one and lit another, repeating the process until he had smoked 5. It seemed he had made more than a dozen calls in a row. Finally, he returned to the ward, smelling of smoke. At this moment, his complexion had improved significantly. He smiled slightly. Do not worry, someone is handling it. Barring any surprises, things will calm down in the next 2 days. Mom, just focus on your surgery. Your health is the most important thing. Thank you, Mother Chao said with gratitude. Why are you being so polite with me? We are family. And you, Cao Chuan said, pointing at De Chao. What is your situation? Why did you not tell me about such a big matter beforehand? If I had not come back from out of town and dropped by to see you all, would you have kept it from me forever? Yes, I am sorry, De Chao timidly lowered her head. And you, second and third sisters, although you're young, you also have my phone number. Your big sister was too embarrassed to bother me, but you two are family. You did not tell me either, did you? Are you 3 treating me like an outsider? Speak. Cao Chuan acted like a stern parent, scolding the 3 until they bowed their heads in silence. Mother Chao did not intervene. The family really needed a strong hand to manage things. For years, the 3 sisters had been obedient and sensible, but they lacked a father figure. Cao Chuan, as the eldest brother-in-law, filled that void. In Mother Chao's eyes, Cao Chuan had the right to manage them. At this moment, 4 female bodyguards knocked and entered. Cao Chuan's face darkened. What is wrong with you all? I paid you to protect them, and this is how you do it. Are you going to wait until the employers are in trouble before your mission is complete? We are sorry, President Cao. The 4 stood in a line. Sorry. What good is saying sorry to me? The 4 immediately bowed their heads to Mother Chao and her daughters. We are sorry. Mother Chao quickly waved her hands. The 3 sisters also felt uneasy. Cao Chuan's aura was too strong today, and they could not withstand it. They wanted to persuade him to calm down, but none of them dared. Starting today, I do not need you anymore. Get out. Am I raising you to do nothing? Go back and tell your boss to send me people with brains. If something like this happens again, I will not need his security company in Zonghai anymore, and the acquisition talks can be called off. Yes. The 4 looked bitter and retreated. The act was done. The emotions were expressed effectively. With this display today, it should leave a deep impression. Cao Chuan sat on the sofa side and lit another cigarette. Do not blame me for speaking harshly. I was just too angry. I have not lost my temper in years. Offending me in some matters is nothing. I do not get angry, as it is just business competition. But you cannot offend my family. Even old gangsters knew not to harm family. This is my reverse scale. As he said this, Cao Chuan was stunned for a moment. Am I becoming a child of destiny? I am starting to have a reverse scale. He coughed twice and stood up. I am sorry, I should not be smoking. Mom, I will go out for a moment. Today's events frightened you, and I apologize. After Cao Chuan left, the atmosphere in the room calmed down. The women of the Chao family breathed a sigh of relief. Mother Chao broke the silence. Shi Yi, Mom. De Chao stood up, looking at her mother. Her eyes were red, not from being scolded, but from being moved. Mother Chao's gaze was complex. Mom knows you are sensible. If it were not for your help in taking care of the family all these years, who knows what would have happened. Now you have found someone who treats you well, so cherish him. I know, Mom. De Chao nodded. And you too, Shi Jing and Shixuan, Mother Chao continued. You must also listen to your brother-in-law in the future. In life, you must put yourself in others' shoes and know how to be grateful. Ear Chao and Xiao Chao nodded in agreement. Shi Yi, go out and check on him. Tell him not to be angry anymore. Too much anger harms the body. De Chao nodded and walked out. She saw Cao Chuan smoking and talking on the phone at the end of the corridor. When he hung up, De Chao approached, hugged him from behind, and inhaled the scent of tobacco on him. I am sorry, husband. I should not have kept it from you. Cao Chuan turned around, caressed her cheek, and sighed softly. I am not blaming you. I am just worried. Why did you not tell me about such a big matter? What is a big deal to you is a small problem to me. I was afraid of disturbing your work. I heard that you are going on a business trip soon, De Chao said softly. Is working and earning money not for the sake of making one's family comfortable? Work always comes after family. Understand. I understand. I was wrong, De Chao apologized. If you make a mistake, you must admit it. This matter is not over yet. Cao Chuan glared at her, then whispered a few more words until her face turned crimson, though she ultimately nodded. She buried her face in his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and felt exceptionally secure. This matter was simple to resolve, especially for Cao Chuan. If a news story appeared that could not be dealt with directly, one simply had to expose a bigger scandal to shift the public's attention. Cao Chuan had lowly exposed the dirty laundry of those news media outlets. No one was a saint. Everyone had dirt. Even those who claimed they were clean had secrets if one looked hard enough. That night, various news stories with evidence and videos appeared online. As a result, the internet in Shanghai exploded. Compared to the Cao family incident, which only caused a stir locally, the exposure of dirt on powerful and influential media figures attracted national attention. This was the first step. Attention was diverted, and in less than half an hour, many people had forgotten about the Cao family incident. The second step involved using online tactics to target those who had attacked the family. The final step was Father Cao. This was even easier to handle. The next morning, Father Cao came out of his house, ready to go to the hospital to create a scene. He did not know that the internet had already blown up. As soon as he entered the alley, he was blocked by a few hooligans. "Are you Cao Dihang?" "I am," Father Cao said, stunned. The leader of the hooligans, with a sneer, waved his hand. "Beat him." "Ah, do not hit me. I was wrong." A brutal beating followed. The hooligans swaggered away. They did not steal money, and they did not make demands. They just beat him and left. There were a few passers-by watching the commotion, but no one helped. Father Cao struggled to get up. He did not have any broken bones, but his face was bruised and swollen. He limped back upstairs to treat his wounds. He harbored resentment. Before he had accidentally fallen, and a reporter had seen his bruises, so he had claimed he was beaten. But now it must be that rich man. He decided he would find a reporter to expose it later. An hour later, Father Cao came downstairs. His face looked terrible, but the bleeding had stopped. He was still limping. As soon as he reached the ground floor, a few unfamiliar hooligans appeared in the alley again. "Are you Cao Dihang?" Father Chao's heart jumped. He recognized the familiar lines. He turned and tried to run, but he was limping. "Beat him." Chapter 269. 2 hours later, Cao Dihang called the reporter, but the reporter did not answer. He called several times in a row, but no one picked up. Even the police did not answer. Cao Dihang watched from upstairs for a long time, and only after confirming that there was no one downstairs did he nervously go down to find the reporter and call the police. Suddenly, several hooligans appeared. "Are you Cao Dihang?" one asked. "No, I am not." Father Cao quickly shook his head. "Damn it, you look exactly like the photo, and you dare to lie to me." Hit him. The most terrifying thing was that Cao Dihang in the photo already had a bruised and swollen face, indicating it was taken recently. No matter what he was beaten into, the new batch would still recognize him. "Brother Dao, why are we beating this Cao Dihang?" one of the thugs asked. Outside the street corner, a middle-aged man in a suit with a cigar in his mouth chuckled. "We get paid to do things, so you kid, ask less. Just know that he is not allowed to leave this alley. If he tries to leave, beat him every time you see him. But remember, do not beat him to death, and do not seriously injure him. It can only be superficial wounds. Tell the guys to be smart. If anyone goes too hard, I will skin them alive." The younger brother beside him nodded repeatedly and added, "What if he calls the police? He cannot get through, do not worry. I heard a hacker has locked down his phone. He can dial out, but all calls go unanswered." Brother Dao smiled. "For the next few days, we will block this place, rotating in shifts so the brothers can rest. If someone outside calls the police, everyone scatter quickly so you do not get caught. And if you do get caught, just say he owes money and did not pay it back. Do not say anything else. Anyway, a fight will not land you in jail for long. Understand, Brother Dao?" Brother Dao drove away, his mood very pleasant. This task was too simple. It was just beating someone. How big of a deal could it be? By completing this task, he could latch onto a big patron, and his brothers would have a much better life in the future. Speaking of which, Old Cow's methods were a bit crude. While satisfying, they were not advanced enough. Normally, with Old Cow's current status, he would have at least 100 ways to make Cao Dihang unable to survive in Shanghai. Jiangnan is the base of the 4 clans. It can be understood that the underworld and the legitimate world here, specifically the legitimate world, require the approval of the 4 great families for 60% of the positions. This is the influence of the 4 great families in the Jiangnan region. If he wanted to deal with someone, Cao Chuan would only need 1 call, and the 4 clans would eagerly help. Then he would make a few more calls, and whether it was the media or television stations, they would all rush to apologize and retract all previous news, helping to publicly whitewash the situation. This kind of handling would be considered advanced, but Old Cow did not do that. Instead, he chose a less advanced approach, directly exposing the dark secrets of those media outlets and leaders, and then paying hooligans to beat Father Cao. The purpose of Old Cow doing this was to escalate the situation. Old Cow has never been one to work silently and expect no reward. Since he was helping the 4 mother and daughters, he naturally wanted them to see how he helped. Otherwise, would it not be a wasted effort? If you eat a big meal and do not take a photo, is it not a wasted meal? To put it bluntly, using power to bully others is not impactful enough. Simple and crude methods, on the other hand, are more direct. At least for ordinary people, Old Cao's actions would leave them deeply shocked. Because as soon as Old Cao made a move, he exposed so many dark secrets, and brought down so many media leaders just to vent their anger. Is that not moving? This cannot go on, Cao Chuan said, looking worriedly at the three sisters. His heart was itching more the more he looked, but his expression remained a frown. I am always busy. And even if I arrange new bodyguards for you, they cannot protect you 24 hours a day. Come practice martial arts with me. Old Cao had previously displayed a unique skill by shattering marble with a single palm. This had shocked the four mother and daughters quite a bit. However, just now, their attention was focused on Old Cao's anger, and no one thought much of it. Now that they had calmed down, they realized this was not an ability an ordinary person possessed. Even if you were angry, your hand would probably swell up, and the marble would remain intact. Yet, with a single palm strike just now, the marble had shattered into pieces. Especially your Cao, Cao Chuan said as he looked at her. You are a reporter, and your ambition is not small. You always want to report on social injustices, which easily offends people. Bodyguards can protect you for a long time, but if they make even one mistake, the consequences could be unimaginable. So your Cao must learn martial arts. You are much more in danger than the other two. Mom, the casual address made the older sister blush. She was not that old, just looked a bit older. While Old Cao looked young, she might not actually be older than him. You are about to have surgery, and after the surgery, please entrust the three sisters to me. I will temporarily make some time to teach them martial arts. I am not saying they will become very strong, but at least they will learn the basics and gain the ability to protect themselves. Upon hearing this, Mother Cao nodded. I do not understand these things, so I will listen to you. As a mother, she naturally did not want anything to happen to her children, so there was no excuse to refuse. I am not a reporter anymore, Yer Cao said softly, lowering her head. If the television station does not want you, I will set up a new media company for you. Then, as long as it is within the bounds of the law, you can report whatever you want, Cao Chuan said with a serious expression. Yer Chao's eyes lit up. She looked up at Cao Chuan, her gaze filled with a certain hidden brilliance. But she pondered for a moment then shook her head. That would cost a lot of money. Do not underestimate your brother-in-law. Your brother-in-law has nothing else but endless money. Otherwise, what am I so busy for? Is it not to spend the money I earn where it should be spent? Do not be a stranger with me. Just listen to me on this matter. Actually, I have wanted to start a new media company for a long time. Now is a good opportunity, and since we are family, I feel more at ease having the media's voice in our own hands. Cao Chuan said repeatedly. Yer Chao will manage the media. De Chao will help me manage Tingxia capital. And as for the youngest, just take good care of our mom. With that one sentence, the four women all seemed much happier. The family had a pillar to issue commands. This feeling was indeed completely different. An unprecedented sense of security filled the hearts of the four. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Chu Feng returned to Zonghai again, his face unusually grim. He saw the fresh bouquet of flowers at his master's grave, confirming that someone had visited. According to the divination, his sister must be in their hometown. Unfortunately, no matter how he calculated at the time, he could not pinpoint the exact location, as if there was an impenetrable fog in the heavenly secrets. This was also why his luck aura was ineffective. With Old Cao by Yanzi's side, what could Chu Feng find? After Old Cao and Yanzi separated, Chu Feng calculated that Yanzi had returned. Chu Feng felt like he had been led on a wild goose chase. He was very helpless. At the hospital, the sisters were taking turns accompanying their mother. A lot had happened in the past few days, and today was the day of the surgery, so De Chao had taken time off to be there. Old Cao, however, did not come to the hospital. Instead, he brought Cao Zhengyang to Tinji Hall. Dad. Stop calling me Dad. Cao Chuan glared. How many times have I told you, from now on, call me President Cao. Oh, Cao Zhenjiang's face was bitter. He felt like his father's love was gone. Since returning to the country, his father had not asked about his injuries. However, Adi had explained to the young master that the master's fatherly love was boundless. He did not ask verbally, but he always cared in his heart. This was the difference between a father and a mother. Cao Zhengyang accepted this explanation, but he still felt a little bitter. Ever since Lin Han's death, Cao Zhenjiang's intelligence-reducing aura had also disappeared, and he had become much more sober. Moreover, having gone through so many things, he seemed to have matured a lot. Cao Zhengyang now looked much more composed, though the heroic spirit on his face was always hard to hide. Sister. Arriving at Tianji Hall, he saw Gong Yuehua. You are here. This is Xiao Yang, right? Gong Yuehua smiled. Cao Zhengyang was stunned at first sight. What a beautiful auntie. Too bad this young master now likes uncles. Hello, auntie, I am Cao Zhengyang. Cao Zhenjiang's manners were still mostly fine. As long as his intelligence was not reduced, he was a presentable son. Your father mentioned you, but you cannot call me auntie. You should call me aunt. Gong Yuehua smiled warmly. Cao Zhengyang glanced at Cao Chuan. Slap. Cao Chuan slapped him on the back of the head, frowning. What are you looking at me for? Is your aunt on my face? Greet her. Hello, Aunt, Cao Zhengyang said, feeling wronged. Gong Yuehua chuckled. Do not hit the child so readily, especially not on the head. He is this old, how can you just hit him? He annoys me. Cao Chuan made no secret of his displeasure. Of course, this attitude was actually normal. Fathers and sons are inherently enemies from a past life. Many families follow this pattern. Uncle. At this moment, Miao Kexin came out from the inner room. Cao Zhengyang glanced again. Too bad. Little sisters are not as fun as big brother Qi. Kexin is here. Cao Chuan's dog-like face instantly bloomed into a smile. Come, let me introduce you to my son, Cao Zhengyang. You can just call him by his name. Miao Kexin repeatedly said she would not dare, and obediently called out, Brother Zhengyang. Hello, Cao Zhengyang quickly responded, because he saw old Cao raise his hand, and if he had been a moment slower, he probably would have gotten another slap. Cao Zhengyang was actually very aggrieved. Old Cao treated him this way, but treated women that way. Was he not half a daughter now? Humph. In a flash, Chu Feng also came out from the inner room, and Cao Zhenjiang's eyes went straight. Wow. Chapter 270. Why are you here again? Xiao Feng. Gong Yuehua frowned slightly. If her son were not so distant from her, she would probably scold Chu Feng even more harshly, asking how he could speak to his stepfather like that. Cao Chuan smiled. Xiao Feng, this is my son, Cao Zhengyang. You two are the same age and are practically family. You should get to know each other better. Chu Feng glanced at Cao Zhengyang. To be honest, there was no brain-dead halo, nor any particular dislike. Even if there were, it would be due to his dislike for Cao Chuan, an extension of his hatred, making him dislike Cao Zhengyang. Chu Feng snorted. Who he is has nothing to do with me. Cao Zhengyang stared blankly at Chu Feng. He thought to himself that this older brother was so manly and charismatic. His gaze unconsciously drifted downwards to Chu Feng's crotch. Xiao Feng. Gong Yuehua frowned again. Cao Chuan chuckled. Sister, it is fine. Children often become friends after a bit of conflict. We are the elders, so let us not interfere in these matters. Zhengyang, since you are back in the country with nothing to do, I will arrange for you to work here. Assist your older brother, Xiao Feng. Make tea, greet guests, and tidy up. Remember, you handle these chores. Do not let Kexin get too tired. Understand? Cao Chuan spoke with authority. Cao Zhengyang nodded repeatedly. Do not worry, President Cao, leave it to me. Chu Feng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately did not. After all, he did not really dislike Cao Zhengyang. He only disliked Cao Chuan. Besides, Cao Chuan had brought over a servant to pour tea and water, and it was Cao Chuan's own son. Chu Feng thought he could order him around and vent some anger. Kexin, please teach this guy. He has been spoiled since childhood. If he dares to disobey, call me, and I will hang him up and beat him directly, Cao Chuan said seriously. Miao Kexin replied. She was always so well behaved. Cao Chuan returned to the car to smoke, and Gong Yuehua chatted with him. Cao Zhengyang is also a pitiful child. He was kidnapped twice in a row before, and then his privates were kicked twice in a row, so now he is completely useless. I get annoyed just looking at his effeminate demeanor now. It is also my fault. I used to be busy with work, and did not practice martial arts. Many things only happened after he grew up. He was also spoiled, so I sent him here to get some exercise. I can also tell that Chu Feng dislikes me. It is perfect that I sent Cao Zhengyang over. Firstly, it allows Chu Feng to vent some anger, and secondly, it helps me adjust Cao Zhengyang. Two birds with one stone. Hiss. Sister, slowly. That vacuum part hurts a bit. You are a Danjin practitioner. Hold back a little, sister. You will break it for me in a moment. Brother Zhengyang, let me do it, Miao Kexin offered proactively. No need. You just sit and rest. Leave it to me, I can do it. Cao Zhengyang smiled broadly, his voice slightly high-pitched. Miao Kexin blinked. Okay then, Brother Zhengyang, if you do not understand anything, just ask me. Cao Zhengyang began washing mops, sweeping the floor, and so on, occasionally tilting his head to secretly observe Chu Feng. Chu Feng seemed to sense it and looked up at Cao Zhengyang. Cao Zhengyang smiled sweetly. Chu Feng's stomach churned, wondering what the hell was wrong with him. Tell me, why does Chu Feng hate me so much? Cao Chuan asked, feigning ignorance. Slap. Gong Yuehua playfully slapped him. You have smudged my makeup. If you bully me like this, how can he not hate you? He does not know about this. Cao Chuan blinked. Maybe he has a feeling. Anyway, he told me not to interact with you too much, that you are not a good person, Gong Yuehua said. I am not a good person, Cao Chuan exclaimed. Do you not know whether I am good or not? I know too well. You are a bad person, Gong Yuehua snorted lightly. Good sister, you hurt my feelings when you say that. Oh, stop it. You hurt, piffed. Gong Yuehua rolled her eyes. Cao Chuan smiled, looking at Gong Yuehua's face. She used to be beautiful, and now she was even younger and extremely tender. Coupled with her inherent aura, and that mature charm, she was incredibly captivating. Most importantly, it was her identity. Sister, this skincare product is really good, but it can only keep you looking young. It cannot guarantee you a long life, Cao Chuan said. Gong Yuehua thought he was just saying it casually. She shook her head. I do not want to live that long. Youth fades easily. I would be very satisfied to maintain this appearance until I am 70 or 80, let alone live for hundreds of years. I do not have such grand aspirations. Martial arts was one thing, but it did not guarantee everyone a long life, especially those who frequently engaged in combat, with hidden injuries everywhere. They might even live shorter lives than ordinary people, unless they achieved a breakthrough to the Danjin realm. The Danjin would first slowly heal internal injuries, then continuously promote the body's metabolism. Normally, a person's theoretical lifespan was around 200 years. Humans all died from chronic poisoning, so an Dan Jin practitioner could effectively detoxify the body, as long as it was not a fatal internal injury. An Dan Jin person could live to 150 without much difficulty, or even reach the theoretical limit of just over 200. But then again, how many people could reach the Dan Jin without suffering injuries? So theory was theory, but the reality was that living to 100 years was considered longevity. Anyway, Gong Yuehua did not ask for it. Cao Chuan whispered in her ear, "The people behind me have developed a longevity medicine. Not immortality, but longevity. I am not talking about eternal youth, but living for several centuries is not difficult." Gong Yuehua's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment as she turned her head to look at old Cao. Cao Chuan whispered, "This is top secret. I have only told you, sister. Can I trust you?" Gong Yuehua felt a surge of emotion but feigned anger, pinching Cao Chuan. These women always like to pinch the waist. Gong Yuehua angrily chided, "I am already like this, and you still do not trust me. It is not that I do not trust you, but this matter is too significant. Sister, think about it. If this matter becomes known to everyone, especially to some powerful figures, what would be the consequences?" Cao Chuan sneered. Gong Yuehua instantly understood. She had only considered herself just now. Every woman loved beauty, and with her current enjoyable life, she did not want to die. But now, with Cao Chuan's reminder, she understood that this matter was indeed a top secret. If exposed at best, the state machinery would be activated, and Cao Chuan would also be in danger. At worst, a world war. One could never underestimate this. There were always people above others, and many powerful individuals existed. They might own the entire world, but have little lifespan. Once the longevity medicine appeared, who could miss out on it? Furthermore, if the longevity medicine were only in the hands of one country, that country would become a global enemy, with other powerful nations trying every means to attack and plunder it. To put it bluntly, if one did not have what another had, it was unacceptable. People would even destroy this world rather than watch others live forever. "What do you need me to do?" Gong Yuehua's expression became serious. She knew that old Cao telling her this out of the blue was definitely not a whim. There had to be a purpose, or rather, he needed her to do something. "Crystals," Cao Chuan said seriously. "Crystals?" Gong Yuehua was stunned, a little confused now. She asked, "Do not the people behind you already control the crystals? What is the connection between this longevity medicine and crystals?" Cao Chuan shook his head. "Currently, our high-level officials, and some international high-level officials, have all set their sights on the crystals and are investigating the existence behind me. They are also researching these crystals. And I can tell you that one of the elements in the longevity medicine only exists within crystals. Do not look at how no one has found a crystal mine yet, but Chu Feng might not be unable to find one. What if one day he finds one? The consequences." At this point, Cao Chuan paused. Gong Yuehua's heart skipped a beat. She understood. Chu Feng already had crystals, and although they seemed to be gifts from others, Chu Feng had the ability to tell fortunes. It was currently uncertain whether Chu Feng could divine the whereabouts of other crystal mines, but what if he could? Once Chu Feng divined it, then opportunity and danger would follow. Old Cao's side was safe because he was just an agent. Everyone relied on him to obtain crystals, and if one looked at how deeply hidden the people behind Old Cao were, one could understand the degree of danger involved. Furthermore, once Chu Feng divined it, Cao Chuan's role would diminish significantly. At that point, not only would Chu Feng be in danger, but Old Cao would also be in danger. At least then everyone would have more options, and their attitude towards Old Cao would change, no longer being as constrained as they were now. They might even start threatening him, using Old Cao to uncover the people behind him. In short, that was the situation. Gong Yuehua said in a deep voice, "I need to find an opportunity to tell Xiao Feng not to divine the whereabouts of the crystals." "No, that is not enough," Cao Chuan said in a deep voice. "Sister, you must understand that possessing a treasure makes one a target. Xiao Feng has such great abilities. Even if he does not divine, will people not still be watching him? Even Long Yi was used by the Long family in a honey trap, let alone other forces. If we want Chu Feng to be safe, we must make him lose this fortune-telling ability. How do we do that? We cannot just make him stupid, can we?" Gong Yuehua pondered. "Sister, trust me, the turtle shell in Xiao Feng's hand is what he uses for fortune-telling. Without the turtle shell, although he still inherited his master's abilities, he would just be an ordinary Feng Shui great master, not so miraculous," Cao Chuan whispered. "This turtle shell is inauspicious and must be dealt with." Gong Yuehua suddenly understood. "So that is how it is." "Sister, to be honest, I just received the news and found out about this. But Xiao Feng and I do not have a good relationship, so I cannot get close to him," Cao Chuan sighed. Gong Yuehua retorted, "Did the people behind you say that?" "Exactly," Cao Chuan nodded. "I also know that the people behind me must be interested in this turtle shell, but I thought carefully, and what they said is true. The danger is too great. Rather than gambling on this opportunity, it is better to give them the turtle shell. This way, at least there is no harm to us, and we can even get many benefits. I just want to live a peaceful life with my sister. I do not want to get involved in these things." Old Cao's words resonated with her. She also knew that there must be calculations from those people behind this, all to get the turtle shell, but Cao Chuan had not lied to her. Even if he was using her, he had spoken truthfully. For her, that was enough. Compared to Chu Hanqiang's two illegitimate children, Cao Chuan was far too honest. "Sister, whether you believe me or not, I am telling you all this because I truly do not want anything to happen to Xia Feng. Without the turtle shell, he might lose this miraculous ability, but he will be safe enough for this lifetime. Just with our status, and Chu Hanqiang's status, Xia Feng is still a prodigy. He might not need to rely on this turtle shell. Besides, fortune-telling is not exactly a respectable profession. It would be better for him to go into politics. Gong Yuehua nodded. That makes sense. Then I will think of a way to steal the turtle shell. No rush, sister. I just got the news too. I still need to find connections to investigate. I do not want to be used to scheme against you. Even if you do not blame me then, I would not forgive myself. Give me a few days, Cao Chuan said seriously. Gong Yuehua's gaze softened. Sister trusts you. Chapter 271. Cao Chuan did not feel the need to rush for items like the turtle shell. Once he completely plundered the Child of Destiny's luck, Chu Feng would naturally become useless. At that point, the turtle shell and all other treasures would be his for the taking. However, ever since his luck began to overflow, Cao Chuan's mindset had shifted. Who would complain about having too much luck? He decided to attempt stealing the turtle shell before the protagonist halo was fully shattered. If he managed that, it would count as a development outside the original destiny, leading to even more luck overflowing. Furthermore, he had originally treated Miao Kexin as a minor character. Even if she was considered a pseudo-heroine, she would possess a small percentage of luck. If he could harvest that as well, it would only add to his gains. He prepared to put these plans into motion. Gong Yuehua hesitated. If I tell Xia Feng about this, do you think he would voluntarily give up the turtle shell? She did not want to steal from her son, especially before he had fully acknowledged their relationship. She feared he would be hurt. Cao Chuan shook his head. I am not sure, but we only have one chance. If you tell him, he might become wary, and the turtle shell will be much harder to acquire. More importantly, he has always been dissatisfied with me. He might think I am deliberately harming him rather than helping. Gong Yuehua nodded in agreement. Cao Chuan held her hand. Let me investigate further. There is no rush. I promise, I will not harm our son. Gong Yuehua smiled faintly. What our son? Cao Chuan chuckled. A stepfather is still a father. Her trust in him was easily earned because of his generosity. Although she had yearned for her son for 20 years, the absence of a real relationship meant she felt a sense of guilt rather than a deep connection. In her heart, Cao Chuan had become the pillar she relied on. She trusted that he would not bring harm to Chu Feng. Several hours later, Cao Chuan arrived at the hospital. The surgery had been successful, and the patient was recovering well. While the doctor suggested a long period of observation and anti-rejection medication, Cao Chuan knew he could accelerate the process. With his medical expertise, he could ensure a full recovery in just a few days. He turned to the sisters. Accompany your mother for 2 more days. Starting the day after tomorrow, we will begin martial arts training. As for our mother, I will arrange the best caregivers and personal bodyguards. The sisters did not object. Entrusting these matters to their brother-in-law gave them a profound sense of security. De Chao asked about her biological father. Cao Chuan chuckled. He is likely trying to figure out how to escape. The sisters looked confused, but he did not elaborate. You do not need to know. He will not bother you again. Once I finish with him, he will naturally return to his hometown. Cao Chuan then excused himself for an important, pre-scheduled meeting. The sisters saw him off, their eyes filled with longing. Xiao Chao, however, watched the interaction between her older sisters with a knowing look. She was energetic and perceptive, often seeing things the others missed. Meanwhile, Chao Dihang had been beaten repeatedly over the last 2 days. His face was a mess of bruises, and he had been unable to contact the outside world. The thugs kept him trapped in a remote alley. He had tried to plead and scream for help, but it was useless. Every time the police were called, they found no evidence, as the thugs only inflicted superficial wounds. He realized that the rich boyfriend of his daughter was far more powerful than he had anticipated. He lived in constant fear and pain, regretting his actions, yet still harboring a deep hatred for his wife and children. On the 4th day, a lawyer finally arrived. Mr. Chao, I am the attorney representing President Cao, he said, handing him a document. This is your compensation, and also a contract you need to sign. Chao Dihang was confused but hopeful. The lawyer read the document aloud. It was a formal separation agreement to end the marriage and all past ties. Cao Chuan was even covering his travel expenses and offering a one-time settlement. 1 million, the lawyer said with a smile. In cash. Chao Dihang stood up, stunned. How much? 1 million, in cash. Chao Dihang's mind raced. He had only expected a fraction of that. The lawyer smiled coldly. I advise you, Mr. Chao, that some people are not to be offended. This money is enough to live a comfortable life, so do not be greedy. Knowing when to stop is wiser than being insatiable. Chao Dihang felt a chill. He realized that if they could give him 1 million, they could easily spend that same amount to have him dealt with permanently. He quickly signed the contract. A notary and reporters were brought in to witness the transaction. 10 bundles of cash were placed before him. The lawyer then made a point of announcing it publicly. I have satisfied your request for cash, but you should deposit it in the bank quickly, lest it get stolen, the lawyer reminded him. As the lawyer left, Chao Dihang was oblivious to the danger he was in. In that era, the announcement of a large sum of cash on a man like him was a death sentence. Chapter 272. The matter regarding Chao Dihang was finished. It was completely over. The reporter's coverage would not appear in Zonghai, but rather near Chao Dihang's hometown. A millionaire was far beyond what an average family could compare to. When the newspaper came out, Coupled with Cao Dihang's small reputation in the local area, everyone knew he was a scoundrel. The news quickly spread throughout the entire township, and even reached the county seat. When Cao Dihang returned to his hometown, as soon as he stepped through the door, a crowd of neighbors and relatives came to offer their congratulations. Acquaintances, strangers, and people he barely knew all showed up. Cao Dihang sat upright on a chair in the central courtyard, lit a cigarette, and smiled like an old landlord. "Uncle Cao, your face?" a young man asked, surprised. Cao Dihang sneered. "There are many people who know I have money. Last time, 8 petty thieves came to rob me. I took down all 8 with one hand. Although I got a little injured, it was nothing serious." Amazing, worthy of Uncle Cao. They knew he was bragging, but since he had money, everyone pretended to believe him. What followed were various classic scenes. In any case, Cao Dihang suddenly became the richest man in the township. The previous richest man in the township did not even have this much cash. Even the township head and mayor came, hoping Cao Dihang would invest in a factory to help the town. Cao Dihang smiled. That night, he invited a few old buddies to play cards. When luck comes, you cannot stop it. Cao Dihang was rich now, so he played cards casually and actually won a lot. It is true that the richer you are, the more wealth you attract. The impact of being a millionaire was huge. The news had spread by word of mouth to the county next door, and the one next to that. Naturally, many malicious people learned about it and began to plan how to get some. He gave too much. Mother Cao recovered very well. In a few days, she was almost back to normal, which naturally involved Cao Chuan's acupuncture and special medicine. Mother Cao also learned about this matter. People from the township who brought their children to see a doctor came again. Knowing that Mother Cao was very rich and generous, they also wanted to take advantage, so they came over pretending to casually meet. Afterward, they told Mother Cao about Cao Dihang returning to his hometown. Only then did Mother Cao realize that Cao Chuan had secretly given Cao Dihang 1 million yuan to make Cao Dihang stop bothering them completely. Adding the 1.2 million yuan for previous medical treatments, Cao Chuan had spent a staggering 2 million yuan on them, and that did not even include daily living expenses. The clothes Cao Chuan bought for the youngest daughter cost several thousand yuan for any single piece. While touched, there was also a sense of burden and indebtedness. Especially the 3 sisters, they were incredibly moved. "It is not much." Cao Chuan shook his head with a smile. "I have experienced a lot in life, having ventured out since I was young. I do not have many good friends or relatives. Even if I do, they are only interested in my influence and my money. But De Chao is different. De Chao is the purest and kindest girl I have ever met. And I am not interested in money. I have never cared about money, let alone 2 million. For Chao, even if it were 20 million or 200 million, I would not think it is a lot. This money is just a small goal at most. As long as it makes Chao happy, it is worth it." De Chao's eyes were misty. Ear Chao's eyes showed a hint of jealousy. Xiao Chao was in a daze. Even Mother Chao was moved to tears. For her, this was the end of suffering and the beginning of joy. Her first half of life had been too bitter, so she was afraid of others' kindness. But after the surgery, Cao Chuan often came to give her acupuncture, and she felt his sincerity and genuine heart. She was truly grateful to heaven for giving them such a pillar of support. "Mom, we can be discharged now. Your body is fine, but I recommend observing for 2 more days. I have arranged the best caregivers and security personnel. As for the 3 of them, starting tonight, I will teach them martial arts." Mother Cao did not object. "You can decide these things." "No, that will not do. Our family is not a dictatorship. We must be democratic, and everyone must agree," Cao Chuan said with a smile. "After dinner, Chao, you take your sisters home first. I will go and get a few more medicinal herbs. There are not any good ones locally, so I asked someone to air freight them from the Tibetan region. They will arrive soon, and I need to inspect the goods." Okay, getting medicinal herbs was a pretense. Cao Chuan had arranged to have dinner with Gong Yuehua later. They had arranged it yesterday, and he could not break the appointment today. Otherwise, she would really be angry. This sister was also a formidable person, especially her vacuum move. It could potentially kill someone. Cao Chuan was scared. Besides, tonight's 3 main dishes were yours for the taking. But you cannot eat them. You have to cultivate. That is to say, the hotel served 3 dishes, and you could only poke them around with chopsticks, maybe even taste the saltiness, but you could not swallow them. This would drive a person crazy, so before dinner, he went to find his sister to have a meal first. After the meal, the 2 lay lazily together. This circular pool was nice, an indoor small hot spring, and soaking was incredibly refreshing. It could accommodate several people. For 2 people, it felt quite spacious. "The turtle shell must be obtained," Cao Chuan said in a deep voice. Gong Yuehua softly asked, "Have you investigated thoroughly?" "Yes," Cao Chuan sighed. "Kexin is my little spy. She secretly sent me a message yesterday, saying that in 2 days, Xiaofeng plans to go out of town, to the northwest." Gong Yuehua was startled. Miao Kexin being a little spy was something she did not mind, because she had considered the same thing. Otherwise, would she be so good to Miao Kexin? She even let Kexin call her mom the first time they met. Of course, it was not to harm her son, but to know what her son usually did. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiaofeng should have calculated the location of the crystal mine. Cao Chuan frowned. This kid is really good at fortune telling. He has crystal ornaments and decorations, and he can actually trace back where this crystal came from through this crystal ornament. I guess this kid also discovered the benefits of crystals, so he calculated it, and then decided to go to the northwest to mine. Gong Yuehua suddenly realized. Are your people's mining areas also there? That is right. Cao Chuan did not hide anything. But I am not 100% sure, because you know, every time I get goods, I go to a warehouse, and do not directly connect with the people at the mining area. I can only roughly confirm a direction. So, sister, we only have 2 days. We must get the turtle shell. Okay, Gong Yuehua nodded. The turtle shell was actually easy to get. Although it was a powerful item, Chu Feng always carried it with him, but he did not know that the turtle shell had been exposed, nor did he know that someone was after it. To ordinary people, the turtle shell would just look like a small fortune-telling tool. Plus, with Gong Yuehua making a move, Chu Feng certainly would not expect it. The difficulty lay in how to handle the turtle shell after getting it. This item recognized its owner through a drop of blood. It was a spirit treasure. After a drop of blood, it would become a life-bound treasure. Fortunately, Cao Chuan had a storage space. Throwing the turtle shell into it was like throwing it into another parallel universe. Chu Feng and the turtle shell would directly lose contact. After Chu Feng's halo completely disappeared, Cao Chuan would take out the turtle shell and drop his own blood on it. Sister, to ensure you can get it and bring it out, let us call a girl over before we make a move. What do you mean? Gong Yuehua asked, puzzled. Remember our previous investigation? Xiao Feng's master, Taoist Chang Su, also has a daughter, and I have found her. These years, Xiao Feng has been searching for Taoist Chang Su's daughter, so as long as this girl appears, Xiao Feng will definitely be in a distracted state. This will be your chance to take the turtle shell. Then you hand it over to me, and we must deny it, not admit this matter. I am worried he will hate you because of it and affect your mother-son relationship. In short, after we make our move tomorrow, the rest will be handled by me. Okay, Gong Yuehua responded. Sister, I still have something to do later. I cannot stay with you tonight. You go busy yourself. Sister needs to rest well. One more round. Blow me. You are insatiable. Gong Yuehua rolled her eyes in exasperation, but still obediently began to act. As an older sister, she spoiled her younger brother too much. By the time they returned to the Zhongtin penthouse, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. The 3 sisters sat in a row, waiting for their brother-in-law. Cao Chuan looked them over for a long time. Oh no, I already have face blindness, and now I cannot tell you apart at all. Why do you not say something? When they did not speak, he really could not tell them apart. Even if he recognized them, he could not say it. Brother-in-law, I am the oldest sister. The 3 people, 6 eyes, all looked at Xiao Chao. Xiao Chao, however, smiled sweetly. Ear Chao, beside her, chuckled. You little scatterbrain. Cao Chuan also smiled, seemingly not expecting the youngest sister to have such a playful side. Cao Chuan clapped his hands and said loudly, all right, girls, come on. Let us start with your marrow cleansing and foundation establishment. Subsequently, Cao Chuan began a process similar to what Lei Ting had experienced. First, he had them change clothes, then fill the 3 bathrooms with water. That is right, it was 3 bathrooms, 1 in each of the east and west corners outside, and 1 indoor bathroom in the master bedroom, making a total of 3. That is why it was a high-end penthouse. When renting it, there was a clear requirement for the number of bathrooms, at least 3, precisely for today. How could bathing in medicinal herbs be done without separate rooms? It was not that Cao Chuan had any ill intentions. He was mainly afraid they would be embarrassed. Once they began to cultivate, the power of the symbiont would be maximized, allowing them to achieve inner strength in minutes, which was incredibly impressive. It was just that once they succeeded in their cultivation, Cao Chuan would find it very difficult to mistake people again. If he touched one, the other 2 would also react. Of course, this was not an issue. After all this groundwork, even if De Chao found out, she would not truly leave Cao Chuan, because of Yer Chao and the others. At most, she would just feel upset. A little coaxing would be enough. He could also buy some books for De Chao to read, about historical records like Yi Huang and Nu Ying. Chapter 273. Husband, will this medicinal bath hurt a lot? Cao Chuan chuckled. As I said, it will be a little painful. However, after enduring the bitterness, you will be completely reborn. Trust me, once your realm improves, you will experience a whole new world. With an improved realm, your 6 senses become acute, and everything you see will appear different. This feeling can only be understood, not explained. You have to experience it for yourself. Cao Chuan did not say too much more. He simply watched as she entered the large bathtub. Since they were now in a relationship, De Chao did not have any proper swimwear, so she entered the bath directly. As soon as she submerged, her face quickly contorted in pain. She forcibly endured it while Cao Chuan held her steady. To be honest, if it were an ordinary person, Cao Chuan would not have used this high dosage of medicine. It could have been fatal or, at the very least, severely damaged the meridians. Most people could not handle this medicinal soup. One needed a certain level of strength and realm to benefit from it. But the immortal phoenix symbiotic body was different. It was a direct, one-step process. During their time together, Cao Chuan had also frequently engaged in dual cultivation with her. Although it could not directly raise her realm, it had accumulated a significant amount of vital essence in her dantian. Once the medicinal bath dissolved the essence, the effect became apparent. Outside, Yer Chao and Xiao Chao simultaneously felt a sense of pain originating from the depths of their souls. The distance was too close, and their perception was extremely acute. Fortunately, This was only a minor sensory link, and they could endure it. However, both of their expressions changed dramatically. Chao could not imagine how much pain her elder sister must be in for her to feel such a visceral reaction. Xiao Chao rubbed her face, baring her small white teeth, and pouted. It hurt so much. Actually, Xiao Chao knew about this connection, but sometimes she did not pay attention to it. This was the first time she realized that the connection could transmit such intense energy. Xiao Chao shuffled in her slippers and ran to her second sister. Is brother-in-law hitting big sister? No. Chao hugged her younger sister, comforting her. Do not think so much. It will be fine in a moment. But it hurts so much, Xiao Chao said, her face tear-streaked. Chao stroked her sister's hair, continuing to comfort her. Several minutes later, the intense pain gradually receded. Cao Chuan walked out of the bedroom. All right, just keep soaking like this. I will call you when you can get out. Originally, I was going to help you stimulate blood circulation and meridians to better absorb the medicinal effects. But since we have already dual cultivated, this process is not necessary. Simply soaking in the medicinal bath to improve your physique is enough. After you finish, I will teach you cultivation techniques and energy guidance. Chao was covered in sweat, leaning weakly against the edge of the tub. She nodded. Husband, you go help them. Good girl. Cao Chuan brushed the damp hair from her forehead, then left the master bedroom bathroom. He went to the east side bathroom, where Chao and Xiao Chao were waiting. He had provided them with minimal swimwear, ostensibly to help with heat dissipation during the medicinal bath. After giving them these outfits, Cao Chuan had also provided large bathrobes. He glanced at them, his expression serious. Your elder sister has already passed the first stage, and is currently continuing her medicinal bath, which will take about an hour. Next, it is your turn. Who wants to go first? Xiao Chao averted her gaze, much like a student trying to avoid a teacher's question. I will go first, brother-in-law. Thank you for the trouble, Chao said politely. It is no trouble. However, it might hurt a little bit later, so you need to be mentally prepared. Cao Chuan knew he had to maintain this pretense, even though he suspected they could sense each other. Brother-in-law, Xiao Chao whispered, can I watch from the side? Of course. This is not a secret, and I am not afraid of you learning. Cao Chuan gave Xiao Chao an extremely gentle smile. He then turned to Chao. Come, take off your robe and get in. Chao felt embarrassed with Xiao Chao watching, but she did not want to seem guilty by telling her to leave. She entered the tub. Within seconds, her expression shifted. She finally understood the pain her elder sister had just endured. It felt like her meridians, skin, and cells were all tearing apart, as if her entire body was being ripped open. It hurt so much that she almost jumped out, but Cao Chuan pressed down on her shoulders. Relax. Relaxing will make it less painful. Do not resist this pain. It is a type of internal energy that is transforming your meridians and internal organs. Brief pain is inevitable, so relax and accept it. Xiao Chao clenched her small fists, biting her lower lip until it broke, but she did not make a sound. She did not want to reveal that they shared a connection. This continued for several minutes before Cao Chuan released his hands. Chao did not even want to move her fingers. Come, I will help you stimulate blood circulation again. Xiao Chao, please support your second sister slightly. Do not let her choke. Cao Chuan began the massage. As he worked on Chao's reflex points, both sisters let out low, involuntary sounds. Xiao Chao, standing on the other side of the bathtub, tensed her feet, her toes curling inward. Chao was powerless to object, her face flushed red, eyes closed in resignation. Xiao Chao asked, brother-in-law, did big sister also receive the blood circulation stimulation? Cao Chuan shook his head. No, she and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. We have a lot of contact, and when I cultivate, we also engage in dual cultivation. A foundation has already been laid. She does not need this method of stimulating acupoints. In his heart, Xiao Chao was certain that her second sister had feelings for her brother-in-law. It was just that nothing had happened between them yet. Cao Chuan continued his work, acting as a professional, his large hands stimulating the body's meridians through the hot medicinal water. Chao was drenched in sweat, her face flushed, biting her lip to keep silent. All right, Cao Chuan said after a while, wiping sweat from his forehead. I used internal energy to forcibly clear the blockages in your meridians, which will allow the medicinal properties to be absorbed better. He stood up and explained the next steps. I will call you when you have soaked enough, and then you can start cultivating. With these precious medicinal soups I have prepared, plus a legendary foundation establishment pill I will give you later, your starting point will be very high. At least Ming Jin level. Brother-in-law, what is Ming Jin? Xiao Chao asked. A martial artist's cultivation starts from being uninitiated. That is what ordinary people understand as knowing a few basic moves. After achieving a little success, one reaches the Ming Jin stage. This is the most important foundation stage for every martial artist. Laying a good foundation allows one to go further. Then comes Dark Jin. This realm belongs to first-rate experts who can become sect leaders. Above that, you reach the master level. If I tell you all this now, you will not understand. Later, when you reach Ming Jin, you will experience it for yourselves. I will also find some experts to act as sparring partners to enhance your combat experience. At that time, you will have a very profound understanding of your own strength. He did not lie. In the hierarchy of martial arts, Ming Jin was a significant milestone. He watched them, confident that with his guidance and resources, their growth would be swift. Chapter 274. Even though Cao Chuan had not exaggerated, his words deeply touched Ear Chow and De Chow. They estimated that these medicinal soups, plus that foundation establishment pill, which sounded extraordinary just by its name, would cost an unimaginable amount. The transformation stage was equivalent to that of a grandmaster. Starting at the transformation stage showed how much effort and money their brother-in-law had invested in them. All right, Xiao Chow, it is your turn. Oh. Xiao Chow turned and left the bathroom, returning to her side. Cao Chuan looked at Ear Chow, gently helping her tidy her wet hair. He spoke softly. Just soak like this. I will come and call you when it is time. Thank you, brother-in-law. We are family, so there is no need to be polite. Cao Chuan smiled, turned, and left. He wiped away the sweat that had gathered. He was exhausted. Looking at his retreating figure, his weary appearance suggested that he had expended too much internal energy. Ear Chow followed him with her gaze, filled with tenderness. Even though Ear Chow felt some pain, it did not significantly impact De Chow in the master bedroom. The initial pain had been too intense, so these minor sensations felt like a mere itch. The process of massaging and activating blood circulation, using internal energy to clear the meridians, made De Chow think of random things. But she did not suspect anything. After all, Cao Chuan had just told her that she did not need a massage. When Cao Chuan arrived, Xiao Chow had already climbed into the bathtub. She was a little sly, but she was young, and her shyness was normal. At the same time, the medicinal effects began to work. She felt the pain very directly, at least 10 times more intense than what she had sensed from her sisters. It hurts. Xiao Chow's tears immediately flowed. Relax, just breathe. Endure it, and it will be smooth sailing. This medicinal soup is extremely precious. You absolutely must not waste it, as several of its ingredients are impossible to find in a short time. Cao Chuan pressed her shoulders, whispering softly in her ear to comfort her. Xiao Chow's ears tingled, and a strange emotion stirred in her heart, but it was quickly overwhelmed by the pain. Cao Chuan's help during this time had left an indelible impression on their hearts. No special methods were needed, just more companionship with De Chow, and it would naturally fall into place. A few minutes later, the pain gradually dissipated. It was time for the massage. Xiao Chow's bare feet were different from her two sisters. They seemed even wider, more delicate, and plump. The three had 3 different styles, each unique. Brother-in-law. Cao Chuan was working very seriously. Xiao Chow's beautiful eyes flashed with mischief. Whose feet are the prettiest among ours? Cao Chuan suddenly looked up, frowning at Xiao Chow, as if he could not believe she would ask such a question. Xiao Chow maintained a naturally innocent and cute expression, tilting her small head, full of curiosity, as if her question were just a casual inquiry. Cao Chuan knew what was going on, but on the surface, he smiled bitterly. Why suddenly ask about this? I am bored, and I have nothing else to do. Brother-in-law, you have sweated a lot. That is how it is when you expend internal energy. I will fully recover after a month or so of rest, Cao Chuan said. A month or so? Does it take that long? For martial artists, some internal injuries take years to recover. A month or so for me is already very fast, Cao Chuan said with a smile. Brother-in-law, you have worked hard. Hey, we are family. But brother-in-law, you still have not answered my question. Whose are the prettiest? They are all pretty, all pretty. Cao Chuan had an honest, simple smile, looking a bit embarrassed. Then whose are the prettiest? Xiao Chow asked with a pure, innocent expression, seemingly wanting to get to the bottom of it. That would naturally be your big sister. After all, she is my girlfriend, Cao Chuan said seriously. Then, what about me and second sister? Cao Chuan gave a dry laugh, looking helpless. Can we not talk about this question? Why not? Xiao Chow was puzzled. You are my sister's-in-law. Discussing this topic is a bit disrespectful to you, Cao Chuan said, becoming serious. Xiao Chow was stunned. Disrespectful? I do not feel it is disrespectful. That is because you are still young. In short, do not talk about this topic. Oh. Xiao Chow nodded her small head. It seemed like a casual conversation, but the words were full of shrewdness. However, under Xiao Chow's innocent appearance, they were well hidden. Similarly, Cao Chuan, the honest man, played his part very well. The best acting in this situation belonged to the two of them. Xiao Chow actually had no intention of probing. She just wanted to understand what kind of person her brother-in-law was. She had not had close contact with him before. At the same time, she now had a good impression of him. So understanding his personality more deeply was something a sister-in-law should do. Reasonable. So comfortable. Do not say things like that. Cao Chuan's face darkened, and he gave a bitter smile. Xiao Chow was speechless. Why? I am your brother-in-law. The way you say that will make people misunderstand. Misunderstand? I do not think they would misunderstand. Just do not say it. Cao Chuan bent his back, as if hiding something. Though Xiao Chow was young, she was not foolish. She usually did not speak much and preferred to observe silently. Cao Chuan's action made her understand that he was also a normal man. He probably had thoughts too. It was just that due to social ethics, he could not show them, and instead had to sternly warn himself. This also showed that her brother-in-law had emotions and desires, but was also a very self-disciplined gentleman. Having feelings was human nature. Not showing them was the act of a gentleman. Furthermore, her brother-in-law's actions had always been very polite. Xiao Chow saw clearly that the meridians and acupoints he massaged for her second sister were exactly the same as for her, with no additions. Meaning, He had no intention of taking advantage. Done. Cao Chuan was drenched in sweat. He was much weaker than before, and his lips were a little pale. Thank you, brother-in-law. You should go drink some water and rest. Xiao Chao's voice was soft and sweet, and her eyes were a little misty. You stay here and soak. If anything happens, just call me. The door is not closed, and I will be in the living room. Okay, brother-in-law. Cao Chuan left, exhausted. Everything tonight was for Xiao Chao to see. De Chao and Ear Chao were already secured, but Xiao Chao was mischievous and sly. Most people could not tell when she was genuinely confused and when she was pretending. Even De Chao could not distinguish. Cao Chuan, who understood the plot and character settings, knew very well that among the three sisters, Xiao Chao seemed the most innocent, with a soft and sweet voice, often clueless and muddled, loving snacks and sleep. But she was the hardest to deal with. After resting for about half an hour, Cao Chuan exchanged 3 active capsules to pass off as foundation establishment pills. He could not use the enhancement fluid. It cost 100,000 per vial, while active capsules only cost 10,000. They increased lifespan by 1 year, had no toxins or side effects, and made the whole person feel refreshed. They did not understand foundation establishment pills, so no one could expose him. It was not that Cao Chuan was unwilling to use enhancement fluid. It was only 100,000, and Cao Chuan did not lack luck points now. The feedback he received from them was more than that. But there was no rush. He would see if it was needed after their immortal phoenix symbiotic body was activated. Cao Chuan was not a stingy person. He just did not want to show favoritism. If he gave it to the 3 sisters, he could not give it to others. If Cao Chuan were truly stingy, he would not have taught them the qi refining technique. That night, Cao Chuan guided them in their cultivation. Through Cao Chuan's true qi, it circulated through their body's meridians for a grand cycle, allowing them to remember the trajectory of true qi's movement. They just needed to cultivate according to this trajectory. They would soon break through to the transformation stage. Visibly, their true qi grew stronger and moved faster. Especially being so close, sensing and assisting each other, their immortal phoenix symbiotic body activated. They instantly entered a meditative state. They immersed themselves in their own small world. Cao Chuan could even see the red radiance emanating from them, beautiful beyond compare. On their skin, a layer of color, neither quite red nor quite gold, flowed, continuously transforming their cells, skin, bones, and internal organs. Activation did not take too long, just a few hours. By the latter half of the night, the 3 girls woke up, feeling that everything before their eyes had truly changed. They seemed to be able to clearly touch the water vapor factors in the surrounding air. The world became exceptionally clear. Cao Chuan was not idle, teaching them how to use true qi, adapt to their new bodies, and some simple move applications. Next, it was up to them to practice diligently. Their talent was extremely strong. With even a little effort, they could surpass 99% of martial artists. The remaining fraction were people like Long Yi and Yan Zi. They would also be blessed with the luck of heaven and earth, cultivating even faster than before. At the same time, they were equally diligent. Don't go out today. I will go to the hospital. You all should first get used to your transformation stage bodies, and also experience the use of true qi and the application of moves. Cao Chuan looked at his masterpiece, very satisfied. Am I a master now too? Ear Chao clearly sensed the surging true qi within her body, feeling as if her delicate fist could destroy a building with one punch. More than just a master. There are very few people stronger than you in this world, especially if you 3 sisters work together. You might be able to communicate telepathically, increasing your combat power by at least 50%, or even more. Cao Chuan said, of course, I am not telling you to go out and fight others. I am having you cultivate to protect yourselves. How amazing. De Chao murmured, we did not rest all night, but I am not sleepy at all. Instead, I feel energetic. Ear Chao also nodded repeatedly. That is normal. Your mental energy is much stronger now, so your need for sleep will be less, and the quality of your sleep will improve greatly. There are many miraculous details, and you can explore them slowly. I cannot accompany you today. I have something very important to do. It is fine, we are not 3-year-olds anymore. We can take care of ourselves, De Chao said gently. Ear Chao also nodded, showing her pink fist. Yes, we can kill a bull now. Cao Chuan's heart trembled. A bull? Was she implying something? Did she want to rebel? Xiao Chao, however, yawned and said softly, I am a little sleepy. You sleep, God, you have true qi now, and you are still sleepy? Ear Chao said exasperatedly. Xiao Chao rubbed her sleepy eyes. This innocent look was indeed adorable. Finally, Cao Chuan left. He had to steal the turtle shell during the day today. Success or failure depended on this one attempt. Cao Chuan estimated that the turtle shell was the golden finger of a child of destiny. If he could really steal it, it would be a massive jackpot. He would instantly gain several more Lin Hans. Chapter 275. Yanzi, I am taking you to meet someone today. Cao Chuan inhaled the scent from her neck and spoke softly. This was absolutely not a case of him giving away a woman. Logically speaking, Yanzi and Chu Feng were senior brother and junior sister. Due to their relationship with Taoist Chang Su, they were more like family than just relatives. Moreover, old Cao had promised Yanzi that he would help her find Chu Feng. He was the only disciple her father had left behind, and she wanted to learn the truth about what kind of charlatan her father really was. Old Cao had already claimed her, so he would never give her away. In the car, he did not hide anything and explained Chu Feng's background to her. He also briefly explained why Chu Feng ended up in an orphanage. When old Cao explained, he deliberately made the timeline confusing. He claimed he was responsible for helping his sister, Gong Yuehua, find her son, and after a great deal of effort and resources, he finally tracked Chu Feng down. When he found him, old Cao claimed he did not yet know about the connection between Chu Feng and Yanzi. It was all a massive coincidence. Although I really do not like you chatting with other men, as it makes me jealous, he is your senior brother and my grandnephew. Besides, I believe our Yanzi is a woman who will remain faithful to one man. Cao Chuan casually manipulated her with that sentiment. Yanzi had not thought of betrayal, but with that sentence, she decided to maintain some distance. Soon, the motorcade arrived near the university town. Yanzi was familiar with this place. She had lived here for over half a month. Returning to this vicinity, she felt a wave of emotions, and even a strange sense of returning home in glory. When old Cao brought Yanzi to Tinji Hall, there were still many people queuing outside. Cao Zhenjian was diligently sweeping the floor, swaying as he worked. Miao Kexin saw Cao Chuan approaching and immediately stepped forward, greeting him politely. Afterwards, she seemed to have something to say, but she hesitated. She did not know how to bring it up, glancing at Yanzi from time to time. What is wrong, Xiao Kexin? If you have something to say, just tell your uncle, Cao Chuan said with a smile. Yanzi was sharp enough to know when to give them space. She turned and went to the side, taking the opportunity to look around the shop. Miao Kexin pulled Cao Chuan's arm and walked to a more secluded area. Uncle, that. Just say it. Is there anything you cannot tell me? Cao Chuan chuckled. Miao Kexin looked helpless, her face flushed. Brother Zheng Ying seems to have a problem. Cao Chuan's expression changed. What do you mean? Miao Kexin lowered her head, her chin resting on her chest, her small hands fiddling with the corner of her clothes, finding it hard to speak. You girl, still playing coy with your uncle? Finally, Miao Kexin stammered out the truth. She had discovered that Cao Zhengyang was acting effeminate and seemed to have an attraction to men. How could that be? Cao Chuan looked incredulous. Although this child was spoiled since childhood, his orientation has always been fine. How could he change? Miao Kexin stammered. I am not sure, but brother Zheng Yang always looks at brother Xiao Feng lecherously. He secretly asks me what brother Xiao Feng likes to eat, what colors he likes, if he has a girlfriend, and even if brother Xiao Feng has a boyfriend. Cao Chuan gasped, and the surrounding air instantly seemed to heat up. He pulled Miao Kexin to a more distant spot. Are you serious? Yes. Miao Kexin smiled bitterly, a look that was uglier than crying. She could not accept it internally, and she had hesitated for a long time before deciding to tell Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan's face darkened, and he took out his phone to dial a number. Hello, Audi. Master. Ada's voice came through. Audi and Old San were currently on vacation. Having finally returned from overseas, Old Cao had given them a long holiday, allowing them to return to their hometowns to rest. He had even given them a generous amount of money to buy property, or do as they pleased. Zhang Yang likes men? Audi was stunned. Ah, Cao Chuan scolded in a low voice. What are you stammering for? I sent you to take care of him overseas, and he actually got involved with that man. Does that not make him dirty? You did not report such a serious matter to me? Were you trying to hide it? No, master. Please listen to my explanation. Young master was very distressed while overseas. Throughout his explanation, Old Cao finally understood. Several surgeries and injuries had caused Cao Zhengyang internal problems. He did not dare to face women, especially beautiful ones, which was a very painful reality for him. The past was too traumatic to recall. Coupled with complications, after surgery in the hospital, he had suffered from a persistent fever, and the medication used was administered through the back door. Later, he developed prostatitis and issues with bowel movements, requiring a doctor to examine him. In his vulnerability, he discovered a new side to himself. He realized that he enjoyed the intimacy from behind. This changed Cao Zhenjiang's perspective. Coincidentally, he met an injured man in the hospital. The two of them became involved. Cao Chuan had the phone on speaker, and Miao Kexin listened, grimacing in disgust. Cao Chuan also frowned deeply. Adi, why did you not tell me about this? Master, I could not help it. Young master begged me for a long time, almost kneeling before me. I did not know what to do. After returning from overseas, I was on vacation, so I never had a chance to report it to you, Adi sighed. What about that man? Cao Chuan asked in a deep voice. Still overseas, Adi replied. Damn it. Zheng Yang seduces him, and then abandons him. That man is still the Cao family's son-in-law. Adi and Miao Kexin were both stunned. It took several seconds to process the meaning of that statement. Cao Chuan continued. So, Adi, contact Old San. Find a few people overseas and deal with this man for me. I do not want anyone in this world to know about this matter. Understood, master. Cao Chuan hung up the phone and sighed heavily, shaking his head. Thank you, Kexin. If it were not for you, I truly would not have known about this. His face showed pain, and even the energy around him seemed to exude suffering. Miao Kexin, filled with maternal instincts, took Cao Chuan's hand and comforted him. The comfort of his eldest daughter-in-law was effective. After a while, Cao Chuan was even able to joke. Kexin, promise your uncle you will keep this matter a secret. Otherwise, your uncle's handsome face will be completely lost. Miao Kexin chuckled. Do not worry, uncle. I have not told anyone. Uncle trusts you. You are a good girl, sigh. Cao Chuan sighed heavily again. As they spoke, his sister arrived. From a distance, Gong Yuehua's eyes narrowed. When she got closer, Old Cao and Miao Kexin's hands separated. Gong Yuehua, with a scrutinizing gaze and a hint of jealousy, asked, "You too, what is this?" Sigh. Cao Chuan sighed, a very heavy sound, with a bitter expression. Miao Kexin also lowered her head, shaking it without saying much. Gong Yuehua could tell from their attitude that their hand-holding was not what she thought. Something must have happened. What happened? Gong Yuehua frowned, worried. "Sister, do not ask. I will tell you if I get a chance. This kind of thing is too embarrassing," Cao Chuan said helplessly. "All right, then I will not ask for now. Tell me when you have thought it through, sister." Gong Yuehua doted on her younger brother. Although she did not know what had happened, she spoke softly. Then they entered Tianji Hall together. Cao Zhengyang quickly stepped forward to greet them, afraid that Old Cao would strike him. Gong Yuehua smiled, then her gaze fell on Yanzi, sizing her up with extreme satisfaction. Yanzi's height was not particularly outstanding, but her legs were long. Perhaps due to her cultivation, her temperament was unparalleled. Standing anywhere, she was as upright as a pine tree. Her figure was also impressive, with a slender waist, strong legs, and a well-proportioned physique. Gong Yuehua felt that this was the perfect candidate for a daughter-in-law. Her eyes openly displayed the look of a prospective mother-in-law. It infuriated Old Cao. He thought to himself, "I will show you tonight. Your daughter-in-law definitely cannot be Yanzi, and even less a woman. Otherwise, what about my son?" Cao Chuan was truly worried sick for Cao Zhenjian. Although he was not his biological father, he had taken over his family's property, so Cao Chuan felt obliged to return the favor. Since Yanzi liked men, then Old Cao would definitely not let him down. That man overseas would not do, but Chu Feng could be an option. As the saying went, do not let good things fall into outsiders' hands. "Yanzi, say hello." "Call her sister," Cao Chuan said. "Sister." Yanzi was not good at communicating. She could not even manage a proper greeting. Gong Yuehua rolled her eyes at Cao Chuan, thinking he was deliberately teasing her, making the young girl call her sister to make herself sound younger. Although Gong Yuehua was pleased inside, she shook her head. "You should call me auntie." "Sister, do not be silly. Why call her auntie?" Cao Chuan was speechless. Gong Yuehua said as a matter of course, "Yanzi and our Xiao Feng are senior brother and junior sister. Is it wrong to call me auntie? Calling me mom would even be appropriate." Cao Chuan's face darkened. "You are really twisted." Before they could argue further, the person from the inner room came out. The guest had left, and Chu Feng looked at the group of people in the shop. A black line appeared on his forehead. So many people had come to the shop. The crowd was so overwhelming that Chu Feng did not even bother to retort to Cao Chuan, but instantly locked his gaze onto Yanzi. So similar. Master was quite handsome when he was young. Yanzi resembled her father, heroic, handsome, and beautiful. Yanzi also looked at Chu Feng. The senior brother and junior sister finally recognized each other. If Gong Yuehua had not been present, Old Cao would definitely have said, "Xiao Feng, come here and call her aunt-in-law. Let us keep our relationships separate. You call me dad, and call her aunt-in-law. She calls you senior brother, and I call you son or nephew. How does that sound?" Chapter 276. The senior brother and junior sister recognized each other and had much to say. Because there were too many people around, many words remained unspoken. However, it distracted Chu Feng, causing his attention to wander. Gong Yuehua received a glance from Cao Chuan and, taking advantage of the distraction, entered the inner room. The room was very quiet, with only one table on which some Taoist trinkets were placed, along with some talismans Chu Feng had drawn himself. The turtle shell was on the table, and next to it were a few demon-purifying copper coins. Gong Yuehua casually took the turtle shell. It was not large, and it fit perfectly into her satchel. At the same time, she placed a new turtle shell on the table. This was a high-quality replica that Old Cao had given her last night. It seemed like an unnecessary step, but it was crucial. It would prevent Chu Feng from knowing when the original turtle shell was taken. Chu Feng did not use the turtle shell for everyone he met. This item was practically a divine artifact. For ordinary events concerning common people, there was no need for it. Therefore, a high-quality replica was made. To the naked eye, it was indistinguishable from the real thing, but the difference would be obvious upon picking it up. By the time Chu Feng discovered it, he would not know when the turtle shell had been swapped. The turtle shell was not that easy to steal. This item recognized its master through a drop of blood. If it moved a certain distance away from Chu Feng, he would instantly sense it. At the same time, an ordinary thief without luck could not possibly steal such an item. Only the destined heroine, with her great luck, could succeed. As the mother of the child of destiny, Gong Yuehua possessed great luck, and was naturally the best candidate to steal the shell. Even Cao Chuan could not act directly, and Miao Kexin lacked the necessary luck. Quietly leaving the inner room, Gong Yuehua gave Cao Chuan a look. Cao Chuan nodded slowly, then directly made the exchange. Old Cao put the turtle shell into his pocket, and then into his storage space. This severed all connections from the blood recognition. No matter how far the turtle shell was from Chu Feng, the boy would not be able to sense it. "I went to see him," Yanzi said with emotion while they were still chatting. "I know. I went to your hometown to find you, but I could not." Chu Feng shook his head. "Thank you for accompanying him all these years." "You are welcome. Are you doing well recently?" "Very well." This was purely awkward small talk. After all, there were many people around, and they had not seen each other for many years. In the original plot, Yanzi was a female assassin, who was later controlled by Chu Feng. There was a sense of getting to know each other through conflict between them, and since Yanzi did not know about her parents, they naturally had topics to discuss. But now, what was there to talk about? I propose, Cao Chuan said with a smile. Today is a happy day, so let us not open the shop. One day will not make a difference. I have booked a private room. Shall we all have lunch together, sister? Gong Yuehua nodded. I agree. Since the two elders had decided, the juniors naturally had no objections. Even if Chu Feng did not want to go and still disliked Cao Chuan, he did not refuse at this moment. Let us go, let us go. Seeing Chu Feng about to return to the inner room, old Cao stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulder. Boy, usually you are annoyed with me, and I do not blame you. But today I have reunited you and your senior brother and junior sister. Do not give me any attitude today. Please give your uncle a little face, okay? Kexen, you are in charge of closing the door. We will go to the hotel first. After speaking, old Cao half dragged and half pulled Chu Feng out of the shop. Chu Feng subconsciously looked back at the inner room, seeing the turtle shell placed on the table, safe and sound. At the same time, Kexen slowly closed the door to the inner room. Boy. Without giving Chu Feng time to think, old Cao changed the subject, whispering, I have been annoyed with you for a long time, boy. If it were not for my sister's face, I would have beaten you to death. Hey, Chu Feng turned his head, scoffing. It is not certain who would beat whom. Look at you now, do you act like a junior? I am still your uncle, am I not? You are not a real one. Stop flattering yourself, Chu Feng snorted. Cao Chuan narrowed his eyes. Although I am happy you are talking to your uncle, I do not like your tone of voice. And what kind of talk is that? Does not being blood-related mean there is no affection? Before you, my sister and I, that is your mother and your father, who is my brother-in-law, had such a good relationship. How is it that with you, just because I am not a blood uncle, you can point your finger at me and scold me? Last time you even tried to hit me. Do you think that is appropriate? Honestly, it really was not appropriate. Chu Feng also knew this, but he just disliked Cao Chuan. Xiao Feng. Before Chu Feng could speak, old Cao put his arm around his shoulder. The two walked arm in arm at the front, and no one disturbed them. Gong Yuehua also did not get close, thinking that letting the two of them chat privately might help improve their relationship considerably. Xiao Feng, Cao Chuan sighed. Do you know how difficult it has been for your mother? She has been searching for you all these years. Do you understand how much pressure there was from the family? Your Chu family is an ancient martial arts family, and one of the top 3 families in the north. Your father, as the family head of this generation, only had one son, and you went missing when you were young. Do you know how many people wanted your father to have another child? Continuing the family line is a major family matter. You can imagine how much pressure my sister was under. Everyone was forcing her, but what did she do? She swore she would not stop until she found you. Because, once she had another child, everyone in the family would forget about the lost child. The entire family gave up searching for you. Even your father gave up, but only your mother did not. And your father? He secretly had 2 illegitimate children, which your mother only recently found out about. Think about it. Really think about it. What kind of life has your mother lived all these years? Even her maternal family told her to give up the search and have another child, treating you as if you were dead. But her, she did not. Cao Chuan sighed heavily at this emotional point. And me? I will not say I made a huge contribution, but at least I have a vested interest with your Chu family. And I recognized her as my older sister, so her pressure within the family immediately disappeared. Do you understand what I mean? Without me, your mother would be living an even harder life right now. I am not trying to take credit, I am just telling you that you cannot treat your mother like that, and you certainly cannot treat me like this. I have not done anything to provoke you, have I? This torrent of words made Chu Feng feel somewhat embarrassed. But dislike was dislike. He could not control the emotions surging from within him. Boy, I do not know why you dislike me, but how about this? Let us make a deal. In front of your mother, you should respect me, greet me when you see me, and be polite. Privately, when your mother or outsiders are not present, you can dislike me all you want. I will not stop you, nor will I provoke you. How does that sound? Everything is for your mother. Chu Feng lightly snorted. Fine. Then we have a deal. A gentleman's word is his bond. Nonsense, I will not go back on my word, Chu Feng huffed. That is good, Cao Chuan laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Your mother is watching from behind. Try to look a little happier. Chu Feng adjusted his mindset, took a few seconds for mental preparation, and also started to smile. From a distance, the uncle and nephew seemed to have reconciled. Cao Chuan looked back. Chu Feng also looked back. Sure enough, he saw Gong Yuehua's smile, her joy evident on her face. See, your mother does not ask for too much. As long as the family is harmonious and you are happy, she will be happy too. This is motherly love. Great motherly love, Cao Chuan whispered. I also know that you grew up without parents, and it is hard to accept this kind of relative all at once, but you will get used to it gradually. Just remember, everyone in this world might harm you, but your mother never will. This masterful manipulation left even the child of destiny speechless. It even caused Chu Feng to develop some good feelings towards old Cao. However, these good feelings were masked by the aversion from the heavenly Tao consciousness, temporarily unexpressed. Once the heavenly Tao luck and his protagonist halo faded, these good feelings would completely gain the upper hand. This father, old Cao, was determined to be him. This son-in-law, old Cao, was also determined to have. Everything was for Cao Zhengyang. At this moment, the shop closed. The owner had a joyous occasion. The crowd waiting in line was somewhat helpless, but dared not displease the little immortal, so they dispersed. When the shop closed, Chu Feng saw it out of the corner of his eye and felt relieved, confirming the door was securely shut. He believed that no one knew about the turtle shell, his golden finger, and probably no one would steal it. Dinner at Zhong'an Grand Hotel. The meal was quite harmonious, with wine and meat. The meat was spirit meat, specifically kun chicken, that old Cao had specially procured. The wine was medicinal wine. The last bit left by his brother-in-law was brought out for everyone to share. Everyone seemed quite happy. Even Miao Kexin drank some of the medicinal wine. The meal did not end until 2 in the afternoon. Actually, everyone had drunk quite a bit, including Chu Feng. Old Cao had poured him a lot of wine, giving the reason that it was a happy day, and Chu Feng had not argued with old Cao. So the uncle and nephew drank a little more. When they left, Cao Chuan and Gong Yuehua left together. Zheng Yang, you boy, take Xiao Feng back. Kexin is a girl, and she has had a lot to drink, so she is not suitable to take Xiao Feng. Yan Zi, please help take Kexin back to school. Cao Chuan arranged everything clearly. Cao Zhengyang was overjoyed and quickly promised, Dad, do not worry, leave it to me. Then they all got into their cars, and the convoy went their separate ways. Sister, come have something to drink to sober up. Cao Chuan directly pressed her down. Gong Yuehua gave old Cao a charming look, scolding him playfully, saying that he just abused her, but despite her words, she complied. Drunk boys and girls play with anything, not caring about cleanliness. No one noticed that in the last few glasses of wine Chu Feng drank earlier, there was something added. Even Chu Feng did not notice. Cao Zhengyang, on the other hand, drank the least. He was constantly being bossed around by old Cao, either helping pour wine, going out to rush dishes, or serving food to others. And Cao Zhengyang directly took Chu Feng to his own place, as Cao Zhengyang did not know where Chu Feng lived. Then, Cao Zhengyang also played quite wildly. After all, he also had the surname Cao, and he even set up a camera. He liked to record things to enjoy later. He especially liked this kind of half-conscious, half-unconscious plot. As for Chu Feng, he dreamt of several girls, all of whom he had met in his life, of all kinds. Unfortunately, he could not see their faces clearly. He sobered up quite a bit, but still could not make out who they were. Under the hazy influence of alcohol, a fierce storm erupted. The dragon brought good fortune. Chapter 277. The world seemed to shift around him. A notification echoed in his mind. He had successfully plundered 10% of the protagonist halo belonging to the child of destiny, Chu Feng. His own villain halo increased by 10%. 80% of Chu Feng's luck had been stripped away. With 3 out of 5 destined heroines secured, his task was progressing well. His villain luck increased by 100,000 points. Another notification rang out. He had stolen the golden finger of the child of destiny. This change altered 99% of the overall plot. He plundered 400% of Chu Feng's protagonist halo. His villain halo grew accordingly. 99.99% of Chu Feng's luck was gone. The system encouraged his progress, and his villain luck surged by 4 million points. Holy crap. Cao Chuan sat up abruptly. Fortunately, Gong Yuehua was exhausted, or she would have been startled awake. Even so, she turned over and mumbled a few unintelligible words. Cao Chuan did not care what she said. He climbed out of bed and headed to the bathroom, intent on sorting through the gains from this latest development. He was stunned by the notification. What was a 400% protagonist halo? It was equivalent to 4 of Chu Feng, or perhaps 40 of Lin Han. The plunder had reached 99.99%, an amount infinitely close to the maximum. If not for the remaining 2 heroine missions, it would have been completed, and Chu Feng would have been effectively defeated. Since it hit that threshold, the remaining rewards would be settled in one final go. Cao Chuan chuckled. 4 million points was no small amount. He knew there would be significant feedback when the final settlement occurred. Most importantly, old Cao had discovered new ways to manipulate the narrative. He originally thought that stealing the tortoise shell golden finger would only grant him 50% of the luck, but it had yielded 400%. It made sense. The system indicated that once the golden finger was stolen, Chu Feng would essentially be crippled. He would suffer from heavenly backlash and bad fortune, meeting an early end much like his master. This changed the plot entirely, so it was only natural that the gains would be so immense. So you are the one called Golden Finger, huh? Cao Chuan was in the bath. He took out the tortoise shell and examined it. He turned it over and over. He could not perform a blood ritual yet, nor could he stare at it for too long, lest Chu Feng sense it. The item was made of a material that was neither gold nor jade. It was rumored to grant eternal life. Cao Chuan wondered how the turtle had died. Perhaps it was an ancient divine creature killed by a saint, and refined into an immortal artifact. He did not know, nor did it matter. He watched the mysterious patterns flow across the surface, before storing it away. Caution was always the better part of valor. He decided not to take the shell out again, until Chu Feng was truly finished. After his shower, Cao Chuan left, and returned to the rental house to eat with the 3 women. He was precise in his schedule. He checked their cultivation progress. The sisters were diligent. Even the youngest, Xiao Chao, who required the most sleep, endured her drowsiness to meditate alongside her sisters. They had discovered that true qi circulated faster when they cultivated together. When 3 people cultivated with mutual sensing, the speed at least doubled. Consequently, Xiao Chao was dragged along by her sisters and forced to practice. After inspecting their progress, Cao Chuan was satisfied. He told them they did not need to cultivate day and night. With the medicinal baths and the pills he provided, their starting point was much faster than anyone else. With a little practice, they would be geniuses. He rubbed Xiao Chao's head and told her that he had ordered dinner. He instructed them to eat and then get some rest. Xiao Chao, currently muddled from exhaustion, had no idea of Cao Chuan's cunning plans. Around 8 in the evening, Chu Feng finally woke up. He immediately beat Cao Zhenjian, even though both of them were naked. Chu Feng attacked with raw venting, while Cao Zhenjian screamed shrilly. He even shouted for Chu Feng to hit him harder. It was not that Chu Feng lacked strength, but the alcohol had not worn off. His limbs were weak, dulling his strikes. Chu Feng was furious, feeling as disgusted as if he had consumed filth. After beating Cao Zhenjian, Chu Feng went to the bathroom, slammed the door shut, and prepared to wash himself thoroughly. He looked down and felt utter disgust. He wanted to cut off the part of his skin that had been touched. He spent the entire night in this state, unable to calm his mind. At 10 in the evening, Cao Chuan took another bath. His skin was getting puffy from the constant washing. He received a text from Luo Li and made a call while in the tub. Luo Li reported on the situation between Chu Feng and Cao Zhenjian. Cao Chuan chuckled. The situation was smoother than he had imagined. While he liked to scheme, he was not a god who could control every detail. However, he had backup plans. He had secretly recorded the event, and even if Cao Zhenjian had not filmed it, Cao Chuan would have found a way to leak the information. Everything was proceeding according to his design. Chu Feng spent 2 days hiding in his rental apartment. He did not return to the shop and kept his phone off, avoiding all contact. He thought he heard knocking, but he did not respond. Then, the video suddenly leaked and spread across the internet. It appeared that an unseen force was pushing the scandal to the forefront. Most netizens were aware of the incident. The news circulated through the upper circles because it involved the Chu family, one of the 3 northern clans, and the Cao family, the wealthiest in the country. Anonymous sources revealed the identities of the 2 men in the video. The public was shocked to learn that the son of the wealthiest man was involved with a descendant of the northern Chu family. The gossip was scandalous. Cao Chuan was furious. He struck Cao Zhengyang across the back with a stick. Cao Zhengyang rolled on the ground, screaming that it was not his fault. Cao Chuan retorted with anger, scolding his son for recording the video, and then acting foolishly by taking the camera to a repair shop. He beat him severely, holding back just enough strength so that the young man would not die on the spot. Gong Yuehua, though grim, eventually stepped in to stop him. She reminded him that the urgent matter now was to find Chu Feng. Chapter 278. Honestly, no matter how one looked at it, this was not Cao Zhenjiang's fault. He was a passive participant. It was like when a problem arises between a man and a woman. No one would ever think it was the woman who forced the man. Even if the woman did force him, people would still feel the man took advantage, violated the woman's will, and deserved to die. However, Cao Chuan hit Cao Zhengyang because he went to repair the camera and allowed the footage to spread. If Cao Zhengyang had not repaired the camera, it would have been impossible for the matter to cause such a stir. Did the Cao family have any shame left? Regardless, it had nothing to do with Cao Chuan. Moreover, by disgracing himself, was the pitiful Cao Chuan not more deserving of sympathy? Clang, clang. The rolling pin dropped to the floor. Cao Chuan sat on the sofa, fuming. This was Gong Yuehua's luxurious mansion. The servants had already been sent out, leaving only the 3 of them. Gong Yuehua looked at Cao Zhengyang, who was writhing in pain on the floor. She felt a desire to comfort him. After all, he was Cao Chuan's son. But the moment she thought about them playing with excrement, her expression turned ugly, and she felt nauseous. In this day and age, gossip could be fatal, especially with such high status and background. Incidents could easily be maliciously attacked by those with anti-rich mentalities. This was the direct reason for the rapid spread of the news. What are you doing lying on the floor? Get out, and bring Xiao Feng back. If you cannot find him, you do not need to come back either. I will pretend I do not have a son like you. Get out. Cao Zhengyang shakily got to his feet and left the mansion. Gong Yuehua sat by his side, gently stroking Cao Chuan's back, and softly said, "Do not get so angry. Too much anger harms your health. Besides, Xiao Yang is also a victim in this matter. If anyone is to blame, it should be Xiao Feng." Cao Chuan shook his head. "That is not how it is. I am actually quite open-minded about matters of the heart. I would not be unable to accept it if they were truly together. What makes me angry is that this beast actually recorded it. Recording it is one thing. Watching it privately is fine. But he was an idiot. He actually took it out to be repaired. Tell me, how idiotic do you have to be to do something like that? The most infuriating thing is that it is now spreading like wildfire online. I do not care. I am a businessman, and my reputation is not great anyway. These people online cursing me have no effect on me. It will not affect my ability to earn money either. But the Chu family is different, and Xiao Feng is different. The impact on them is too great, and it is all because of that little beast, Cao Zhengyang." All right. Gong Yuehua sighed lightly. She did not care much about the Chu family's reputation now, but it did have a significant impact on Xiao Feng. He had not been seen for over 2 days. She had previously thought he went to the northwest, but now it seemed he was probably hiding. What she cared about more now was Cao Chuan. Gong Yuehua soothed him. "Do not be angry anymore. The key now is to find a way to solve the problem. I will contact Chu Han King in a moment and have him eliminate the online impact first. Sister, I need some comfort." Gong Yuehua remained silent. Actually, the cars everyone drives are all the same. Cao Chuan used to be an experienced driver, driving for leaders, so he had a lot of say regarding cars, these transportation tools. The old Cao Chuan was once pure. He remembered the first time he picked up a car. He cherished it immensely. Let alone a scratch, even if there was a speck of dust on the car body, Cao Chuan would wipe it clean, spotless. He would always worry that his first beloved car would be touched, scratched, or stolen, so he treasured it immensely. He would even sleep in the car, clinging to it at all times. Later, when he had many cars, all kinds of them, he gradually stopped caring. Especially when driving leaders' cars, which belonged to others, to the unit, to the state, he would drive them hard. He would floor the accelerator, pushing it to the limit. He did not care if the leaders' cars had any strange noises, nor did he care if burning tires would cause engine wear, or turn the tires black. It did not matter. Anyway, it was not his own. Just like now, Cao Chuan drove it hard, test driving it casually. A full hour. Why is a test drive always an hour? Because from a biological perspective, the most comfortable test drive time for a vehicle is between half an hour and an hour. If it is longer, the road will become dry. Not only is it uncomfortable to drive, but it also diminishes the driving experience. Plus, given the existence of some special cultivation techniques, an hour is sufficient. Chu Hanqiang became the laughingstock of the aristocratic circles, but most of the mockery was private. Ultimately, this incident would not affect Chu Hanqiang's status and prestige. At most, he would be considered to have failed in his strict upbringing. However, Chu Feng was lost as a child and did not grow up in the Chu family, so he naturally could not be considered a member of the Chu family, and it could not be linked to Chu Hanqiang. However, Chu Hanqiang was indeed furious. He directly called Gong Yuehua, wanting to question Chu Feng about what exactly was going on. The phone was not answered by Gong Yuehua, but by Cao Chuan, brother-in-law. Cao Chuan's voice was a bit dejected and he sighed. Chu Hanqiang was angry, but he held it in for a moment and did not vent his anger on Cao Chuan. What exactly is going on? Where is your sister? My sister is taking a bath. Chu Hanqiang raised an eyebrow. Cao Chuan said, recently, my own farm sent over some winter dates, all self-grown. The taste is quite good, and they are all organic fruits. I will send some over to brother-in-law later. Chu Hanqiang helplessly said, where do I have time to eat fruit now? Do you know about that matter with Chu Feng and your Cao Zhengyang? I know. I just gave Cao Zhengyang a beating. Damn it, if he had not filmed it and then sent the camera for repair, this matter would not have been exposed. Cao Chuan sighed. The two children were willing, and I am too lazy to bother with it, but it is embarrassing for it to spread. However, brother-in-law, do not worry, I will definitely handle this matter well. Chu Hanqiang gritted his teeth at the absurdity of the comment. They cannot be together. Chu Hanqiang said in a deep voice. I know, brother-in-law, do not worry, I know what to do. I trust you to handle things. He hung up after a few words. Cao Chuan patted Gong Yuehua's head. It seems brother-in-law is disappointed in Xiao Feng. Piffed. Gong Yuehua snorted lightly. He never cared anyway. Now that this matter has come out, he just has an excuse not to acknowledge the son. It is all right, sister. If Chu Hanqiang does not acknowledge him, I will. And taking a step back, I will even acknowledge the son-in-law. Hiss. Cao Chuan's hair stood on end. His sister was ruthless. She clearly knew Cao Chuan was afraid of this, so she used it to control him. But she did not know that this was what Cao Chuan liked most. Cao Chuan's actions had always been a mix of truth and falsehood. With that, his bladder was completely empty. On Cao Zhenjiang's side, he quickly found Chu Feng's rental apartment. He directly called a locksmith. The young couple met again. Chu Feng's expression was incredibly varied. Chu Feng's virginity was given to Cao Zhengyang. After 2 days of processing, he could not bring himself to silence him. Precisely because of this, Cao Zhengyang also clung to him, directly sliding to his knees in front of Chu Feng, weeping. Cao Zhengyang was not apologizing, but rather complaining, saying he had been brutally beaten by Cao Chuan. He even took off his clothes to show Chu Feng the bruised marks on his back. Cao Zhengyang tried to awaken Chu Feng's pity for him. Actually, it is strange to say, but why did Cao Zhengyang only fall for Chu Feng? Cao Chuan had also considered this question. Although Cao Chuan initially intended to set them up, he did not expect things to go so smoothly. Cao Zhengyang fell for Chu Feng at first sight. Looking back, Cao Chuan considered this question, and his guess was that Chu Feng was handsome enough. But this was just superficial. Ultimately, it was due to the luck operating on Chu Feng. All children of destiny have a specific gene. Any woman who appears in the book will most likely fall in love with the child of destiny, as if all the men in this world have died out. Even female villains, who initially oppose the child of destiny, will eventually fall irrevocably in love with the protagonist due to luck and the protagonist halo. Cao Zhengyang was not a woman, but he was better than a woman. He knew a man's desires well. Plus, after 2 plot developments, he no longer belonged to the villainous rich second generation, and there was also Cao Chuan's villain protagonist halo at work. When Cao Chuan and Chu Feng met, the invisible clash of their 2 protagonist halos affected Cao Zhengyang, causing him to completely lose his rationality and fall in love with Chu Feng at first sight. Get out of my sight. I will not. Do not dare talk to me with that expression. I am telling you, what happened that day was just a misunderstanding. Do not make me kill you. Brother Chu Feng, kill me. Damn it. Chu Feng shivered, wishing he could just strike out, but he ultimately loosened his fist because Cao Jinyan was crying, and crying so pitifully. Chu Feng softened. This was the protagonist Halo causing a reverse reduction in intelligence. Leaving aside whether Cao Jinyan was male or female, if it were a proper woman, and something unexpected happened between her and Chu Feng, even if Chu Feng did not like her, he would definitely soften when that woman cried and cried. Kneeling pitifully in front of him, as a child of destiny, he would surely soften. This was determined by the protagonist Halo gene. Protagonists who kill women to prove their path are a minority, especially killing women with whom they have already had a relationship. Basically, such children of destiny did not exist. So, the protagonist Halo did not need to know if Cao Jinyan was male or female. The Halo only needed to know that Chu Feng and Cao Jinyan had a marital relationship, and now Cao Jinyan was kneeling and crying, so Chu Feng could not possibly not soften. This was reverse intelligence reduction. You get up. If you do not forgive me, I will not get up. Chu Feng's face darkened. His subconscious gene made him soft-hearted, but his reason made him unable to accept it, leaving him extremely conflicted. Cao Jinyan cried as he apologized, saying he should not have filmed it, should not have sent the camera for repair, and should not have let the world know about it. Chu Feng's heart jolted. What? The matter spread. Holy crap. Damn it. Chapter 279. Chu Feng did not yet realize that the scandal was spreading like wildfire. When the full gravity of the news finally hit him, he felt as though his entire world had collapsed. He felt utterly tainted. When Cao Chuan and Gong Yuehua approached him, Gong Yuehua felt a pang of heartache. The young man's eyes were sunken, betraying the fact that he had not rested for days, let alone the psychological torture he was enduring. Gong Yuehua moved to comfort him, but Cao Chuan intercepted her. Even though they were biological mother and son, Cao Chuan refused to let anyone else encroach upon what he considered his own. Xiao Feng, you have suffered, Cao Chuan said, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder. Come, let us step aside and have a private chat. Chu Feng's hostility toward Cao Chuan had all but evaporated. Under the crushing pressure of the massive halo shifting against him, the lingering trace of his protagonist luck dared not show any malice. Do you truly harbor feelings for our Jinyan? Cao Chuan asked, his expression a mask of bitterness and resignation. Chu Feng looked up sharply, stunned. He had expected a serious confrontation, not this. Cao Chuan patted his shoulder with an open-minded demeanor. Xiao Feng, I do not object to strengthening family ties, and I do not think such matters should be dismissed lightly. True love is priceless. While I cannot fully grasp these feelings, I will not look at them with prejudice. I am your uncle and I am his father. I support you. Chu Feng did not refute him. The weight of Cao Chuan's supposed support provided a warmth that felt like genuine family. Even if the family did not understand or accept the situation, the fact that they stood by him meant the world. That is a misunderstanding, Chu Feng muttered, enunciating each word clearly. Truly, truly. Chu Feng nodded. Cao Chuan smiled. That is wonderful. Although I support your decisions, I cannot personally understand such things. If it is just a misunderstanding, that is great news. I will tell your father, we will scrub the internet clean, and you can return to your normal life. Chu Feng nodded. Thank you. Cao Chuan was surprised. You are actually thanking me? Chu Feng turned his gaze away, his stubborn pride intact. I gave my word. When my mother is present, I will show you respect. Cao Chuan feigned delight. You are not bad, kid. At least you keep your word. Are you preparing for a formal family recognition? Go tell your mother yourself. She will be very happy. Chu Feng hesitated. Let us wait until this matter is completely over. Children of destiny always overthink things. After such a public scandal, acknowledging his family now would look as though he only chose to do so out of desperation. It would strip him of his pride and dignity. All right, no matter what you do, uncle supports you. Cao Chuan added. Since this matter has had some impact, you should not stay in Zonghai for now. Go travel, clear your mind, and come back after this has passed. Chu Feng was silent for a few seconds, then finally nodded. He had opened his shop in the university town specifically to find his junior sister. Now that she had been found and was doing well, his mission was complete. He was not in the mood to run a business anyway. Let Zheng Yang go travel with you, Cao Chuan suggested. Chu Feng frowned. I believe it was a misunderstanding, but Zheng Yang is, after all, currently in a fragile state. The blow to him was significant. You can look out for each other. I hope you can talk to him. He might only listen to you now. This request triggered the child of destiny's nature. When an elder entrusts a charge to them, they rarely refuse. Chu Feng hesitated, then reluctantly accepted. All right then. Good child, Cao Chuan said with a smile. After they parted, Cao Chuan called Chu Hanqiang to declare the matter a misunderstanding. Whether Chu Hanqiang believed him did not matter. Old Cao believed it, and that was enough. Online, the comments were gradually subsiding. It would be forgotten in a few days. Cao Chuan was busy. Today was Mother Chao's discharge day, and the whole family was celebrating. Cao Chuan had to participate. His nightly raids on the enemy camp had yielded perfect results. Xiao Chao barely received any uninterrupted sleep, and looked hazy all day, unable to utilize her sharp wit. When she saw Cao Chuan, her eyes flickered with a hint of fear. This man was simply too fierce. Mother Chao did not notice her youngest daughter's gaze, only watching Cao Chuan busy himself. Just let them carry the things. You are so busy, you do not need to pick me up from the hospital. Cao Chuan, carrying her discharge items, shook his head. I am not busy lately, and I do not need to go on business trips, so I am quite free. Being discharged is a happy occasion. I will personally prepare dinner tonight. Mother Cao was surprised. You can cook? What are you saying? I was poor when I was a child. How could I not know how to cook? Cao Chuan chuckled. De Chao nodded. Mom, his cooking is delicious. I have tasted it. Chatting and laughing, they completed the discharge procedures and left in the convoy. The four mother and daughters went to the rental house together. Visiting this place for the first time, Mother Cao was stunned by the environment. Cao Chuan smiled. I plan to buy this house and transfer ownership to De Chao. Ah, De Chao quickly waved her hand. No, I cannot accept it. Mother Cao was also startled. Although housing prices in Zonghai were not as high as in the future, good locations were already expensive. A large flat in this riverside area was a mansion worth tens of millions. Do not feel burdened. It is just a house, consider it a betrothal gift. It is decided. You take our mother to look around, I will go buy some groceries. I will go with you, brother-in-law. Ir Chao stepped forward, hiding her guilt. I will help carry the groceries. Mother Cao nodded slowly. She had private matters to discuss with her eldest daughter, and the third daughter still looked half asleep, so only the second daughter could accompany him. The two left the house, and the atmosphere in the elevator grew strained. Cao Chuan chuckled. Do you have something on your mind? Ah, Ir Chao was startled, quickly shaking her head. No, your face says otherwise, and I am not blind. Cao Chuan smiled. Just say whatever you want. We are family, are we not? Ir Chao stammered. No, it is just some things about cultivation that I do not understand. Tell me about it. After they exited the elevator and got into the car, Ir Chao seemed to have made up her mind. Our three sisters are connected by heart. Cao Chuan asked. Connected by heart? And then, Ir Chao whispered. We are triplets, and we have a stronger connection than ordinary ones. We can sense each other's pain. Especially after cultivating, the sensation is even stronger. Ir Chao had experimented last night. She had moved several kilometers away, but the sensation of their shared connection remained powerful. She realized that she and Xiao Chao could not escape this fate. She was reaching her breaking point and felt she had no choice but to explain directly to Cao Chuan. Perhaps there was jealousy in this decision, but she needed to be valued. Strong sensation? Cao Chuan was stunned, then overjoyed. That is great. Chapter 280. Ir Chao did not expect Cao Zhengyang to be so excited. Was he not even going to pretend? But then, Cao Zhenjiang's words made her realize that he had not even considered that aspect. He was a true gentleman, after all. Cao Zhengyang said with joy, cultivators all know that the stronger the sense, the stronger the combat power. You three sisters have telepathy, so you can practice combined attack techniques. If you cooperate with each other, it can greatly increase your combat power, possibly even doubling it. You are currently just entering the Danjin stage, and your control over your body and true chi is still elementary. Once you master it, your individual combat power will not be inferior to ordinary Danjin powerhouses. With combined attacks, you can even rival a Danjin grandmaster. I will find some combined attack techniques for you to train with. Cao Zhenjiang's face lit up with joy. Ir Chao also thought it made sense, but that was not what she wanted to talk about at all. This bad guy. He used to have so many tricks, but now he was like a block of wood. Why was he so dull now? Was she talking about combined attack techniques? Ir Chao, having just entered the woman stage, still had some modesty. Some things were truly hard to say directly. She could not possibly say, you are having sex from a distance, and it is reaching me. That just would not sound good. Holy crap. When Chu Feng returned to Tianji Hall, Cao Zhengyang was also present, sticking to him as if inseparable. This made Chu Feng very helpless, but he could not get angry, so he could only keep his head down. As soon as he entered Tianji Hall, he was shocked by the situation inside. The hall had been robbed. All kinds of ornaments, including many crystal ones, were gone. Cabinets everywhere were ransacked. Inside the back room, the table had been searched, drawers were in disarray, and the tortoise shell on the table had disappeared. Cao Zhengyang exclaimed, we have been robbed. Chu Feng's face was filled with anger as he demanded, who opened the door these past 2 days? Cao Zhengyang stammered in fright, pouting, why are you yelling? Talk to me properly, Chu Feng snapped. Cao Zhengyang said, it might have been Kexen. She occasionally comes to clean. I saw her 2 days ago. Immediately after, Cao Zhengyang rolled his eyes at him, muttering, it is just a few ornaments. They are not worth much. I will ask my dad to get you a batch of good ones later. No big deal. The female lead always sides with outsiders. This is a genetic trait. Just ornaments. You say it so lightly. Chu Feng angrily took out his phone and dialed Miao Kexen's number. Hello, Miao Kexen answered. Did you open my shop door? Chu Feng asked in a deep voice. Yes, I helped you clean before, Miao Kexen replied. Her tone was a bit strange, with a hint of distance. Firstly, it was due to luck. Secondly, the video spread widely, which disgusted Miao Kexen. She had come to help clean yesterday, and the day before, fearing even a speck of dust. But now she did not want to bother. When was the last time you came? Chu Feng needed to figure out when the shop was robbed. Yesterday morning, Miao Kexen said. Chu Feng did not notice the distance in her words. He could not care less about matters between men and women, as he was solely focused on the tortoise shell. Chu Feng asked again, when you left, were any items in the shop missing? Was my fortune-telling tortoise shell still in the back room? Nothing was missing, and the tortoise shell was there. What is wrong? Are things missing now? Miao Kexen was surprised. Chu Feng did not answer but asked, did you close the door properly when you left? Of course I closed the door properly. Before Miao Kexin could finish, Chu Feng hung up. He just wanted to confirm the time. Darling, do not be angry. If you say that again, I will kill you. Chu Feng pointed at Cao Zhengyang, his face green with anger. Cao Zhengyang stood timidly to the side, not daring to speak, mainly intimidated by Chu Feng's aura. After all, Chu Feng was at the Danjin stage, and the difference was not small. After a long while, Chu Feng slumped into a chair, looking at the messy shop, silent. He began to review the events in his mind. 2 days ago, when Yanzi came over, everyone went out for lunch, and he was dragged away by Cao Chuan when they left. He did not suspect Cao Chuan, because there were no suspicious points. And as he left, Chu Feng looked back and saw the tortoise shell was still there. Miao Kexin would not steal his things. Besides, no one in this world knew the wonders of the tortoise shell. Chu Feng formed a hand seal, a special sensing hand seal, trying to connect with the tortoise shell that had been recognized by a drop of his blood. Unfortunately, the sense was like a stone sinking into the sea. The tortoise shell seemed to have suddenly vanished from this world, without a trace. However, the feeling of blood recognition had not been severed, indicating that the tortoise shell still existed intact, but its location was uncertain. Hello. A moment later, Chu Feng dialed Gong Yuehua's number. Xiao Feng. Gong Yuehua was joyful. This was the first time Chu Feng had called her. Chu Feng's breath hitched, feeling this joy, and his irritable mood seemed to improve a little. Can you help me with something? Chu Feng said in a low voice. Just say it. Why be so polite with your mom? Help me check the surveillance around my shop from yesterday noon until today. Why check that? Gong Yuehua asked curiously. Chu Feng said, my shop was robbed, all my things were stolen. I want to see if the surveillance can track the thief. Gong Yuehua replied, okay, do not worry, I will find your uncle. His influence in Zonghai is greater than mine. Okay. Chu Feng did not refuse. He no longer had any aversion to Cao Zhengyang. From these conversation details, it can also be seen that most children of destiny are actually very cautious. He said everything was stolen, but he did not mention the tortoise shell, for fear that his concern for it would spread. Finally, seeing that they were almost at the largest farmer's market nearby, Chao spoke directly. What I want to say is, when you and my sister do that, I can feel it too. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is not scientific, Cao Zhengyang cried out, his face filled with inexplicable shock. Seeing Cao Zhenjiang's inability to accept it, Chao's mood brightened a bit. But then Cao Zhengyang asked with a strange expression, you are not lying to me, are you? How could I joke about something like this? Chao said, exasperated. Cao Zhengyang frowned. That is true. You sisters are all good girls, but this is not scientific. Do all triplets or twins experience this? No, Chao said bitterly. We have been able to sense it since we were little. I even specifically looked up many cases of twin telepathy. Only a very small number of pairs have it, and even then, it is just ordinary sensing. Originally, we had a distance limit. There was no sensing beyond a few hundred meters. But once we cultivated, this sensing distance increased infinitely. I am still not sure how far it can reach now. Chao spoke very clearly. Cao Zhengyang could not pretend to be stupid anymore. To continue pretending would be too much. It would not be acting, but treating Chao like an idiot. It would affect Cao Zhenjiang's image as a gentleman in Chao's heart. What should I do? Wait, Cao Zhengyang said seriously, does your mother know about this? Chao hesitated before speaking. We mentioned it when we were little, but my mom did not seem to pay much attention. We have not talked about it since we grew up. Cao Zhengyang asked again, do all three of you sisters know about this? Yes, big sister and I definitely know. We have not talked to Xiao Chao about it, but that little one is not stupid. She probably understands too. Cao Zhengyang fell silent. Chao also fell silent. The car arrived at the outer street of the farmer's market. Cao Zhengyang did not get out of the car. Instead, he lit a cigarette. When Chao spoke, she had already decided to burn her bridges. After speaking, feeling the awkward and somewhat ambiguous atmosphere in the car, she began to feel shy. She did not dare to look at Cao Zhengyang. This was exactly the atmosphere he wanted. After half a cigarette, Cao Zhengyang said, you have been feeling it these past few days? Chao lowered her head, not looking at him, and hummed in response. Then Xiao Chao probably feels it too. But why did not Chao tell me about this? If I had known, I would have. He said it several times, but did not know how to finish. I would have what? He could not possibly say. I would not have been with Chao. How could that be? They were boyfriend and girlfriend. Such things were hard to avoid. Besides, you can avoid it for a while, but not forever. To put it bluntly, even without Cao Zhengyang, there would be other brothers-in-law. Was she going to be lonely forever? I am sorry, Cao Zhengyang sighed. No, Chao quickly shook her head. I am not blaming you. I just thought about it for a long time, and decided to tell you about this situation. I did not even discuss it with Big Sister. I did not know what to say. Cao Zhengyang nodded. It is indeed a bit complicated and difficult to handle, but do not be afraid of problems. If there are problems, we will solve them. Give me some time for this. I will think about how to deal with it. Also, Cao Zhengyang looked a little distressed. What will you do when you look for a boyfriend in the future? Chao suddenly realized. Yes, finding a boyfriend in the future. What boyfriend? How could I find one? She had given everything to him. But of all the things she had said, this was the only one Chao was too embarrassed to tell him. Do not worry, I will not look for one. Cao Zhengyang turned his head in surprise. Why? There is someone in my heart who died. Chao casually made up an excuse. Cao Zhengyang was speechless. You will not look for one your whole life? Yes. What about Xiao Chao? Trouble. The situation was indeed troublesome. From Cao Zhenjiang's perspective, it was actually easy to handle. But from Chao's perspective, this matter was a headache. She could not find a good way to deal with it. It seemed unsolvable. Chapter 281. The trouble now is that the situation is nonsense. That is where the difficulty lies. When President Cao posed those questions, Chao reacted to them. Then, both of them fell silent. Eventually, the phone rang. Hello, sis. Cao Chuan spoke with a tone of practiced respect. He addressed Gong Yuehua as sis without a single flaw in his delivery. What? Cao Chuan frowned, feigning surprise. Tianji Hall was robbed. All right, I will immediately have people investigate. Damn it. Daring to steal from my nephew. They are courting death. Gong Yuehua whispered, is someone with you? Yes, Cao Chuan replied. Gong Yuehua understood. It was no wonder he was putting on an act. Anyone who did not know better would think the shop had genuinely been robbed. Gong Yuehua asked, did I not already switch out the turtle shell? Why did you still have people steal other things from the shop? I will explain it to you later, Cao Chuan said. All right, just handle it as you see fit. After hanging up the phone, Cao Chuan sighed and shook his head. It is just one trivial matter after another every day. There are too many small things. Chao, let us go buy groceries first. I need to think about how to handle our family affairs. Okay, Chao nodded obediently. They got out of the car. There were no bodyguards accompanying them. Buying groceries with bodyguards was no different from a leader conducting an inspection with cameras. It was purely for show. Cao Chuan orchestrated the theft at Tianji Hall to create a diversion. He needed to ensure that if Chu Feng realized the turtle shell was missing, he would assume it was a theft of various items, rather than a targeted swap. If he suspected an inside job, the illusion that crystal ornaments were stolen would shift the blame elsewhere. The Long family would take the fall because they were obsessed with crystals. Cao Chuan rubbed Chao's head and stroked her hair tenderly. What do you want to eat? Buy whatever vegetables you want. Chao felt his gaze. Her face flushed, and she felt a little shy. I am not picky. Oh, then you are like me. I am not picky either. Come on, let us buy some main dishes. The hairy crabs are just out this season. We can try them. President Cao led her to the seafood section. A seafood tricycle sped by. The broken-down vehicles in rural markets were driven aggressively. Watch out, Cao Chuan exclaimed. Regardless of whether the vehicle would actually hit them, he pulled her back with one arm and saved Chao from the path of the tricycle. He embraced her slender waist. Their heartbeats were pressed together, and the sensation was clear. Are you all right? I am fine. This place is really chaotic. How are they driving? Cao Chuan cursed. He took her hand naturally. You are quite a scatterbrain. I had better hold your hand so you do not get hurt again. It would be hard to explain when we get back. Chao did not refuse. They already had a deeper relationship, so she did not mind this touch. Cao Chuan asked, if I hold your hand like this, will the Chao and San Chao feel it? Chao shook her head. No, only things with particularly strong neural sensations are felt. Like what? Cao Chuan asked curiously. Chao whispered, embarrassed, like that kind of thing. Cao Chuan asked, how about this? He leaned in and kissed her. Chao's eyes widened. This was a wet market with people everywhere. How could he dare? But the moment was brief. Cao Chuan asked with a curious expression, how about this? Chao lowered her head and shook it. So this does not work, huh? All right, let us continue buying groceries. Back in the car, Chao murmured, what are we now? Cao Chuan held her hand softly. I have figured it out. There is no way I can let others know about this, nor can I give up on you all. I certainly do not want to be betrayed. From now on, you belong to me. Chao's heart swelled with joy, but she shook her head. No, big sister will not agree, and my mother will not agree either. Cao Chuan smiled. Now it is not about whether they agree. It is about whether you agree. As long as you are willing, leave the rest to me. Even if I go to hell, I will bear it. I will not let anyone harm you. They entered the house. President Cao handed the groceries to Chao. It was evident that Chao had cried. Her eyes were slightly swollen, but President Cao did not say much. He assumed the mother and daughter had been having a private conversation. Chao, please help me prepare the ingredients first. I need to make a call. Okay, business is important. Leave the rest to us. Chao nodded. Chu Feng received a call from Cao Chuan. He turned to a computer and received some videos that President Cao sent him. Cao Chuan said, Xiao Feng, if things are lost, they are lost. It is good that you are all right. I have already contacted both the underworld and the police. We will find out what petty thief dared to steal from my Cao family's nephew. They are courting death. Chu Feng said, thank you. Why be so polite with your uncle? We are family. I am a bit busy right now. After I am done, I will come find you, and we will catch the thief together. Okay. Not long after hanging up, the phone rang again. It was Zheng Myron. Master, people from the Long family are visiting. I told them you were out on business, but they do not seem to be leaving. Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow. Long Yi from the Long family? That is right. There is an old man with her. All right, Cao Chuan smiled. If they do not want to leave, then let them wait. I will go back when I have time. We should be polite, but do not treat them as too important. Understood. Chapter 282. The Dragon family came to Zonghai for two reasons. First, they wanted to use a honey trap to control the crystal's channels. Second, they came to investigate the deaths of Long Yuan and Long Hao. After all, they died under mysterious circumstances. Everyone suspected Ye Chen. However, Ye Chen later disappeared, and eventually he was sacrificed to the heavens with Cao Chuan participating in the event. This indicates the dragon family has already investigated and knows that Ye Chen was captured by Cao Chuan, who then handed him over to Shen Menyi. Coming to find Boss Cao this time, they are likely here for these two matters, or perhaps to investigate the people behind him. We will only know after meeting them. Of course, the last time those people behind Boss Cao slaughtered many spies, they implicated their entire families, and the impact is still significant. Spies from several overseas countries continuously pressured high-level officials, and the embassies urged the country's special departments to step forward and have the country severely punish the perpetrators. Both sides are still bickering. Conversely, Boss Cao is very idle. No one comes to bother him, because everyone thinks he is just an agent and finding him is useless. After finishing his cigarette, Cao Chuan returned to the living room. Looking at Xiao Chao, who was dozing off on the sofa, he felt a childish urge. He found this girl quite interesting, perhaps a bit mischievous, and she was still very cute when drowsy. Feeling playful, he picked up a banana from the coffee table and offered it to her. She began eating the banana in her dream without even waking up. It was just a regular fruit, used for fun. Although Boss Cao is a lewd old man, he is not a timid man. She belongs to him anyway, so she cannot run away, and there is no rush. A few minutes later, he slowly went to the kitchen. He would not actually let her eat while asleep, as that could lead to choking and was unsafe. Boss Cao is always considerate. I have finished handling things, so I will cook, he said. Mother, you and Ear Chao go rest. You need to rest more now. De Chao can just help me. Ear Chao then said that she and De Chao would help. All right, Mother Chao said with a smile. After leaving, she brought a thin blanket to cover Xiao Chao. Seeing her daughter drooling in her sleep, Mother Chao smiled and picked up a tissue to wipe her mouth, murmuring that this girl would never grow up. While Boss Cao was cooking, Ear Chao never left. Cao Chuan kept giving her looks, telling her to leave so he could talk to her sister alone. But Ear Chao kept shaking her head, seemingly not ready to let Boss Cao confront De Chao yet. This girl always had her own thoughts and opinions. Cao Chuan was helpless, so he decided to let them handle it themselves. After dinner, Boss Cao had things to do and could not stay long. The mother and daughters saw him to the door, and De Chao personally escorted him down to the elevator. Cao Chuan put his arm around her. What did our mother say to you when I went to buy groceries? She even made you cry. De Chao chuckled. You noticed? Your husband is not blind. Tell me. De Chao shook her head. Nothing. Mother just talked about some past things and told us to cherish the present. Boss Cao suddenly understood and nodded. Our mother is a woman of great wisdom. She knows that life is not easy right now and that we should cherish it. It is a pity I have something to do today and cannot stay with you. Otherwise, first Mother Chao would lecture her daughter, and then I would lecture you. Bad guy. De Chao playfully slapped Cao Chuan. They chatted and laughed as he got into the car. Boss Cao played a romantic game. All right, go up and accompany our mother. She needs more rest. Remember to give her this medicine. I went to great lengths to get it. What kind of medicine is this? Do not ask. Anyway, I will not harm you. He did not say directly because he wanted to cultivate an obedient character in her. Boss Cao did not get home until after 9 in the evening. The two little ones were boarding at school, and the little shorty was out of town scouting land. Only Zhang Myron and a few guests were left at home. Long Yi wore a white dress, flowing with immortal energy. No wonder Ningyu liked this pure aura, as Boss Cao liked it too. Villains especially love this kind of purity, especially the side of it after it has been shattered. The main point is the contrast and wanton destruction. It subconsciously awakens the beast in people's hearts. In fact, everyone has a dark side, but some people do not dare to show it, while others show it in extreme ways. As for Boss Cao, he wanted to put it into practice. Long Yi's strength was not weak, but the old man next to her was even stronger. He was definitely in the Danjin realm. Besides the dragon family members, Wang Haodong was also there. Wang Haodong could not follow closely in other places, but at Boss Cao's place he could enter. Brother Cao, Wang Haodong said with a joyous face. Dong Zi, you are here too. Are the injuries on your hand healed? A little better, Wang Haodong said with a smile, looking at his fingers. They were broken by Chu Feng last time, but now they had almost recovered. Wang Haodong was a martial artist, and young people had strong recovery abilities. That is good. You should rest more. I will help you get revenge later. That kid was too much. We will let you and my cow Zheng Yang bully Chu Feng together. Thank you, brother. Cao Chuan smiled and glanced at the tea on the coffee table, then frowned. Beauty, what is wrong with you? My brother is here, and you are serving him this tea? Change it. Bring out the mother tree to Hongbao for me. Yes, Zhang Myron quickly tidied up. Brother, do not be so polite. This tea is fine. No, given our relationship, how can we use tea meant for ordinary people to entertain you? Cao Chuan waved his hand with a smile, then looked at Long Yi, cupping his fists. My apologies, I was delayed and returned late, making the distinguished guest from the dragon family wait. Long Yi maintained her composure, bowing slightly. It has been a few days, Boss Cao, and your demeanor is as impressive as ever. Miss Long is also as beautiful as ever. Please, sit. Cao Chuan smiled. Miss Long, this is not our first meeting. We are acquaintances, and we also have a crystals cooperation. Please state your business directly. Zhang Myron changed the tea leaves and knelt to brew tea. Wang Haodong was envious and had to follow closely in Brother Cao's footsteps. Long Yi spoke softly. Recently, we have been investigating the previous case of Ye Chen. My brother and second uncle both died at his hands, and many family disciples were lost. It is a pity that Ye Chen is dead now. We heard that Ye Chen was captured by Boss Cao. That is right, Cao Chuan nodded. This kid has good skills. If my skills were not better than his, I would not have been able to catch him, and I would have lost many men. This guy is not easy to catch. Long Yi was stunned. She chuckled. Boss Cao is truly humorous. Cao Chuan praised. Miss Long looks beautiful when she smiles. You should smile more often, right, Dong Zi? He nudged him with his arm. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Haodong nodded repeatedly, completely enchanted. Long Yi subconsciously reined in her smile, but still maintained a gentle demeanor, completely ignoring Wang Haodong, her gaze fixed on Boss Cao. Long Yi's visit today is only to ask Boss Cao for some details about when you captured Ye Chen. Details? Cao Chuan was puzzled. Long Yi nodded. Ye Chen's strength is indeed not bad, but it is unlikely he could kill my second uncle with one move. The conclusion we drew from the autopsy is that second uncle was caught completely off guard, without even activating his internal energy, and was killed by a single palm strike that shattered his internal organs. Cao Chuan frowned and exclaimed in surprise. So that is it. That means your second uncle was either ambushed by an acquaintance, or he was subjected to a deadly attack when he could not resist. Exactly, Long Yi nodded. Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow. This situation is a bit delicate then. When I caught Ye Chen, he was severely injured. To be honest, if he had not been so badly hurt, it would have taken me a lot of effort and cost me many men to catch him. So, something must have happened between the time Ye Chen killed your second uncle and when we captured him. Long Yi and the old man exchanged glances, then nodded. In that case, we have troubled Boss Cao enough for today. It is no trouble at all. He saw them out. Watching the convoy drive away, Cao Chuan, like a child of destiny, had a hint of chill in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Boss Cao spoke. Dong Zi, brother, do you want me to get Long Yi? Brother, you have a way. Wang Haodong's face lit up with joy, completely misunderstanding Boss Cao's intent. Chapter 283. Brother, what should I do? You are my real brother, so teach me, Cao Chuan said with a smile. I have interacted with her twice and roughly understood her personality. She is gentle and not assertive, so drugging her is the best option. This. Wang Haodong was startled and whispered. Brother, if it were an ordinary person, it would not matter, but the Dragon Clan is different. Precisely because it is the Dragon Clan, family shame must not be aired. They will inevitably suffer in silence. If you like her, help me drug her. No, I will help you drug her. Cao Chuan almost blurted out the truth. Previously, Cao Chuan had opposed Ning Yu's suggestion, but there was a difference between drugs. It just depended on how they were administered. Was not the best scapegoat right beside him? Dong Zi was there. Were they not good brothers? For his brother to gain more luck, this scapegoat position would be his alone. He would not die. With their relationship, he would save his life. If he was lucky, he could see the ending with his brother. If not, he could at least finish this plot arc. This. Wang Haodong hesitated, conflicted. To be honest, he was quite timid, and while he was a villain in Ye Chen's story, he was not truly evil. Cao Chuan laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. I am just teasing you. You actually took it seriously. Wang Haodong breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a hint of regret. Rationally, he would not dare do such a thing, but his darker side found it very appealing. Cao Chuan put his arm around him, smiling. You are quite pure-hearted. You pursued Tang Xiaoxiao before, and now Long Yi. You are always so dedicated. It is a pity though. I can tell that Long Yi is even more stubborn than our Tang Xiaoxiao. You will have a hard time winning her over, Cao Chuan said, shaking his head. Wang Haodong sighed. I have noticed that too. She completely ignores me. I have even thought about giving up. That was the truth. By the way, brother, how is Tang Xiaoxiao doing lately? Wang Haodong no longer harbored any romantic thoughts for Tang Xiaoxiao. It was just a casual question from an ordinary friend. She is doing great. School has started and she and my girl are dominating the campus. That is good. It is good that she is doing well, Wang Haodong said with a smile and a nod. After a few more words, Wang Haodong took his leave. Firstly, it was getting late, and secondly, he needed to keep up with Long Yi. In truth, because only that tiny bit of his luck remained, Wang Haodong's feelings for Long Yi were no longer as obsessive as before. He was still pursuing her, but in Wang Haodong's heart, it was simply out of an unwillingness to give up, or perhaps a sudden attraction to her beauty and a desire to see her pure and perfect face. Honestly, liking to look at beautiful women was simply for aesthetic pleasure. Wang Haodong was still quite innocent. After Wang Haodong left, Zhang Myron, like an obedient maid, poured tea and water, then brought a basin of medicated foot bath water. She actively massaged old Cao. He had been running around a lot lately, and was a bit tired, so soaking his feet could help him relax. A moment later, Zhang Myron held his feet in her lap and gently massaged him. Old Cao leaned back on the sofa with his eyes closed, enjoying the service of his private foot masseuse, his mind pondering the Dragon Clan matter. They truly never learned from their mistakes. A bunch of spies had died before, the cause being their surveillance of old Cao. The Dragon Clan's visit today seemingly to inquire about the details of that time, was actually an attempt to have Old Cao reveal the incident to the people behind him. Because the Dragon Clan could not find any evidence to prove the matter, it was clear they suspected the people behind Old Cao were the masterminds. So they played this trick of beating the grass to startle the snake. If the death of their kin was indeed related to the people behind Old Cao, then after Long Yi's visit today, Old Cao would most likely report it upward. It had only been a few days since the intelligence personnel were eliminated. The smell of conflict in the air had not even dissipated yet. But Old Cao also understood. The Dragon Clan had been aloof and detached for a long time. They always considered themselves the protectors of the realm, the legitimate descendants of the dragon. They were haughty and arrogant. Some characteristics could be seen in their blood, a personality that was humble yet proud, lofty yet understated. They were very contradictory attributes, but combined, it meant polite on the surface, but secretly looking down on everyone. They were unworthy of appearing in dignified settings. Therefore, the Dragon Clan could not possibly be intimidated by the previous events. Not long after Long Yi left, a message came from a subordinate. "Young miss, the signal is connected. We are comprehensively monitoring the Cao family. Be careful not to be discovered by him. Connect the signal over here." Long Yi's tone was still very gentle. Soon, after some operations, a rustling sound came from Long Yi's laptop. After waiting a few more minutes, Old Cao's lazy voice finally came through. "All right, beauty, you go rest first. I am going to make a call." "Yes, master," Zhang Myron said sweetly as she left. Hearing this, Long Yi smiled, pursing her lips. It seemed the tactic of beating the grass to startle the snake had succeeded. As soon as she left, Cao Chuan was already contacting the people behind him. The monitoring signal had a rustling sound and was not perfectly clear, but it was enough to hear the content. "Hello, I am looking for the building master." Cao Chuan's voice changed, losing its laziness and becoming much more serious. "Please wait." Long Yi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Building master sounded like a management position. Then a mechanical voice appeared, as if using some kind of voice changer. "You are looking for me?" "Yes. How has the building master's health been lately?" Cao Chuan chuckled, his smile sounding slightly fawning. The building master spoke. "Do not speak of irrelevant matters. Just tell me directly what you want. Have I not told you not to contact the organization unless it is urgent?" "It is like this, building master. The young miss of the Dragon Clan just visited." Old Cao respectfully reported the matter, including all the details. Finally, Old Cao said, "The Dragon Clan seems to be somewhat suspicious of our organization. I think this might cause a misunderstanding, so I am reporting it to the building master. I am worried their suspicion might affect our cooperation." The building master's mechanical voice said, "You can handle such minor matters as you see fit. You are our agent, and you have authority externally. As for whether the Dragon Clan will misunderstand us because of this and affect cooperation, those are also minor matters. Not cooperating is their loss, understand?" "Understood. Anything else?" No, I have disturbed the building master." Then he hung up the phone. Long Yi's expression was grave. The Dragon Clan elder also remained silent for a long while. They did not speak until the monitored call ended. These conversations were short, but they revealed a lot of information. As for how the Dragon Clan was monitoring, it was simple. Not far from Old Cao's luxurious mansion, other luxurious mansions had been taken over by the Dragon Clan. They could remotely monitor calls using a satellite dish. At the same time, during Long Yi's visit, while waiting for Old Cao, she also secretly placed a receiver, a new type of listening device, under the sofa in the living room. They were all high-tech products, very difficult to detect. Long Yi pondered. "Uncle Long, have you heard of an organization called Fengmanlou?" The elder slowly shook his head. "Never heard of it." Long Yi's brows furrowed deeper. "An organization that even you have not heard of. It is very deeply hidden. However, it sounds like the previous matter was not the organization's doing." Uncle Long spoke. "Whether it is or is not, let us not conclude yet. Just continue monitoring. Also, how is the surveillance on the other side?" Long Yi said, "I warned him a few days ago, telling him about some uses of certain resources. Later, from the monitoring, we could hear that he had probably found the mine area, which is in the northwest, and he was also preparing to go there himself. Our personnel were all ready, but as a result, before he could even set off, that incident happened between him and Cao Chuan's only son, completely disrupting our plan." Uncle Long mused. "Was that incident orchestrated by the organization, just to prevent him from detecting the resource area?" "Uncertain." Long Yi shook her head. Uncle Long said, "My trip from the capital this time is to investigate the exact cause of the death of our kin and the mastermind, but the more important matter is the crystal. We must obtain the crystal mine, otherwise our Dragon Clan will be very passive." Long Yi was a bit curious. What exactly is the use of the crystal? Long Yi did not believe that the crystal only served to enhance strength. Although that was already very good, it was not enough to make the entire family expend so many resources, even risking offending this mysterious organization by insisting on monitoring them. Uncle Long said, "Do not ask. You just focus on the mission." A hint of helplessness appeared in Long Yi's expression. I will go find him again." Uncle Long said, "You have worked hard. It is what I should do," Long Yi said softly. Afterward, the two parted ways. Uncle Long went to inquire about the so-called Fengmanlou. Any organization that has existed, no matter how deeply hidden, should always leave some clues. His not having heard of it did not mean others had not. At least for now, Fengmanlou had already revealed a general outline, giving the impression of a grand hall hidden in a mist, filled with exotic treasures and lurking dangers. A storm is brewing. When Old Cao fabricated the people behind him, he had already created a real organization. There was no Fengmanlou in this world, but with his loyal subordinates acting, the organization naturally came into existence. This Fengmanlou, of course, had no fixed location, but wherever there were simulacrums, there was the organization. This included the earliest simulacrums, as well as the bodyguards around him. All had been brought under the jurisdiction of the group, and the building master was naturally Loali with a voice changer, including some of the rules and regulations. Everything had already been established. If they were going to do it, they would make it as real as possible. Furthermore, whenever Old Cao called the other phone, it would activate the protocol. Loali knew how to act without even needing to be taught. Old Cao did this so that one day, the organization could officially emerge and become a true behemoth. This was far more realistic than creating fictional people. Of course, this time, the Dragon Clan's probing would inevitably provoke retaliation. There was no reason why others were dealt with, but the Dragon Clan should be an exception. Although it was impossible to eliminate them all at once, taking down a few of their experts would be easy. These people would not know the might of the organization without suffering some losses. Indeed, a storm is brewing. Chapter 284. Most of the surveillance cameras around Tianji Hall had been wiped clean by hackers. Clearly, this was no ordinary thief. However, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Many shops in this alley had their own cameras for theft prevention. The surveillance systems of this era were not yet the networked, remote-controlled type seen in later generations. Most were on local area networks. Therefore, they could prevent hacking unless someone physically sabotaged them by cutting the wires in advance. The thieves had done exactly that. The wiring for many shops had been damaged, but one shop escaped unscathed. It was this single shop's surveillance that captured footage of two thieves infiltrating Tianji Hall under the cover of night. They wore baseball caps, black jackets, and black masks over their mouths. They were completely covered up, but under the dim alley streetlights, a half-exposed tattoo was illuminated on one of their wrists. It was shaped like a dragon's head. Descendants of the dragon, after all, must have a totem. It is worth noting that most with the surname Long are ethnic minorities, so tattoos can serve as distinctive markers. The Long family's high-level officials might not have tattoos, but disciples or family retainers getting inked can represent loyalty. Chu Feng naturally did not recognize it, and Old Cao did not either. But once Gong Yuehua saw the video, she stated directly, "Those are disciples from the Long family's external affairs hall." The Long family. Cao Chuan's expression turned startled. Chu Feng's face, handsome and manly, was clouded with gloom. Cao Zhengyang watched, utterly mesmerized. Gong Yuehua nodded. That is right. It is the Long family's totem. Although the video is not very clear, you can still vaguely make out the tattoo pattern. It is the cloud dragon pattern, the mark of a Long family external affairs hall disciple. Cao Chuan asked, "Did they come for the crystals?" Gong Yuehua shot Old Cao a sidelong glance. She knew all too well how the turtle shell was lost, but at this moment, she could not help but suspect whether the Long family had truly sent people to steal the crystals. While the crystals in the shop were not a huge amount, they were not insignificant either. Such a large decorative piece, along with various smaller ornaments, definitely counted as a windfall. Even though it seemed beneath the Long family to do something so petty, who really knew? These things are hard to say for sure, especially because of what Old Cao said next, which truly made Gong Yuehua suspect the Long family was behind it. Cao Chuan said gravely, "Let us not jump to conclusions just yet. The Long family is, after all, a top-tier family. Why would they stoop to such sneaky, petty theft for a few crystals? It is beneath their status, is it not? So, I am more inclined to think someone impersonated members of the Long family to steal the items. Therefore, my suggestion is to contact Long Yi and confront her directly. We have the video. What do we have to fear?" Hearing this, Gong Yuehua could not help but suspect there might be something she was unaware of. Maybe the Long family did come to steal, or perhaps someone was really framing them. In any case, it was not Old Cao. Otherwise, why would he say all this? He could have just dumped all the blame on the Long family and been done with it. That would only create conflict between the Chu family and the Long family, allowing Old Cao to watch the drama unfold from the sidelines. "Xiao Feng, what do you think?" Cao Chuan asked seriously. "I agree," Chu Feng also nodded. He had not returned to the Chu family and did not fully grasp the status of the northern three clans. These types of families are not just about martial artist level power. They have prestige in other areas too and are absolutely not simple. But Chu Feng roughly knew that the Long family was one of the largest, top-tier families in the north. A family like that really had no need to resort to being thieves. Naturally, he felt Old Cao's reasoning made even more sense. Cao Chuan made a call and summoned Long Yi. Wang Haodong eagerly tagged along. Upon seeing Chu Feng, Wang Haodong's eyes narrowed. "You kid, just you wait." Chu Feng gave him a dismissive glance, utterly ignoring him. Meanwhile, Wang Haodong, one lapdog meeting another, felt a surge of camaraderie. He quickly struck up a lively conversation with Cao Zhengyang, seemingly exchanging lapdog insights. If only these two applied their dedication elsewhere, becoming industry leaders would be a piece of cake. "Young Miss Long, do you recognize these two?" Cao Chuan did not bother with pleasantries, getting straight to the point. He pushed the laptop toward her and then sized her up. Her figure was indeed good, just obscured by clothing. Truth be told, to really judge a figure, clothes should not be in the way. Girls who know how to dress can easily hide flaws. So, to truly understand the situation, one would need to carefully assess the key points. Seeing the video, Long Yi's face changed slightly, her eyes flickering. Apart from the two lapdogs, was everyone present not an expert? They clearly saw Long Yi's reaction. It was obvious Long Yi recognized the two at a glance. It seems young Miss Long knows them, Cao Chuan inquired. Long Yi countered with a question instead of answering. What about them? A fierce aura emanated from Chu Feng. He had not expected it to really be the Long family. He had previously gotten along well with Long Yi, meeting her privately several times. They were not enemies. In fact, there was a sense of friendship. It was also thanks to Long Yi's tip-off about the crystals and the northwest that he managed to locate the mining area. Cao Chuan said, "Look at how they are bundled up, behaving like this at 3 in the morning. What else could they be but thieves? And coincidentally, my nephew Xiao Feng's Tinji hall was burglarized, and the crystals inside are in the bags they are carrying, cleaned out completely. This could not be on the Long family's orders, could it?" Long Yi's expression, rarely seen, shifted. She frowned, looking at Chu Feng, and saw deep suspicion in his eyes. Gong Yuehua, however, remained silent, expressionless. Long Yi shook her head. "They are disciples I brought with me, but they have gone missing." "Missing? What a coincidence," Cao Chuan pressed. "When did they go missing?" 2 days ago. "So, they went missing and then came to steal? Is that what you are implying?" Cao Chuan continued. Long Yi said, "If this video is genuine, then what you say is correct. After going missing, they came to steal the crystals from Tianji Hall. But it was absolutely not on our Long family's orders." Cao Chuan smiled. "Then I cannot help but ask, is your Long family's control over its disciples so lax? They can come and go as they please, disappear whenever they want, and you have no countermeasures at all? Such a mighty Long family, the esteemed leader of the northern 3 clans, self-proclaimed dragon protectors. When something like this happens, even if I believe it was not your family's order, you still need to provide an explanation, do you not?" Long Yi nodded. "I will give you an explanation. Even if we cannot find the individuals, we will compensate Chu Feng for his losses this time. After all, the crystals were not that much." But in reality, what Chu Feng cared about was not the crystals at all. It was the turtle shell. Unfortunately, Chu Feng could not tell the truth. Otherwise, things would become even more troublesome, and there would be no hope left of recovering the turtle shell. For Chu Feng, that item was far more useful than the crystals. Now that is the attitude a great family should have. If you make a mistake, own up to it. Since young Miss Long has said so, we will await your good news. We hope you find the individuals quickly and hand them over to us for handling." Long Yi shook her head. "Even if we find them, we will handle them ourselves. Then it depends on whether your Long family wants the crystal cooperation going forward. If you do not hand them over, I have the authority to cut off your Long family's crystal quota for next month." Cao Chuan let out a cold laugh. "You?" Long Yi's face changed. She quickly explained. "The state has its laws, the family has its rules. Matters concerning our clan's disciples must naturally be handled by our family. I am not trying to protect them, but to personally escort them back to the capital and into the punishment hall." It sounded reasonable, but Cao Chuan shook his head. "I do not care about that. The individuals must be handed over to us for handling. Whether to execute or flay them is our decision. Who knows if your so-called punishment hall is just a cushy place for them." Old Cao's insinuation made Long Yi fume inwardly. In short, Cao Chuan said firmly, "This is not a negotiation with you. It is a notification. Either hand them over, or I will give next month's quota to the Chu family as compensation." With this statement, Old Cao positioned himself as the world's police, able to arbitrate between the great families. Cao Chuan added, "Of course, rest assured. The contract is signed, and I am a man of my word. I will only cut your quota for 1 month. Young Miss Long, you can take your time to consider. Farewell, I will not see you out." Cao Chuan issued the order to leave. Long Yi's face was pinched with frustration, but she remained gentle and courteous, giving Old Cao a slight bow before departing. The reason the Long family sought a crystal supply channel was precisely to avoid being controlled by others. These crystals were the quota Cao Chuan gave them. Since he could provide them, he could naturally cut off their supply. Therefore, not just the Long family, but anyone with any sense would cooperate with Old Cao, while simultaneously searching for their own crystal sources, striving to keep the initiative in their own hands. The current situation, however, was quite clear. With Old Cao's threat to cut their supply, even a family as powerful as the Longs could only swallow their anger. They could not just resort to robbery, could they? Breaking the rules would lead to the other families joining forces to attack them. Currently, this crystal alliance consisted of 9 families and the authorities. They had just formed a network of interests, which seemed quite fragile. But once someone tried to rebel, and the others collectively attacked, then this alliance would become completely stable. No one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. After Long Yi left, Gong Yuehua was puzzled. "From what I know, whether they are ordinary disciples or managing elders, those in the Long family's external affairs hall are all old retainers of the family, with extremely high loyalty. Moreover, they are not lone individuals without families. Why would they do something like this for a few crystals? Even though crystals are valuable, this is absolutely not a reason for disciples to betray the Long family. It is too far-fetched." Cao Chuan nodded. That is why I lean toward this being the Long family's orders. Otherwise, how could these two missing, defecting disciples mobilize hackers to wipe the surrounding traffic surveillance? Do they have that authority? Do they possess that capability? There is another possibility. What possibility? Gong Yuehua was still puzzled. That there is something in Tianji Hall, besides the crystals, that is even more attractive to the Long family. Cao Chuan looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng's eyes flickered, avoiding the gaze. Gong Yuehua asked, Xiao Feng, is there something in your shop more valuable than the crystals? Chu Feng remained silent. Cao Chuan asked, Xiao Feng, if you have something to say, just say it. Everyone here is family. I am your uncle, she is your mother, Cao Zhengyang is your brother. Is there anything you need to hide from us? Gong Yuehua shot old Cao look. This rotten bamboo shoot was putting on an act. Helpless, Gong Yuehua could only play along with old Cao. Brother Feng, just tell us. We will not spread it. Cao Zhengyang cooed in persuasion. Chapter 285. There were 4 people present. Chu Feng and Gong Yuehua were mother and son. Cao Chuan and Cao Zhengyang were father and son. Chu Feng and Cao Zhengyang were romantic partners. Cao Chuan and Gong Yuehua were in an improper relationship. Old Cao and Chu Feng were adversaries. Cao Zhengyang and Gong Yuehua had no relationship. That was the situation. Chu Feng looked left and right. They were all his own people. Actually, Chu Feng finally sighed, preparing to tell the truth. After all, with the turtle shell stolen, he did not have many options. He could not sense the turtle shell, nor could he use fortune-telling to find its whereabouts. Currently, Chu Feng's fortune-telling would expose the Tao, which could kill people, and it was not necessarily accurate. It was not entirely inaccurate, just not as precise as before. Chu Feng ultimately chose to ask for help from his family members. Wait. However, old Cao interrupted Chu Feng, warning him to talk when they got back. He told him to be careful of eavesdroppers. Gong Yuehua nodded. Chu Feng thought it made sense. Cao Zhengyang was brainless and wanted to follow Chu Feng everywhere. Subsequently, the 4 of them left Tianji Hall together and drove back to old Cao's home. Zheng Myron served tea, but old Cao waved her away. Only after everyone had completely left did Chu Feng begin to recount the details. A few sentences were enough to explain about the turtle shell. The turtle shell, is it very mysterious? Old Cao asked. This turtle shell was found at a street stall. I initially thought it was just an ordinary fortune-telling tool, but later, after a drop of blood recognized it as its master, it displayed its mysterious power. Chu Feng was still holding back. He only said that the turtle shell was very mysterious and accurate for fortune-telling, but he did not mention its specific uses, such as the magical effects of granting eternal life. I see, Cao Chuan nodded. So, the theft at Tianji Hall, which appeared to be about crystals, was actually about this mysterious turtle shell. Exactly, Chu Feng said with a grim face, nodding. Who did you tell about the turtle shell? Cao Chuan asked. I did not tell anyone. Chu Feng shook his head. Gong Yuehua chided that he did not even tell her, his own mother. She said the child was cautious and asked how he could have told anyone else. As she spoke, Gong Yuehua cast a seemingly chiding glance at old Cao. The meaning in her eyes was clear. Old Cao's people behind the scenes were truly impressive to be able to uncover such information. Cao Chuan pretended not to notice and seriously helped Chu Feng analyze the situation. Then we can narrow down the scope of the investigation. When you tell fortunes for people, you must use the turtle shell, right? Perhaps it was at that time that someone noticed the turtle shell's mystery and function. Even if you have not told anyone, do not underestimate the experts in this world. Now, think carefully. For whom have you used the turtle shell to tell fortunes? Chu Feng's mind suddenly cleared significantly, as if a fog had lifted. That was right. If he had not said anything, then it could only be that others had figured it out. Ordinary people would not use the turtle shell when telling fortunes. The turtle shell was more like an ornament. It was only when calculating major events that the turtle shell would be used. There were a few people, including Long Yi. Because the crystal mine area needed to be calculated, it was used more than once, and Long Yi seemed to have been present each time. On the other side, the surveillance received the message. Long Yi naturally received it as well. To be fair, Long Yi did sense that the turtle shell was not simple, but she did not think much of it, only considering it a type of Taoist magical artifact. Such items were not rare for great families. But now, it seemed that Chu Feng only had such strong computational power because of this turtle shell. Without the turtle shell, Chu Feng became mediocre. Currently, besides his strength, his identity as the direct eldest son of the Chu family, and his handsome appearance, Chu Feng was useless. Long Yi had always disliked things like honey traps, but she could not refuse her family's demands. For the sake of the Dragon Clan, all disciples had to possess a spirit of sacrifice and dedication. Moreover, Chu Feng was originally considered a prodigy, possessing significant strength at a young age. Combined with his mastery of feng shui and geomancy, if he could calculate the crystal mine area, it would be a great help. Furthermore, Chu Feng was also the direct eldest son of the Chu family, and had been living abroad for many years, so his feelings for the Chu family were not deep. If a marriage alliance could be formed, it would naturally be beneficial to the Dragon Clan. This was the fundamental reason for Long Yi's involvement. But now, Long Yi's good impression of Chu Feng seemed to be gradually fading. Long Yi instructed her team to send the audio back to the family, and to find the 2 people as soon as possible, especially the turtle shell. This news could not be kept secret. Among countless wealthy and aristocratic families, there had been generations of intermarriage. So, in just 2 days, the news of the turtle shell spread like wildfire within the circle. The rumor was that this item would become increasingly exaggerated over time. For example, the turtle shell's fortune-telling ability had already undergone many changes in just 2 days. Controlling the turtle shell meant being able to calculate the exact location of the crystal mine. This rumor alone was enough to drive all families who knew about crystals, and even overseas organizations, mad. The main thing was that the turtle shell also had the ability to enhance the strength of its wielder. Think about Chu Feng, a child who had never received any family assistance, yet already possessed great strength in his early 20s. This alone made the geniuses of the great families feel ashamed. They used to think Chu Feng was a prodigy. Now they realized it was because of the turtle shell. So, this turtle shell was definitely a treasure, no less significant than the existence of crystals. It was a weekend. Old Cao was with Zhong Qing'er and Tang Xiaoxiao. After their holiday, they would stick to Old Cao because dual cultivation could enhance their strength. Then a phone call disturbed his life. What? It got out. Cao Chuan was startled. Soon, Gong Yuehua sent an audio clip, which was exactly the content of their previous conversation at Old Cao's house, clearly indicating they had been bugged. Old Cao contacted Gong Yuehua and Chu Feng, and they returned home together. They immediately searched the living room and quickly found a bug and receiver stuck under the sofa. Crushing the bug, Cao Chuan's face turned ashen. During this period, only Long Yi has visited my house. It seems some people do not learn from their mistakes. Then Old Cao summoned his bodyguards and instructed them to apprehend the Long family's surveillance personnel in the vicinity. These devices were high-tech, but not long-range, indicating there was a listening post nearby. I did not expect my home to be unsafe either. This exposure is my fault. Cao Chuan looked at Chu Feng with an apologetic expression. What else could Chu Feng say? It was not Old Cao who deliberately exposed it. Old Cao had chosen to go home to prevent eavesdroppers. Who would have thought that home would be unsafe? This meant that if they had spoken in the shop at that time, it would likely have been exposed too. It is not your fault. The Long family is too insidious. Chu Feng's tone also showed displeasure. Sigh, Old Cao sighed softly, raising his hand to pat his shoulder. Do not worry, I will definitely teach the Long family a very profound lesson. Not long after, several bodyguards brought in 3 people. Their positions had actually been locked down early, so the capture was swift, with no resistance at all. Boss, we found some audio and surveillance equipment from where they were staying, the bodyguard reported. Are you from the Long family? Cao Chuan narrowed his eyes. The 3 disciples held their heads high, looking ready to die, but they did not answer. Good, you have backbone. Worthy of being from the Long family. Cao Chuan smiled without warmth. He waved his hand and told them to hand the prisoners over to the enforcement hall for processing. He wanted them to dig out their masters as quickly as possible, dead or alive. After the 3 were led away, Old Cao characterized the incident as being under the Long family's orders without a doubt. The crystal cooperation was still in its honeymoon phase. They had not even completed a full month, and they were pulling stunts like this. It seemed they were very clear about the capabilities of the turtle shell. At the same time, they were resorting to unscrupulous means to get the crystal mine's location. Sister, we need to use the Chu family's connections and power, Old Cao said. Gong Yuehua knew the whereabouts of the turtle shell. She just did not understand what Old Cao was scheming, but she doted on him so much that she would support him wholeheartedly regardless of what he wanted to do. With this incident, the Long family also became the target of public criticism, and the situation began to become chaotic. The current situation was that possessing the turtle shell meant possessing a new crystal mine, and currently, the turtle shell was in the Long family's hands, which was something no one wanted to see. If it were one-on-one, no one was a match for the Long family. But to the north were the Chu family and the Xiao family. To the south were the 4 great families. Besides these first-rate and top-tier families, other families also came flocking, like vultures secretly observing from the side, waiting for an opportunity to pounce, including the authorities' organizations, who also quietly got involved, all putting pressure on the Long family to hand over the turtle shell. Or rather, take out the turtle shell, and everyone would share it. Everyone was not standing up for Chu Feng. It was merely for profit. However, this was not enough. Old Cao decided to add more fuel to the fire. And this fire, Loli had already placed in Old Cao's hand. Just yesterday, Loli sent the latest news. Master, the research project on crystals has been found. The national-level research on crystals had always been fast, at least faster than Old Cao's. Coupled with the continuous fusion of integrated novel planes, what was originally just ordinary crystals. After the previous storylines, the uses of crystals were constantly being unearthed for new purposes. At this moment, Chu Feng was basically crippled. According to the usual progression of integrated novel plane fusion, the next storyline would gradually reveal new uses for crystals. Old Cao did not know the progress of domestic research, and Loli could not find it either. The country was sly, but Loli had ascertained the progress of overseas research. Biological evolution. What does that mean? Cao Chuan was somewhat puzzled when he received Loli's report. Initially, the use of crystals was simply for martial artist training, changing a martial artist's physique and potential. Later, crystals could be purified to create strengthening fluid and similar things to build super soldiers. Now, biological evolution. As Loli explained, Old Cao understood. It was not fantasy, but rather the activation of latent human abilities. Simply put, the human brain's development level is very low. After taking drugs, the brain developed to 100%, becoming an omnipotent being. Not just the brain, but also cells. The human body has tens of trillions of cells. Each cell can be understood as a universe, containing powerful energy. This purified crystal injection was originally intended to create super soldiers, but unexpectedly, it activated a certain special ability, commonly known as ability users' abilities. In other words, the next storyline is about ability users. Can I understand it that way? And this news completely exploded, making countless people even more determined to obtain crystals. The entire world would be completely changed by the transformation of crystals. Chapter 286. It was not as if they were entirely detached from the broader world. Consider films from my previous life, like those featuring Wolverine or Superman. In China, those who manipulate wind, fire, and lightning are known as ability users. Fengmanlou's hackers, currently embedded in overseas governments, had risen to high-level positions, even infiltrating the highest seats of power. They could access a staggering amount of information. According to intelligence from MIZ, researchers had overlooked certain substances within the purified strengthening solution. It was a new, unknown material. Because of this, the success rate for creating super soldiers reached approximately 80%. One soldier even manifested a special ability, effectively controlling electricity like a mage. The probability of becoming an ability user was 1 in 10,000. Because of this, American and Japanese intelligence agencies did not hesitate to monitor Cao Chuan, desperate to discover clues about the figure behind him. This was a valuable asset. Cao Chuan toyed with a crystal in his hand. Previously, these were only used for cultivation, and creating a serum was already an unexpected development. He had not anticipated they would become even more potent. It seemed the central plot of this world revolved around these crystals. He pondered his layout for a moment, then immediately leaked this information through online channels to various high-level officials. This served to add fuel to the fire beneath the Dragon Clan. If it were only about cultivation, the pressure on the Dragon Clan would be enough to keep them stagnant. But the discovery of these abilities changed the stakes entirely. Cao Chuan spent 100,000 luck points to generate 100 specialized research simulacrums, tasking them with biological studies, while he began the purification process himself. He also purchased precise biological instruments from the system mall for over 1 million points. While these tools could be bought in the outside world, doing so would take time and leave a paper trail. The quality of system-produced items was also superior. He handed everything over to the artificial humans, letting them conduct research in private. He also had lowly purchased several quiet, isolated properties to prevent information leaks. He no longer cared about spending luck points. He needed to master the secrets of the crystals as soon as possible. Honestly, he was curious about these abilities. Spitting fire or water. Aside from the mythological references, such things would be quite entertaining during certain intimate moments. If all the women around him learned to use these abilities in addition to their cultivation, the result would be exquisite. Some breathing fire, some manipulating water, others turning invisible. The idea was amusing. As Cao Chuan leaked the news, the situation exploded. High-level officials held emergency meetings overnight. MIZ's research was progressing faster than domestic efforts, largely because they had spent more money and used more volunteers. The leaked information was soon analyzed by domestic military research. It was not just his country that received the news. Friendly and unfriendly nations alike were informed. Cao Chuan was not just muddying the waters. He was preparing to stir up the entire Pacific Ocean. The Dragon Clan inevitably caught wind of the rumors. They questioned the reliability of the reports. While the research reports seemed accurate, they required verification. Meanwhile, Long Yi was having trouble. Cao Chuan had suspended the delivery of dragon crystals, forcing them to visit Zonghai again. They were also still hunting for the turtle shell, and the disappearance of Chen Yu and Qi Jun remained an eerie mystery. It felt increasingly like a trap targeting the Dragon Clan. The Chu family had also demanded they hand over the turtle shell to Chu Feng. Some in the Dragon Clan scoffed. They told the others that the item was not in their possession. If they did not believe them, they could go to war. Long Fusion shook his head. The situation was becoming chaotic, and war would benefit no one. He decided to speak with Cao Chuan directly. No matter what, the supply of dragon crystals had to be restored. External intelligence reports updated daily. As the architect of this chaos, Cao Chuan remained relaxed and at ease. To ensure his peace remained undisturbed, he avoided going home entirely. He left everything to Zheng Miren. If visitors came, she sent them away. If they brought gifts, she accepted the items but dismissed the guests. He was simply too busy. He was busy attending to De Chao, while indirectly testing Ir Chao. The younger sister was resilient. Even after many encounters, she remained hesitant to commit her heart. Ir Chao eventually decided to have an honest talk with her sister. "Sister, I need to talk to you about something," Ir Chao said, closing the bedroom door. Her face was conflicted. De Chao seemed to anticipate the conversation. She took her sister's hand and whispered, "I cannot refuse him." Ir Chao was stunned. De Chao explained that their unique sisterly connection made it difficult to keep secrets from him. But more importantly, she could not refuse Cao Chuan's requests. She knew the situation made things difficult for her sisters, but she was trapped in a cycle. She would feel guilty during the day, but at night, she would surrender to her desires. Cao decided to come clean. Sister, that is not what I want to talk about. Actually, he and I have already been together. Cao was shocked. A relationship? Cao explained how it happened, framed as a misunderstanding. She explained that Cao Chuan had not known about the triplets when they first met, mistaking her for Cao. She had stayed silent to protect their mother's medical care and stability. Over time, her feelings had changed. Cao, acting as the eldest, struggled to process this. The tension in the room was palpable. Cao finally asked, "Did you tell him about the sensation we share?" Cao nodded. "What did he say?" Cao chuckled, recalling his reaction. He had initially suggested that for martial artists, such a connection was an advantage for combined techniques and formations. He had only realized the truth later, turning pale as he worried about being cuckolded. Cao could not help but smile at the image. Cao then looked at her sister seriously. "I want to be like you, sister." Cao realized that Cao wanted to embrace the relationship fully. Chapter 287. Today, the Cao family was making steamed buns. Old Cao, having some free time, was currently in the dining room, helping Mother Cao knead the dough. It was a rare sight to see Old Cao in such a domestic setting. He had placed his jacket to the side, and he wore a casual shirt with his sleeves rolled up. Although flour covered his clothes, the sight did not undermine his aura as a successful man. Instead, it rounded out his image as a devoted family man. At this moment, he looked more like a father enjoying a rare holiday, having come home to cook for his children. Old Cao kneaded the dough while Mother Cao prepared the filling. They chatted and laughed together. Old Cao had been visiting every day recently. With his eloquence and emotional intelligence, it was easy for him to get along with Mother Cao. After all, she was still a woman. Previously, Mother Cao had been reserved because Old Cao carried such a powerful aura. Combined with her own sense of indebtedness and the subconscious feeling that her daughter was merely a kept woman, she had felt inferior. However, through these days of contact, Mother Cao had truly accepted this pillar of the family. Cao came out of her room, her complexion looking somewhat poor. She seemed to have a lot to say, but she deliberately pretended that nothing had happened. Her acting was poor, and Old Cao saw through her instantly. He glanced at Cao, who followed closely behind with a half-smile. He guessed that the sisters had probably had a talk. That was good. Let them handle Xiao Cao together. Mother Cao assigned the tasks. The dough and filling were ready, so the girls washed their hands to help wrap the buns. Previously, the three sisters always helped together. Now that the family had an extra pair of hands, the sisters were more relaxed. Xiao Cao was leaning on the sofa watching television. The TV was on, but she had not moved for a long time. She had likely fallen asleep, dreaming sweetly, her mouth still smacking in her sleep. The Cao family formed an assembly line. Old Cao was responsible for the dough, the two sisters wrapped the buns, and Mother Cao set up the pot for steaming. In contrast to the warmth of the Cao family, the situation at the Dragon Clan was not good. Long Fusion had personally arrived, intending to meet Cao Chuan, but he could not even enter the Cao family residence. Although many people had visited Old Cao recently, most had failed to see him, yet the treatment varied. Other families were at least permitted to enter, sit, and have tea served by Zhang Myron. Only the Dragon Clan was barred from entry. The Dragon Clan knew full well that after the three disciples responsible for monitoring were discovered, they had vanished without a trace. It seemed they had thoroughly offended Cao Chuan, or rather, the organization known as Fengmanlou behind him. If this had been the past, Long Fusion would have found it tricky, but he would not have been too anxious. After all, they had already exchanged crystals once. Moreover, although the Dragon Clan had poor relationships with many, they still had private dealings. If they wanted to get crystals, they did not lack channels. But the problem now was that new varieties of crystals had appeared. There were even rumors about ability users. The efficacy of these crystals was becoming diverse, like a high-speed train that had suddenly departed. Everyone had already boarded the train, waiting to reach a whole new world. But the Dragon Clan was still left on the platform. How could the Dragon Clan not be anxious? Honestly, if they had known about the potential of these ability users, the Dragon Clan would never have probed the person behind Old Cao in such a way. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Long Fusion spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Yi, the proposal for this investigation targeting Fengmanlou was initiated by you. How do you think we should handle this matter next? Long Yi felt like a scapegoat. As the young miss of the direct lineage who came to Zonghai, many decisions here were advocated by her, then reviewed and approved by the family. This high-tech monitoring was one such example. If someone had to take responsibility, it would be Long Yi. Long Yi replied, "We should bow our heads and admit defeat." Long Yi was not foolish. After the news of ability users appeared, she knew she would inevitably become the scapegoat. Currently, there were no research results on ability users released domestically, so she still had a choice. But once the domestic research results appeared, confirming that these crystals could stimulate immense human potential and produce ability users, she would have no choice at all for the benefit of the entire Dragon Clan. Rather than waiting for that, it was better to concede now, and voluntarily take the blame. As long as she obtained Old Cao's forgiveness, she could still remain the young miss in power. What the family wanted was profit. Long Fusion slowly nodded and sighed. "Xiao Yi, I have wronged you." "No wrong done. It is for the family," Long Yi said, a holy light flashing across her face. Just then, the house phone rang. Long Fusion did not move, so Long Yi went to answer the call. After connecting, Her voice was emotionless, gentle, and calm. Outsiders could not tell what she had just experienced from her tone alone. What? There is news about Chen Yu and Qi Jun. I am going over there now. She hung up after a few words and turned to her father. Father, there is news about Chen Yu and Qi Jun. Are they not dead? Long Fuxian asked directly. No, the news came from the local underworld. Chen Yu and Qi Jun are planning to flee and have arranged to meet a snakehead. Long Yi shook her head. Long Fuxian said coldly, that is a bit surprising to me. Everyone had guessed that Chen Yu and Qi Jun were dead. Their betrayal was inexplicable, so the Dragon Clan speculated they were being used by someone to frame them. After they stole the turtle shell, it was assumed they would not survive. Unexpectedly, they were still alive, and could even actively contact a snakehead to flee. No matter what happened at the time, we will know once we catch them, Long Yi said. You handle this matter and resolve the problem as quickly as possible. Yes. The two individuals, Chen Yu and Qi Jun, had long become two corpses in a storage space. Using their appearance, height, and physical details, Old Cao had sculpted two identical, realistic figures. This escape incident was naturally bait thrown out by Old Cao to chum the waters. At the same time, not only Long Yi and her group received the news, but other families did as well, including Chu Feng. Chu Feng's luck was currently insufficient, but his strength was not significantly affected. Chu Feng had previously broken through to the Danjin level with the turtle shell, and his combat power could challenge experts well above his rank. It could be said he was invincible among his peers, which was a basic operation. Now that his luck was gone, he was still in the Danjin level. While not invincible, he could at least maintain a significant lead. Upon hearing the news of the turtle shell from Cao Chuan, Chu Feng did not care about being angry. He tidied up and rushed out. The day after these two traitors of the Dragon Clan were discovered, they were intercepted when they arrived at a small dock, preparing to illegally cross the border by boat. Long Yi led the group, with an elder in the Danjin level beside her, followed by 8 experts in the transformation realm and over 20 in the dark Danjin level. This treatment was undeniably formidable. It was likely the strongest combat power they could currently muster. As expected of the Dragon Clan, they truly had many experts under them. Currently, the 4 families of Jiangnan combined could not compete with these masters, but that was only on the surface. Young Miss. The 2 sculpted figures were also at the dark Danjin level. To set up this trap, Old Cao had been ruthless, directly purchasing 2 combat-type realistic figures for the sole purpose of having them die. It was a waste of 20,000 luck points. Hopefully, it would be repaid 100-fold. Long Yi spoke softly and gently, calmly saying, I do not want to know why you betrayed, nor do I want to know who told you about the turtle shell. Hand over the item, and I will let you go. Long Yi had a good reputation in the circle, and her credibility was acceptable. Since she said so, she would most likely do it. Unfortunately, the two hesitated for 2 seconds. Qi Jun put his backpack behind him, seemingly afraid it would be snatched. Young miss, do not force us. We have bombs in our bags. If you do not let us go, at worst, we will perish together, and you will not get the turtle shell either. Long Yi's eyes turned cold, but they softened again. Why bother? Your families are still alive. For a turtle shell that you cannot control, is it necessary to take this path? Hand over the item, and not only will I let you go, but as for your families, no one from the Dragon Clan will trouble them. The two hesitated again. Their expressions seemed to loosen a bit. Qi Jun tentatively asked, does young miss keep her word? Of course, Long Yi nodded. And I can guarantee that you can leave safely. Not only will I not trouble you, but no one else will either. Good. Qi Jun and Chen Yu both nodded. Qi Jun cautiously took out a turtle shell from his backpack. On the surface, in terms of color and size, it was identical to Chu Feng's. As for the material, it was unclear without handling it, but no one suspected it was fake. Young miss, we will get on the boat first. Once the boat starts, we will throw the turtle shell ashore, Qi Jun said. Long Yi's delicate brows furrowed, and she warned faintly, I hope you do not play any tricks. Do not worry, young miss. We all want to live. Qi Jun waved for Chen Yu to get on the boat first, then Qi Jun slowly retreated to the edge of the dock and jumped down. The Dragon Clan group followed closely to the shore. Qi Jun stood at the bow of the boat, and Chen Yu went to drive the speedboat. After the engine started, Qi Jun did not break his word. He swung his hand vigorously, throwing the turtle shell into the sky. The turtle shell made a perfect arc, passing over the heads of the Dragon Clan group. The Dragon Clan elder flew up, reaching out to grab it. At the same time, the speedboat rushed out of the dock, but no one bothered with them. They could not escape. After receiving news of their escape yesterday, there were already many ambushes at sea, just in case. Here, just as the Dragon Clan elder was about to touch the turtle shell, a figure suddenly darted out from the side. A series of loud clashes echoed. The two figures in the air exchanged blows consecutively, both being sent flying. The other transformation realm experts and hidden dark Danjin experts also seized the opportunity to strike. For a time, the scene was chaotic. Various masters were drawn into the scramble. Among them, the northern 3 clans were the most dominant. The Dragon Clan, the Chu family, and the Xia family, with their clusters of experts, refused to give way to each other. The 4 families of Jiangnan, and some other reclusive wealthy families stood by, seemingly waiting for an opportune moment. Chapter 288. Is that turtle shell yours? Cao Chuan asked. Could it be a fake? Chu Feng had been ready to act, but with Gong Yuehua nearby, Old Cao could not directly harm him. He was Gong Yuehua's son, after all. Old Cao stopped Chu Feng with a gesture and asked the question. Chu Feng observed the scene from a distance, then frowned. Something is not right, Chu Feng said. Is it fake? Cao Chuan asked, clearly puzzled. Chu Feng shook his head, then paused. It looks like mine, but I cannot sense it. He explained quickly that he had a bloodline connection with the item. If it were real, the sensation should be very strong at this close range, but he felt nothing. Yet, the item looked correct. The dock was lit, but the view from a distance was not particularly high definition. Gong Yuehua knew that the turtle shell was likely a decoy, so she interjected. Then let them fight over it first. The Chu family is already involved. We will wait and see. Cao Chuan nodded slowly. Xiao Feng, find a place to ambush first. Be ready to act at any time, but do not rush. The authorities have not made a move yet, so do not be careless. Okay, Chu Feng replied. He did not think much of it. He stepped out of the car into the nearby darkness to look for an opening, hoping to get a closer look at the shell. The turtle shell changed hands constantly, never staying with one person for more than 5 seconds. This was not just a turtle shell. It was a crystal mine, a source of extraordinary power. Whoever controlled it would provide their family with a continuous supply of crystals. For the authorities, it was a matter of negotiation, but for the families, it was a prize they could not afford to lose. This was why some surrounding families watched but did not act. They were waiting for a balance to appear. Inside the car, the situation was tense. Gong Yuehua leaned against the window, her voice breathless. Is this turtle shell fake? What exactly are you plotting? Old Cao was breathing heavily, his voice strained. Plans must adapt to change. The situation deviates from my earlier arrangements, but do not worry. Our son will not be harmed. The initial plan had been to target the Dragon Clan, eliminate those who emerged, and abduct Long Yi. Now that the crystals had mutated, Old Cao had to adjust the details. The current chaotic battle had not been part of his original plan, but it served his purpose well. The more experts who died, the more villain points Old Cao would gain. After 20 minutes of chaotic fighting, the turtle shell finally fell into the hands of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan ancestor held the shell, surrounded by experts, while the Xiao and Chu families encircled them. No one had actually died yet. It seemed only some low-level martial artists had sustained injuries. Old Cao watched the performance, feeling frustrated by the lack of casualties. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the sea. A large fireball lit up the night sky. The 3 families had people guarding the sea, so the traitors could not escape. The explosion was distant, but those with the sharp vision of martial artists could see several ships engulfed in flames. Brother Long, this turtle shell is not an item of your Dragon Clan, said the Xiao family elder. This is an item of Chu Feng, the direct bloodline of our clan, the Chu family added. Hand it over, or you will not be leaving today. The Dragon Clan ancestor laughed heartily. If you want it, come and take it. It fell into my hands, so it is destined for my clan. Shameless old dog, they cursed. The ancestor ignored them and whispered to his people, cover my breakthrough. I will draw them away, and you take the shell. He used the shell as a lure, making everyone believe it was in his possession. He then broke through their ranks, drawing away the high-level combat power of the other families. Meanwhile, the real shell would be safe in Long Yi's hands. By the time everyone realized the truth, she would be long gone. The ancestor retreated, and the remaining experts of the Dragon Clan began to cover him, blocking the experts from the 2 families. In the blink of an eye, the ancestor had moved several hundred meters away. The 2 families gave chase, and the battle reignited. Long Yi wielded her sword and shouted, "Stop them. Do not let them catch up to Uncle Long." Long Yi was the first to act, chasing after the experts. The rest of the Dragon Clan followed, actively disengaging from the battle to maintain the chase. It was a brilliant stroke, ensuring no one suspected that the item was actually in her possession. The changes were too fast for the others to notice. When the ancestor had lowered his hand, it was difficult to tell that the shell had been transferred to Long Yi. Everyone assumed the ancestor still had it. However, drones in the air saw it clearly. When Long Yi chased the experts, she seized an opportunity to break away from the team. She departed, and some overseas forces followed her, hoping to fish in troubled waters. Long Yi entered a nearby public women's restroom. When she came out, she had changed her clothes. She revealed a fitted outfit, her hair tied in a neat ponytail, and she wore a baseball cap with a bulging crossbody bag. She left quickly. A man then walked out of the public men's restroom and headed in the opposite direction. The restrooms were separated only by a wall, making it a perfect spot for the transfer. The shell was now in his hands. He walked to the roadside, and as a sedan brushed past, he flicked his hand. The package flew into the backseat of the car. The sedan drove away without stopping. The experts were still in pursuit of the wrong target. Chu Feng returned to the car, frowning. Old Cao's vehicle caught up to the experts. My people report that overseas organizations have appeared, potentially with heavy weapons, Cao Chuan instructed. Xiao Feng, be careful. Act cautiously. I understand, Chu Feng replied. Old Cao stroked Gong Yuehua's hair. Sister, I will take you home first. Do not get involved in the rest of tonight's events. I do not want you to be caught in anything unexpected. Gong Yuehua gave him a look, appearing calm. Chapter 289. Assigning a car to Gong Yuehua was effectively Old Cao's way of ensuring she would leave on her own, while simultaneously guaranteeing Chu Feng's safety. Gong Yuehua knew full well that Old Cao definitely had a plan in motion. However, as long as her son remained safe, It did not matter if everyone else involved suffered, including the members of the Chu family. Gong Yuehua did not stay to disturb Old Cao's arrangements, and left obediently. As for Chu Feng, he followed the pursuit of those in the Danjin realm. He was also at the Danjin level, and he firmly believed the turtle shell was with them. Few people seemed to notice that Long Yi had disappeared during the chaos. The northern three clans alone numbered over 100 people, and there were many other family members around. Amidst such a chaotic battle, it was nearly impossible to tell if 1 or 2 people had vanished. Regardless of whether you can sense the turtle shell, safety comes first. Do not act until the authenticity of the turtle shell is confirmed. Even if the turtle shell falls into the hands of the 3 clans, you are not without opportunity. After all, your surname is Chu. Boy, do not die. Old Cao solemnly admonished Chu Feng as he was leaving. Chu Feng felt a touch of emotion and replied, understood. After Chu Feng left, Old Cao mumbled to himself, if you die, my daughter would become a widow. Instead of finding someone like Hazy, she would be better off with you. Although my daughter is no longer a virgin, I firmly believe she is a good girl. Of course, that was just a passing thought. Old Cao genuinely intended to protect Chu Feng. Otherwise, Gong Yuehua would harbor resentment. Although Old Cao did not care much about her as a woman, her status was different. Gong Yuehua played a significant role and truly doted on him. One must put themselves in others' shoes. Moreover, Gong Yuehua knew Old Cao had many schemes. If Chu Feng died tonight, she would definitely blame Old Cao for not protecting him well. This woman possessed an obsession with guilt towards Chu Feng. As long as Chu Feng remained alive, she would willingly do whatever Old Cao asked. This was the reason for Old Cao's repeated warnings. He told Chu Feng to act only when the timing was right, because many people might die tonight. It would not be fun if Chu Feng ended up dying in Old Cao's own schemes. Long Yi was soon surrounded. 3 days prior, many people from various overseas intelligence agencies had arrived. There were many super soldiers and spies who had just gained strength, and even the only ability user, with electrical powers had come. Because the news was exposed, there was no need to hide it. Rather than being secretive, it was better to let the people of the nation witness the power of these ability users. They were surprisingly formidable. Even though their potential had just been activated, their strength made some overseas researchers and high-level officials look at them with new eyes. When a person can control certain natural forces, the effect is unimaginable. Beautiful Miss Long, I apologize for meeting you in such a manner. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Edward, but you may also call me John. We mean you no harm. As long as you hand over your satchel, you can leave safely. The leader was a blonde man who fancied himself charming. He smiled with an arrogant confidence, a look of superiority plastered all over his face. Long Yi feigned nervousness, clutching her satchel, her beautiful eyes scanning the people around her. There were both black and white men, and some from other nations. It was a joint intelligence operation, all for the sake of the turtle shell. Long Yi said in a deep voice, I can give you the satchel, but with so many forces and so many people, to whom would it be fair for me to hand it over? John chuckled as if seeing through everything, and smiled arrogantly. You people are cunning. I understand your ploy. You want us to fight amongst ourselves first, then the victor gets the satchel. And then your people will emerge from all directions, capture us all, and kill us. Oh my, what a flawless plan. But I am sorry. John sneered, I have seen through your plan, beautiful lady. Your scheme has failed. Long Yi's eyes narrowed. I did not expect you to be quite clever. Thank you. John clutched his chest, bowing slightly, looking very much like a gentleman. Enough, John. This is no time for idle talk. And when she said you were clever, she was mocking you, you idiot. A smaller man nearby spoke up. Mitsui, are you looking for death? John's face turned cold. I am just speaking the truth. Hurry up and act. After this is over, I will let you know who the idiot is. John snorted coldly. Apologies, madam. We must act now. I hope this does not cause you any trouble. John pulled out a pistol. Madam, do not move. Take out your satchel. You would best be cooperative. Any movement will result in you being shot. I mean no offense, but please cooperate. There were not many intelligence agents, only about 30 in total. But they were all experts and super soldiers, and an ability user was hidden among them. This was their trump card. Although Long Yi's strength was formidable, facing firearms, while surrounded by powerful opponents, made it difficult to break the situation. The series of diversions earlier was just one step in the plan, just in case. Long Yi had not brought many experts, as most were busy dealing with other families. Therefore, deeply in danger, Long Yi was fully alert, her internal energy circulating, and adrenaline surging. A gunshot rang out in the darkness, and one overseas spy fell. Immediately after, gunshots came from all around. Ha, I knew you people were cunning. Kill them. John looked as if victory was in his grasp. He had anticipated that there might be an ambush within an ambush, so he only brought these people out while others were hidden in the shadows. These foreign nations also read the ancient books of war. They also used their brains. The moment the first shot was fired, Long Yi moved, attempting to break out. Traffic was sparse on the streets at night, but some passing vehicles were startled by the gunfight. Some smart drivers immediately ducked inside their cars. Others made U-turns on the spot, stepping on the gas and disappearing without a trace. Old Cao trailed far behind, observing the situation at several locations through video transmission, ready to become a master of battlefield micromanagement at any moment. As a destined heroine, Old Cao was not at all worried about Long Yi truly being in danger. Even if she was caught in a trap, the protection of luck ensured no one could take advantage of her. This was why Old Cow did not act. She was not miserable enough yet. He would wait a little longer. A series of explosions rang out. Long Yi's support was sparse, and in the blasts, half of them were instantly killed. Through the video transmitted by the drone, Old Cow raised an eyebrow and whispered, "That is impressive." Indeed, it was formidable. The electric shock caused an instantaneous explosion. Is this the power of an ability user? The offensive power was unexpectedly strong. There was no need to chant any spells. A plain-looking little man simply extended his hands, and a ball of electricity shimmered before him, extraordinarily dazzling in the night. It reminded Old Cow of a cinematic energy wave. A huge ball of electricity formed an electric arc, causing powerful instantaneous explosions wherever it passed. Streetlights, green belts, and trees on both sides of the road instantly created a domino effect, tilting forward. Humans and animals fell instantly. They could not even resist or scream. The official action team was stunned by this change. Heavy weapons were difficult to transport domestically, so the weapons of these overseas intelligence agents were light and under control. But the emergence of the ability user seemed to instantly make the situation uncontrollable. Are ability users this strong? Didn't they say ability users just activated their abilities? Why would a newly activated ability be so powerful? Kill him. Sniper. The division also stopped watching and decided to act directly. After Long Yi broke out, she was also startled by the scene behind her, glancing back with lingering fear. She had felt the power of the electric ball at close range, and it had been a hair's breadth away. If she had been a step slower, she might have been engulfed by the electricity. Even a practitioner of the refinement realm is still flesh and blood. How could she withstand such powerful electricity? It is not like cultivating immortals, where the body endures heavenly lightning. Ordinary people could not do such a ghostly thing. The official forces joined the battle, immediately starting a suppressive barrage of gunfire. Both sides turned the road into a battlefield. Damn it. Are sniper bullets useless against him? Requesting backup. Deploy heavy weapons. The sniper exclaimed, reporting the situation through his earpiece. Basic electromagnetism is also very terrifying. After all, it belongs to the 4 fundamental laws of nature. It is one of the 4 basic forms: the wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning. You tell me if it is strong or not. Old Cow was even startled. To be fair, the luck of the foreigners was really good. While ability users are rare, normally, not all of them would have such offensive power. Mizi's first ability was electricity, and the feeling of possessing electromagnetic force right from birth was terrifying. Although this ability user seemed very strong, Old Cow could roughly guess that this was only the elementary stage. If he truly became powerful, one could even call him one of the great gods of the universe. At worst, he is like a magnetic master, or perhaps like a living electric eel. In short, to be this strong in the initial state, he must die. It is also fortunate that the foreigner wanted to show off. If this were in our nation, and someone first activated electrical abilities, they would definitely hide it. Even if exposed, they would not reveal the true extent of their power. Perhaps the foreigner did not expect this little man to be so formidable, having just activated his powers. Furthermore, electromagnetism is not that easy to control. The little man's condition did not seem good. After an intense battle, he was leaking electricity all around his body, panting while cowering behind cover, but his recovery speed was also fast. John shouted, "Alexander, catch that woman. Your presence is not needed in this battle." All right. Chapter 290. The gunshots echoed through the area, drawing the attention of various families. It was not long before others arrived to investigate. The Long family elder, currently under siege, suffered several injuries. His satchel was snatched away, but it did not contain the tortoise shell. At that moment, everyone realized they had been tricked. The gunshots coming from the other direction shifted the battlefield instantly. Alexander, using his abilities, rushed out. He was momentarily immune to bullets, allowing him to quickly close the distance to Long Yi. This was because his power had just activated. If it were even stronger, he might have been able to ignore gravity entirely. Long Yi was quickly cornered. In a clash between powerhouses, she immediately suffered a disadvantage. She could not break through his defenses, and cold weapons offered no advantage against an ability user. Fists and kicks were useless, as she would simply be electrocuted. Hand over the satchel. Long Yi's right arm went numb. With a helpless expression, she took off her bag, forcefully threw it towards a nearby wall, and ran in the opposite direction. Everything she did now was to buy time, ensuring the tortoise shell could leave Zonghai as quickly as possible. The family's mission was paramount. It did not matter how many people died as long as they secured the shell. Moreover, the scene was already so chaotic that they could blame the loss on the overseas intelligence agencies. No one could dispute that. Damn it. This bitch. After securing the satchel, Alexander looked inside to find only a broken bowl. His face turned green, and he chased after Long Yi again. Everyone still believed the tortoise shell was in her possession. Cao Chuan drove around the outskirts of the battlefield, slowly following Long Yi. Lowly, send out the order. Prepare to act. Yes, my master. Just await the good news. Old Cow had been busy these past few days, planning the inaugural battle of the organization known as Fengmanlou. Tonight, blood would inevitably be shed to let everyone know that Fengmanlou was not to be insulted. It was time to put on a show. No matter how powerful an intelligence agency might be from now on, when they saw a member of Fengmanlou, they would have to show respect. Otherwise, this group of fierce individuals would not care if their master was an American or a Japanese organization. This included the Dragon Clan. Did they dare to monitor Cao Chuan without paying a price? Cao Chuan was usually kind-hearted and gentle, but he was an agent, and Fengmanlou operated at the opposite extreme. They did not like to use their brains. They preferred to kill. No one noticed the southeast wind that night. As it blew, the air carried a faint, sweet, cloying scent. The air was poisoned. A divine rank poison doctor was not to be trifled with. The battle on the street continued, transitioning from cold weapons to gunfire. The super soldiers, fearless of death, caused no small losses to the various families. The personnel from the Joint Intelligence Department, numbering fewer than 50, fought back and forth with nearly 150 people from the various families and the authorities, refusing to fall behind. However, the casualties were high. Both sides suffered significant losses. By this point, the conflict had exceeded everyone's original plans. Everyone had come for the tortoise shell, and the situation should have dispersed once it was retrieved. Yet, where was the shell now? Everyone seemed confused, but the battle only escalated. John was having a headache. Alexander had not yet sent word that the item was in hand. All John could do was continue to resist. If he stopped now, everyone who had died tonight would have done so in vain. No, this isn't right. It's poisoned. The few Danjin experts quickly noticed something was wrong. Their internal energy circulation began to stagnate. The perception of a Danjin expert was extremely powerful, making them the first to detect the issue. Soon after, other Transformation Realm martial artists felt it too. In just over a minute, the gunshots eerily stopped. Behind various forms of cover, many people collapsed to the ground. A drug-targeting muscles had been deployed. Even the super soldiers were lying on the ground, unable to exert any strength. This is bad. The Huguoran are indeed cunning. They actually used poison. Baga, even more shameless than us. Before anyone could react, a group of people appeared from the darkness. They wore wide, black cloaks, and their footsteps were steady and powerful. They were almost all of the same height, around 1.8 meters. On their cloaks, at the heart position, there was a circular badge bearing the ancient character for Feng. The scene was eerily silent, filled only with the rhythmic patter of shoe soles hitting the ground. After this group appeared, no one spoke. Their objective was to appear mysterious and unfathomable. Whoosh. The black daggers in their hands were like the scythes of the Grim Reaper, lightly slashing the necks of those they passed. They killed only the members of the Joint Intelligence Department, exuding immense pressure. Even some Transformation Realm experts felt their hearts pounding. The atmosphere was utterly silent. Everyone could hear the crisp tearing sound of the daggers slicing through skin. It was as if a knife were being drawn across their own hearts. As the cloaked figures approached, the experts from the various families saw their faces, or rather, their masks. Under the cloaks were smiling masks. They passed by the Xiao family and the Chu family, scaring them greatly. Finally, they reached the Long family. Originally, observers thought these people only killed overseas intelligence spies, but they acted again, wiping out the experts from the Dragon Clan. One of them spoke in a mechanical voice. Fengmanlou does not like people who do not follow the rules, no matter who they are. In less than 5 minutes, the cloaked figures of Fengmanlou left. All the Joint Intelligence spies were dead, including the leader, John. Even the Dragon Clan's Danjin experts had not escaped the poisoned hands. The remaining people experienced a sense of rebirth after a catastrophe. Many looked at the blood-soaked ground, and then toward the 6th Division. Damn it. You are the authorities, after all. You saw someone committing murder just now and said nothing? The captain of the action team leading the 6th Division was still unconscious. Or rather, he was pretending to faint quite unprofessionally. The battle here had ended. The battle on Long Yi's side had also concluded. There was no suspense. The emergence of ability users had overturned the martial Dao. Alexander was too powerful, and Long Yi was unprepared. Every time she tried to attack, her limbs went numb from the electric current. If she drew her sword, it would be absorbed by the current, leaving her unable to pull it free. Long Yi was knocked unconscious by an electric shock. Just as Alexander was about to search her, old Cao appeared like a hero. Let me do it. Another one who isn't afraid of death. Ha! Before Alexander could finish his boast, his neck was grasped. The powerful electric current around him still existed, but it seemed to cause no harm to the man in front of him. Sorry, I'm a cultivator. Cao Chuan exerted a slight force with his fingers, compressing the opponent's spinal nerves. Alexander fell into a coma, powering down as he returned to normal. Cao Chuan threw him aside, and 2 bodyguards stepped forward. Take him back. Have someone thoroughly study ability user anatomy. Yes. As for Long Yi, old Cao graciously accepted her. The Joint Intelligence spies had been completely annihilated once again. This time, however, everyone remained silent. No one condemned the act, and no one called to apply pressure. It was as if the incident had never happened. However, the disappearance of the tortoise shell, the annihilation of the Long family disciples, and the disappearance of Long Yi and Alexander left the high-level officials anxious. Before Fengmanlou appeared, drones had captured footage of Alexander's battle, shocking everyone. He was simply too powerful, no longer a normal person. Transformation Realm martial artists were strong, but they remained within the realm of human understanding. Ability users were something else entirely. Bullets could not even touch Alexander's body before being absorbed by his electric current. The high-level officials announced the establishment of an ability user department that very night, aiming to use enhancement fluid to create super soldiers and simultaneously activate these abilities. Super soldiers were already strong, but the ability to harness powers made the stakes much higher. However, ability users were not easy to create. As far as the officials knew, only one had appeared so far, and the overseas side had none other. Everyone was back on the same starting line. As for Alexander, a video released that night left people stunned. Alexander was captured, naked, and fixed to a cross like Jesus, surrounded by the cloaked figures of Fengmanlou. The authorities issued an order to contact Cao Chuan, wanting to take Alexander for study. Overseas countries were furious. Most importantly, this video gave global officials a deeper understanding of Fengmanlou. They were powerful and nearly invincible. Fengmanlou's danger ranking was quietly elevated to the highest level. Everyone was afraid, and everyone had to guard against them, but no one dared to act or test them again. With the emergence of ability users, martial artists were likely becoming a thing of the past. Chapter 291. Little Cao was, for once, clear-headed today. She had been feeling groggy lately, but yesterday was quiet. Mother Cao and her two elder sisters did not intentionally disturb her sleep. By 9 in the morning, she felt as though she had been revived. However, as her thoughts returned to normal, little Cao felt unsure about how to face her sisters. She often felt like a person with a split personality. The state of being awake and being asleep felt like two completely different people. Without sufficient sleep, her brain nerves seemed to shut down. Only with ample mental energy would her full capacity be activated. She was already at the Huajin stage, and no longer needed 12 hours of sleep like before. However, her physique was unique, and she still required 10 hours of rest to fully activate her brain. Now that she was fully awake, she carefully thought about recent events. Her face flushed with intensity, and a wave of powerlessness washed over her. She did not know how to deal with this situation. Little Cao, come eat. Mother Cao called out. The little one had woken up late, so breakfast needed to be warmed up. Oh, little Cao replied. De Cao had already gone to work. She was determined not to become arrogant due to favoritism. Instead, she worked even harder and more diligently to learn about the company from Lena. Cao was checking some local forums. She did not have a job, but that did not stop her from following local news. Last night, she had heard gunshots and explosions in the south of the city. Military police had entered in the early hours of the morning, and ordinary people did not know what had happened. There were speculations and various conspiracy theories. The matter seemed serious, involving guns, cannons, and bombs. In this day and age, such news was not entirely uncommon. The comprehensive gun ban had only ended a few years ago, and weapons were still scattered among the populace. Most people speculated about bandits or international issues, but apart from the local news, other places were calm as water, and no one could guess exactly what had happened. The phone rang. Mother Cao saw it was an unknown number, put down her broom, and politely answered. What? Oh, I understand. After the call, Mother Cao sat on the sofa with a blank face. Cao was surprised. Little Cao also put down her bowl. Mom, what is wrong? Whose call was it? Did something happen? Mother Cao said softly, I need to go back to my hometown. What? Why are you going back? The two sisters were stunned. Their hometown was where that man lived. After all, their biological father and mother were from the same county, but different towns. Cao pressed, is that man forcing you? No. Mother Cao hesitated for a few seconds, then decided to tell them. She felt they had the right to know, and it could not be kept secret. That man is dead. Dead. How did he die? The two sisters felt their hearts jolt. Mother Cao was not sad. As an ordinary woman, she had never experienced such a thing, and was merely frightened. According to the local police in her hometown, 3 thugs had broken in, committed murder and robbery, and Cao Dihang was dead. Many others died with him. Cao Dihang had been celebrating that night, having won several hundred in cards. He had been winning every day, so he invited a few close friends, 2 relatives, and his parents. They drank and ate meat. There were 8 people in total, and all of them were gone. Because they had drunk a lot of white wine, they were sluggish. When the 3 thugs came to the door, the knives they carried did not instill fear in those people. They did not even feel pain immediately after being stabbed. The drunken friends even tried to fight back, vowing to protect their big brother, Cao Dihang. In the end, the thugs became desperate and pulled out guns, directly slaughtering everyone. The gunshots attracted the neighbors, and the thugs were soon caught. Now that Cao Dihang's family was wiped out, Mother Cao was the heir according to the marriage certificate. There was nearly $1 million in the bank account that would be given to them. Mother Cao needed to go back to handle the formalities and the funeral arrangements. Mom, I will go with you. After listening, Cao did not try to dissuade her. You understand the law, Mom. You go and tell the police that we do not want this money. We just do not want any involvement with him. Why would we not want it? Cao rolled her eyes. This is the money that man got to get rid of us. This money should have been taken back in the first place. Besides, that man did not have the fate to keep $1 million. Was this not just inviting disaster? We will take the money back and return it. Hearing her second sister's words, a flash of realization appeared in little Chao's mind. She suddenly understood everything. Cao Chuan had not spent a single cent. He said it was $1 million, but how much could Cao Dihang spend of it? Moreover, with the procedures handled and old Cao's connections, the money would definitely come back. Not only that, but Cao Dihang's house and the land in the village could also be sold. They could earn a lot. He had used a borrowed knife to kill his enemy. Little Chao's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. She felt a mix of admiration, fondness, and a desire to learn from him. Mom, just listen to me. Leave this matter to me. I have the strength to protect you now. I will go with you. As for Little Chao, she will stay here and look after the house. Oh. Little Chao nodded. An audible system notification echoed in the void. Plundering 20% of the Child of Destiny Chu Feng's protagonist Halo. Hosts villain Halo enhanced by 20%. A total of 99.99% of Chu Feng's luck has been stripped. There is one Destiny heroine remaining. Please continue your efforts. The host has received 200,000 points of villain luck. Little Chao was now fully aware of the situation. Cao Chuan heard the system's prompt from afar. He was not sure what exactly had happened, but it was not important. Little Chao was settled and could be harvested at any time. Now, only Saintess Long Yi remained. Once Long Yi was dealt with, Chu Feng would be finished. Cao Chuan felt a surge of emotion at the thought of that scene. Being an old father was not easy. Everything was for the children. Everything was for all the girls. Old Cao felt he had great love. Long Yi had a very long dream. She developed a fear of giant things. A pair of giant hands appeared above her head, exerting a suffocating pressure. The surroundings were plunged into deadly silence and darkness. Then, she saw a beam of light. This light brightened intensely, and the source was a pair of gigantic eyes slowly opening, staring at her. This startled her awake. She came back to life in an instant, her back drenched in sweat. Before she could fully observe her surroundings, a familiar voice spoke. Awake. Thirsty. Long Yi looked up and saw Ningyu. Ningyu was wearing a knee-length dress, sitting on a chair, her beautiful legs crossed, smiling elegantly. Long Yi remembered that she had been injured, pursued by that ability user, and utterly outmatched. Her entire strength was suppressed, and the feeling was incredibly stifling. Her last thought before losing consciousness was that she might die, or become a captive, but the turtle shell was safely sent out. That meant she had completed her final mission, and her duty as a member of the Long family. She subconsciously observed her surroundings. It was an enclosed space, like an underground vault. The area was not large, and the air was decent, indicating a good ventilation system. This claustrophobic environment seemed abnormal. Did you save me? Long Yi was unsure. Ningyu smiled and pointed to the table beside her. Drink some water first. You have been unconscious for over half a day. You must be thirsty. Long Yi heard her evasive answer and felt no joy. Her heart sank. The conversation did not sound like Ningyu had saved her. The surroundings did not look like a treatment facility. Instead, it resembled a dungeon. Long Yi was not stupid. Previously, her relationship with Ningyu was good, built for the sake of the crystals. But looking at the current situation, Ningyu must have already submitted to certain people, or rather, Ningyu was already one of the agents of Fengmanlou. Cao Chuan gave the agency rights for the crystals to Ningyu and Shen Menyi. Everyone speculated about Cao Chuan's relationship with the two women, as Cao Chuan was the Bu family's prospective son-in-law, yet he gave these rights to others. The implication was very clear. She gulped down a bottle of mineral water in one go. Her dry throat finally felt better. The feeling of being stunned by electricity was very uncomfortable. She still felt weakness in her limbs, and could not use her internal energy. At this moment, she was just an ordinary woman. What do you hope to gain by imprisoning me? Long Yi put down the water bottle, and asked directly. As expected of Long Yi, you are so clever. You immediately realized you were imprisoned. Ningyu chuckled softly. Long Yi probed, so, the reason I cannot exert any strength, and have no internal energy is also something you did to me. Ningyu raised an eyebrow. More or less. Long Yi narrowed her eyes. Are you not afraid of the Long family's retaliation? Or are you saying I will not be able to leave here alive? Ningyu clapped her hands, praising, I love talking to smart people. You are much smarter than Shen Menyi. Chapter 292. Long Yi possessed a natural arrogance that differed significantly from Shen Menyi. Furthermore, her luck remained with her, though it functioned in a peculiar, inverted way. It meant that those who confronted her would subconsciously start showing off, desperate to use their status to suppress the inviolable arrogance she exuded. It was effectively a competition of beauty and status. Consider Chu Feng, who acted pretentiously from the start, partly due to the influence of the Child of Destiny. Or John, who wasted words on her just to display his own importance. Ningyu behaved the same way, using his status to show off in front of her. Don't worry, Ningyu said with a smile. You do not have to worry too much about life and death. You are so beautiful that the beast probably would not bear to kill you. Long Yi's beautiful eyes flashed. Are you referring to Cao Chuan? Ningyu laughed heartily. You also think he is a beast, right? We think alike. Just for that, I will give you an extra drumstick later. Long Yi remained expressionless. So you completely submitted to Cao Chuan, and it was Cao Chuan who told you to imprison me? More or less, Ningyu replied with a faint smile. Do you know some of the things that happened last night after you were hunted? Long Yi shook her head. Ningyu chuckled. Last night was extremely chaotic. Our small families did not even have the qualifications to participate. We could only wait for an opportunity on the side. However, Fengmanlou appeared and slaughtered all those overseas intelligence personnel in one go. Then, he killed everyone from your dragon family as well. Long Yi's pupils constricted. Ningyu continued. You would not think that after the wiretapping of Cao Chuan was discovered, you would be safe and sound, would you? It is fortunate you were not there at the time. Otherwise, you would have perished. What a regret that would be for such a beautiful person. Long Yi's expression dimmed. She had originally intended to admit defeat and apologize, but the incident happened so suddenly that there was no opportunity to clear up the misunderstanding. Long Yi's voice changed, becoming a little shaky. Are they all dead? Not a single survivor, including those in the Danjin realm, Ningyu replied, knowing exactly what she wanted to ask. Long Yi wondered if Fengmanlou was truly that strong. Hundreds of people had been present that night, including Danjin experts, super soldiers, and ability users. Yet, listening to Ningyu, it seemed Fengmanlou had immediately gained control of everyone and eliminated them with ease. Ningyu continued, with the foundation of your dragon family, it is not enough to truly be crippled, but it is enough to cause heartache. This is a lesson, and you should thank yourself. Under Long Yi's puzzled gaze, Ningyu began to mislead her. Thank yourself for escaping the scene at that time, thank yourself for still being alive, and thank yourself for being captured here. I will tell you a secret. Old Cao is very lustful. As long as you are obedient, he can wipe the slate clean. Long Yi understood instantly. If she submitted, the previous wiretapping and misunderstandings could be resolved. Long Yi looked at Ningyu's smile and realized she did not have much choice. The larger the family, the higher the status of the woman, and the more valuable she was. There was nothing that could not be sold. It just depended on whether it was worth it. Ningyu was responsible for guarding Long Yi and educating her. Cao Chuan gave Ningyu this authority, and he chose not to act himself. This was a reward for Ningyu, as she loved doing such things. The more Ningyu could not resist Cao Chuan, the more she hoped to drag other noble and arrogant people down with her. Meanwhile, the dragon family was not idle. They sent out more experts to search the world for Long Yi. But regarding those who died, the dragon clan had not said a single word. Everyone feared Fengmanlou. They were mysterious and ruthless. It was as if Fengmanlou were a beast that had tasted blood. If someone provoked them again, perhaps they would revive fully and appear in the open. As a result, no one dared to provoke Fengmanlou anymore. An eerie calm settled over Zonghai. The dragon family spent several days studying the tortoise shell. Whether they injected internal energy, activated it with crystals, or used other methods, the shell showed no reaction. Were we deceived? They wondered. Can this thing really tell fortunes? They had no news of Long Yi, but they assumed she was in the hands of Fengmanlou. In a dungeon similar to a vault, Long Yi had been held for several days. Finally, she chose to submit to Fengmanlou, or rather, to Cao Chuan. When can I see him? Long Yi asked softly. Her expression showed no trace of resentment, still as cold and detached as ever. Do not rush, Ningyu replied. Since you have made this decision, you naturally have to follow some of our Cao family rules. We will play a game later. Then you rest for a few days, and he will come. What game? Tattooing. Ningyu chuckled, then left. Half an hour later, she returned with tools. She secured Long Yi to the iron bed. Long Yi looked back anxiously. What are you going to do? I told you, tattooing. Do not worry, I have been practicing a lot recently, so it will not hurt too much. Long Yi realized what Ningyu intended. It was a ritual for slaves. You wait, Ningyu. Long Yi became anxious. It was clear that her apparent submission was just a pretense. What? Regretting it? Ningyu smiled. This is called drum tattooing. It is tattooed on that spot, one character on each side. There is no need to face people, unless you run around the streets with your bare self, so only he can see it. Long Yi turned pale. She had expected a mark on her back, not in that position. Ningyu chuckled. Of course, it is too late to regret now. Whether you truly obey or not, this character must be tattooed. There is only one choice in life, and once you have chosen, there is no going back. Chapter 293. Brother, everyone says Long Yi was captured by Fengmanlou. Can you help rescue her? Wang Haodong had come specifically to ask for help. Cao Chuan sighed, patting Wang Haodong on the shoulder. Dongzi, I know you are very worried right now. Normally, if you asked for my help, I would never refuse. But this matter is difficult. Fengmanlou is not mine. I am just an external agent. Do you understand what that means? It is like those merchants on the periphery of your family. Would you treat them as important? Let alone such a significant matter. My influence is simply not enough. Cao Chuan looked troubled as he poured Wang Haodong a cup of tea. Wang Haodong made a bitter face, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. After drinking, his expression became even more pained. Brother, you put so many tea leaves in. It is too strong. Is this even good to drink? I like strong tea. Never mind, I will pour you another cup. No need. Anything is fine to drink. Wang Haodong shook his head. He looked truly bitter. This tea was incredibly harsh. Is this even something a person should drink? Wang Haodong thought. Actually, I do not have any thoughts about Miss Long anymore. She is even harder to pursue than Xiao Xiao. When I was pursuing Xiao Xiao, even though she did not give me a good look, at least she acknowledged me. Even if she scolded me, it was a form of recognition. But Miss Long. Oh right, brother. Wang Haodong glanced around mysteriously. Seeing that Zhang Myron was far away, he sat closer to Cao Chuan. They all say Miss Long is a stone maiden, not opened up to anyone. Is that so? Cao Chuan became interested. Is it true or false? Who knows? That is what everyone is saying. Wang Haodong whispered. It looks like it to me too. She barely shows any emotion, especially toward men. Is it that she has no emotion toward you specifically? Cao Chuan asked doubtfully. That is possible too. Wang Haodong grimaced again. This tea is too bitter, brother. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, Ningyu spoke softly. Do not move. If you struggle and I accidentally mess it up, I will have to erase it and re-tattoo it in a different spot. Anyway, it has to be done today, so it is better to just accept it. Be good and listen. You will know how good our master is later. I would not lie to you. Ningyu coaxed Long Yi into getting a tattoo. Long Yi bit down on a towel to stifle her cries, tears streaming down her face. Back in the living room, Wang Haodong continued whispering to Cao Chuan. I have heard an interesting rumor. They say Long Yi did not even cry when she was born. She had no emotions. Cao Chuan rolled his eyes at him. Is it really that exaggerated? It is true. Many people say so. And if you look at Miss Long's demeanor. Dong Zi, Cao Chuan sighed helplessly. I have to talk to you about this. When you were pursuing her before, at least you were sincere, right? Now that you have given up, you should not slander her. You once loved her, did you not? Brother, you misunderstood. I am not slandering her. This is just us brothers chatting privately. I would not say these things outside. Wang Haodong quickly explained. Cao Chuan nodded. That is right. You continue. I love to listen. To be fair, Wang Haodong truly had no intention of pursuing Long Yi anymore. But the rumor of her disappearance suggested she had been arrested by Fengmanlou. Unfortunately, the Long family had not come to rescue her, and Wang Haodong felt he was the only one with the connections to help. Given his friendship with Cao Chuan, he did not want to see such a beautiful girl fall into the hands of the mysterious Fengmanlou. Who knew what kind of people were in there? A girl as refined as Long Yi, if she were detained for a year, would she even remain the same? Thinking of this, Wang Haodong's mood soured, and he eagerly sought Cao Chuan's help. Finally, Cao Chuan relented. If anyone else came to me, I would be helpless because I could do nothing. But you are my brother. With our relationship, I will try to find a way to help. Brother, you are my true brother. As they spoke, Zhang Myron received a message, left the room, and then returned. Master, there are people from the 6th Division at the door, and your apprentice is here as well. Wang Haodong stood up to avoid suspicion. Brother, you have matters to attend to. I will go outside and look around the area. I am planning to buy an apartment here so we brothers can get together more often. All right. Cao Chuan nodded. Wang Haodong left, and the group from the 6th Division arrived. They were all familiar faces. There were 3 people in total, including Lu Jieyou, Lei Ting, and a leader from the Military Research Cooperation. Just by looking at the configuration, one could guess their purpose. Cao Chuan smiled. Xiao Ting, since you are here, do not leave later. Have dinner with me tonight. Lei Ting responded obediently. Please have a seat, both leaders. Have some tea, and we can talk slowly about your business. After a short while, the military research leader spoke up. President Cao, we are here today for that ability user. Alexander? Cao Chuan looked puzzled. Yes, him. We want to borrow him for research. Cao Chuan gave a wry smile. Leader, you are placing a burden on me. You must know that I am just an external agent for Fengmanlou, right? What right do I have to grant such a request? The leader shook his head. President Cao misunderstood. It is not a free loan. It is a trade. We will not make things difficult for you. Oh, Cao Chuan's expression softened. How do we trade? That depends on what Fengmanlou needs. As long as it is something our special departments can provide, we can exchange it. Please report this to them and see how this trade can proceed. Also, please ask Fengmanlou not to kill him. This is an ability user with powerful offensive capabilities and significant research value. Cao Chuan nodded. No problem. I will definitely convey the message. As for whether Fengmanlou is willing or not, I cannot guarantee that. Of course. The leader smiled. President Cao is easy to talk to. An hour later, Ningyu stood up, looking at the characters on Long Yi's back with satisfaction. Perfect. My handwriting has been getting better and better. This is truly black on white. Long Yi did not speak. Her head was bowed, and her tears had almost dried. What is there to cry about? You will understand later what these 2 characters represent. He will be exceptionally good to you. You do not know Shen Menyi's place in his heart. It is even more important than mine. Ningyu said with a hint of jealousy. Too bad I do not have these 2 characters. He will not let me tattoo them. He is so biased. Long Yi turned to look at Ningyu, her eyes red. She did not speak, but her gaze seemed to ask if Ningyu had lost her mind. Hee hee. But sooner or later, I will be able to tattoo other characters. Little Long Yi, you should rest well. I will not drug your food tonight, and you will soon regain some internal energy. It will also help with your injury. Once you heal, I will take you to see your master. Only then did Long Yi realize that the medicine she had been taking every day was in her food. No wonder she always felt so weak. If she could have resisted, she would never have been so easily manipulated by Ningyu. You scoundrel. Long Yi fumed. Ningyu smiled, then suddenly raised her hand and slapped her. Long Yi's cheek instantly swelled red. Ningyu chuckled. I am speaking to you nicely, so you had best speak to me nicely too. Otherwise, even if you regain your internal energy, you will still be unlucky. Believe me. Ningyu gently stroked her face. Such a beautiful face. If he were not protecting you, I would want to embroider a character on your face. Long Yi's body trembled. Ningyu patted her face again. When the food arrives, eat quickly. After eating, rest well and take care of your body, so you do not make things difficult for me later. Do you understand, little Long Yi? Time flew by. A week after the ability user battle, everything seemed to return to peace, and Fengmanlou remained unseen. People always said that whenever Fengmanlou appeared, they would leave clues. Unfortunately, no one could find any trace of them. This organization seemed to have appeared and disappeared suddenly, leaving no sign behind. Actually, it was not that there were no traces. It was just that the traces were thoroughly hidden. Even the surveillance cameras and the government's tracking systems showed signs of being blocked. During these past few days, Cao Chuan received a report he found quite interesting regarding how ability user awakening occurs. It was related to human genes, the pineal gland, and neurons. Through several days of in-depth research, coupled with the captured ability user, the study progressed quickly. The conclusion reached was that almost everyone possesses the potential for abilities, and the energy contained in the body is infinite. As long as the genetic lock is deciphered, the pineal gland activated, and neurons linked, each person's unique ability can be produced. This capability is not limited to elemental powers like wind or lightning. It could also manifest as a sudden increase in memory, improved vision, or the ability to sense a person's internal fluctuations. A certain element purified from crystals had the potential to activate these genes. The scientific researchers on Cao Chuan's side began to study the purification process of crystals and the activation of these elements. There was a high probability of achieving a 90% activation rate. In the outside world, using crystals had only a 1 in 10,000 chance of producing an ability user. Within his organization, 90% could be activated. Of course, this success was not just down to research. It was mainly because Cao Chuan had spent 10 million points of luck. That was a full 10 million. It was his highest single expenditure since he gained the system. He had purchased an element capture device, similar to a particle collider. It was high-tech, expensive, and definitely not technology that the world should currently possess. With this item, his researchers would be able to delve deeper, accurately find the code for activating abilities, and decipher the genetic lock. Chapter 294. To be honest, the researchers summoned through the system were not top tier. After all, the cost was only 1,000 luck points. One could hardly expect to summon an Einstein with such a meager price. The primary purpose of these simulacrums was to accelerate work based on existing technological foundations. They did not possess the ability to invent or create on their own. Therefore, Cao Chuan had to spend an additional 10 million luck points to purchase advanced equipment and a universal technology compendium for them to utilize. With these resources, they could at least pass as technical experts. It was a painful expenditure, but Cao Chuan held high expectations. If he could mass-produce obedient ability users, he could secure his dominance in this world. The training of martial artists was a long process. Unless one encountered divine physiques like De Chao's, who began at the transformation realm, everyone else needed time to cultivate and grow stronger. Ability users were different. A lucky individual could crush a transformation realm master from birth, or even easily overpower a Danjin expert. Moreover, they possessed bizarre and varied abilities. Some might lack direct combat power, but were invincible in a support role. Despite the heavy cost in luck, Cao Chuan felt it was a worthy investment. That day, Cao Chuan finally arrived at the villa where Long Yi was being held. "Is she behaving?" he asked. "She has been well behaved. This woman is smart. When she cannot resist, she is more obedient than anyone," Ningyu chuckled softly. "Bring her out. Let me see her." After a few days in the dungeon, Long Yi was finally brought out. She wore a simple nightgown, as her original combat suit had been discarded. The basement had been improved with a washroom, so she remained clean, though she looked physically weak. "What is wrong with her?" Cao Chuan frowned. Ningyu replied with a sweet smile. "The day before yesterday, she was not very obedient, so she was starved for 2 days. Today is the 3rd day. Without food and with her internal energy depleted, she is naturally weak." Long Yi glanced at Ningyu, wanting to retort, but held back. She had been starved because she attempted to resist Ningyu's attempt to tattoo a date onto her. "You are just messing around." Cao Chuan glared at Ningyu, feigning annoyance. Ningyu clung to him, pouting. "I am doing this for you. She is not a pushover. Are you feeling sorry for her now? Stop talking nonsense. Go prepare some food," Cao Chuan ordered. "All right." Ningyu pouted, turned and left, giving Long Yi a fierce glare that warned her to stay silent. "Let us talk after you have eaten. You are too weak right now," Cao Chuan said softly. Long Yi's mood was complex. This entire interaction was a calculated performance. Cao Chuan played the protector, while Ningyu played the antagonist. It was a classic manipulation of human psychology, designed to induce dependency. The starvation had been Cao Chuan's own order, intended to make her desperate. Now he offered kindness, creating a subtle, shifting dynamic. Her skirt was semi-transparent. She seemed to have lost her previous arrogance, replaced by a vulnerable, pitiful state that invoked a desire to protect her. Soon, the food was ready. It was not a grand feast, but it was exquisitely prepared. Long Yi ate quickly, though she remained elegant, putting down her chopsticks after only partially filling her stomach. "How does Boss Cao plan to deal with me?" Long Yi asked softly. Ningyu's face darkened, and she scolded. "Have you forgotten what I taught you?" Long Yi felt a tremor of fear. She had been conditioned over the past few days to fear Ningyu. "All right, that is enough. Go prepare some water for me. I want to talk to Long Yi alone," Cao Chuan said. After Ningyu left, Long Yi felt a sense of relief. "Do not blame her. She is just following my orders," Cao Chuan explained with disarming honesty. "How do you plan to deal with me?" Long Yi whispered. "That depends on what you think. The Long family no longer wants you." Long Yi looked up in surprise. Cao Chuan smiled. "You have been missing for days, and the Long family has done nothing but put on a show of searching for you. They have already secured the tortoise shell. If Fengmanlou offered to trade your freedom for it, do you think they would agree? Long Yi's eyes flickered. She realized the painful truth. She felt the pressure she had endured during this period, alongside the Stockholm Syndrome setting in, making her view Cao Chuan as a source of support. So, Cao Chuan smiled. From now on, you will follow me. You can consider yourself a member of Fengmanlou. I will make you an ability user, a powerful one. Long Yi looked up in surprise. Ability user? Can Fengmanlou activate such abilities? Of course, Cao Chuan nodded. Later, I will have opportunities to activate abilities suitable for each person based on their physique. This was not just empty talk. He was investing heavily in research to manipulate human genetics. He told her she would become an ability user. Knowing this was the ultimate leverage, Long Yi realized he was not merely an agent, he was a core member, perhaps even the founder of Fengmanlou. He exposed this because she had no choice but to surrender. Come here, Cao Chuan smiled slightly. After hesitating for a few seconds, Long Yi walked to his side. Cao Chuan raised his hand, and Long Yi froze. He revealed the tattoo Ningyu had applied, a mark of possession. Long Yi trembled, but did not resist, closing her eyes as her face flushed. Do you hate Ningyu? Cao Chuan asked softly. He reached out and touched the characters. Long Yi trembled, but did not resist. Cao Chuan spoke to himself. Hate is not a bad thing. Ningyu is a bit crazy. When you gain your abilities, you can help me manage her. Long Yi hummed an affirmation. She had been given a goal, a sense of purpose, and a promise of power. In the world of power dynamics, this was how he would secure her loyalty. Chapter 295. Old Cao ignored the notification in his mind, preferring to savor the lingering satisfaction of the moment. He understood the art of playing hard to get. Anyone who owns a vehicle knows that washing it is a tedious chore. In his past life, Old Cao had been a driver for high-ranking officials. Whenever he had free time, he would scrub the official cars until they were spotless. Whether the leaders drove them often or not, the cars had to look presentable. A dirty or neglected car loses its value and prestige. No matter how expensive the car wrap, or how luxurious the interior, a dirty exterior makes the whole vehicle look cheap. It is like the cars driven by young, reckless delinquents, plastered with gaudy stickers and cheap accessories. The intuitive feeling those cars give people is that they are low class. Therefore, Old Cao maintained his vehicles with a level of care that ordinary people could not match. This was the mindset of a professional driver. He treated his newly acquired car with the utmost attention. Even a tiny scratch was unacceptable. He checked it thoroughly, inside and out. After finishing the purchase procedures, he drove directly onto the road. The new car was still in its break-in period, so the drive felt a little jerky at first, but he knew it would improve with time. Learning to drive is a process that cannot be rushed. After driving for over 100 kilometers, covering about an hour of travel, he stopped the engine. Old Cao lit a cigarette and leaned back. He had not had a chance to admire the scenery during the drive, but now he could calm down and take in the view. At the same time, the system alerted him that the settlement process had finished. Plot settlement in progress. The settlement time varied. Old Cao vaguely remembered that the first calculation had taken a day or two. After that, settlements typically took only tens of minutes. The duration was calculated based on his actions. The more complex his involvement, the longer the calculation. Because he had taken actions that significantly deviated from the original plot, this settlement required more time. Take Gong Yuehua, for instance. That had been an unexpected surprise. In the dark, the consciousness of the comprehensive plane seemed to be collapsing and shattering. The consciousness did not disappear, but broke into fragments that scattered throughout heaven and earth. A portion of it fell to Old Cao, completely absorbed by his villainous luck. Elsewhere, Chu Feng knelt on the ground. Cao Zhengyang quickly stepped forward. Darling, what is wrong? Are you okay? He helped him up. I am fine. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, a sharp pain pulsing through his chest again. He whispered angrily, we are outside. Do not call me darling. I was just anxious and worried about you, Cao Zhengyang said, looking aggrieved. Chu Feng sighed, unable to handle Cao Zhenjiang's clingy nature. He decided to let it go. Let us clean up the shop first. There is no point in keeping Tinji Hall open for now. Regardless of whether we find the turtle shell, I will do as Uncle Old Cow suggested. I will go relax, travel, and we can discuss things when I return. Outside Tianji Hall, two girls passed by. They were vibrant and youthful. One of them, Miao Kexin, felt a strange impulse that led her to this place. Seeing that Tianji Hall was open, she did not know if she wanted to see Chu Feng, or if she hoped to see Old Cow, who was usually drinking tea in the living room. She stepped closer, feeling a pang of disappointment, when she saw there were no customers inside. She left without saying a word. Her friend, Chen Ying, probed her mind while keeping a casual tone. That handsome guy inside is pretty good. Do you know him? I have seen him a few times before, Miao Kexin admitted guilelessly. An ex-boyfriend. Do not talk nonsense. Hee hee. By the way, what about your previous boyfriend? That is my uncle. Yes, he is your uncle and my godfather, Chen Ying chuckled. Miao Kexin thought Chen Ying was mocking her, so she rolled her eyes. Seriously, stop talking nonsense. It is not good if people misunderstand. Let us go. Heh, Chen Ying laughed, sounding incredibly pure. Miao Kexin asked, you have spent a lot of money recently. How much living allowance did your family give you? Although my family is not poor, they cannot give me too much. You know I have a rich brother who is the treasure of my family, Chen Ying replied. Then how are you managing? Miao Kexin was speechless. I told you it was your uncle, my godfather, who gave it to me. Miao Kexin was furious and slapped her friend's shoulder. If you talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth off. Ha 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 ha. Chen Ying ran away giggling, and Miao Kexin chased after her. The topic was diverted. 3 days passed in a flash. The settlement notification arrived, sounding like heavenly music. Child of Destiny Chu Feng neutralized. Villain luck increased by 130 million points. Old Cao gasped. He patted Gong Yuehua, who was sitting with him. He leaned back on the sofa, feeling exhausted. The sofa cover would need to be cleaned later. Gong Yuehua looked at him with intensity. She had been frightened earlier. When she rode in cars in the past, she did not like speed. Old Cao usually drove carefully, but just now, he had been reckless. She had nearly fainted twice. If she were not a master of inner strength, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Are you happy? Old Cao asked. What is there to be happy about? She replied softly. The dragon family studied the fake turtle shell for a long time, and finally discovered it was a forgery. Cao Chuan chuckled. My informant in the dragon family sent intelligence, that they ran several tests, and confirmed it was just stone. Their faces must have turned green. Gong Yuehua let out a soft laugh, imagining the expressions of the dragon family members. She whispered, Xiao Feng has been in a bad mood recently, all because of the turtle shell. Do not worry, I will not harm him. Whenever that turtle shell appears, it signifies an ill omen. People die, Old Cao said, shaking his head. I hope Xiao Feng can get past this psychological hurdle. Gong Yuehua nodded. This requires your cooperation, Cao Chuan said. How should I cooperate? Tell him the dragon family has a turtle shell, but it is fake. Tell him the real one was destroyed in a violent explosion, when the two thieves went out to sea. That way, he can let go of the obsession. Gong Yuehua thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I will tell him that. The phone rang. It was Chu Hanqiang. Old Cao watched as Gong Yuehua answered. Chu Hanqiang spoke. The informant within the dragon family sent news that the turtle shell is fake. This means the real one is still in Zonghai. I know, Gong Yuehua said, her voice trembling slightly. You know, of course. Xiao Chuan told me. His organization received the news as well. Chu Hanqiang did not doubt her. That is true. They must be watching the dragon family closely. You should secretly investigate the whereabouts of the real turtle shell in Zonghai. It is gone, she said. What is gone? The real turtle shell was destroyed in an explosion. The two thieves threw out a fake before they fled to sea. The real one was lost in the blast, and is no longer traceable. This is also news from his organization. Chu Hanqiang's heart sank. He asked regretfully, it just disappeared like that. Gong Yuehua looked at Old Cao and whispered, as long as my son is safe, nothing else matters. Chapter 296. The battle was completely over. Gong Yuehua went back to rest, while President Cao began to check the details. The early-stage old routine remained unchanged. Because the system had not upgraded, Chu Feng's luck was the same as the previous Ye Chen's. As for Lin Han, forget it, he was just a small fry, like the old Zhou from before. Killing the child of destiny, Chu Feng, the villain luck value was 5 million. Then, completely destroying all his halo doubled it. 10 million entered the account. This made up for the previous deficit from the element catcher. Of course, this was the same calculation method as Ye Chen's. But Chu Feng was completely different from Ye Chen. Because the protagonist halo luck overflowed, the original 100%, and then the golden finger was stolen for 400%. Gong Yuehua 10%. Dragon auspicious 10%. Unfortunately, there was not enough time to take down Miao Kexin's side, but there was no rush. Based on the usual progression of integrated novel planes, if this plot was not completely taken down, it might become the destined heroine in the next plot. After all, it was an integrated novel, and a fusion. There would always be a role, including Xiao Chao, it was the same. It could be a second run, and a second run was even more valuable than a first run. There was a total of 520% luck premium. According to the premium standard given by the system, after all conversions, it had to be 5.2 times the original basis. This was the standard for the premium, and it was the benefit brought by the hard-earned premium. Calculating against the destined heroine, acknowledging a thief as father, villain luck increased by 1 million times 4. Xiao Chao's allegiance, luck increased by 100,000. Paying blood fees, villain luck increased by 500,000 times 4. Also, the hunting time only took about a month. There was an extra 100,000 luck for each day early. In addition, there was killing people and calculating against various clans, establishing the morally ambiguous Fengmanlou. This time, President Cao obtained 25 million luck, a little more than the previous Ye Chen, then multiplied by 5.2 times. Finally, 130 million luck. Looking at the balance, Cao Chuan fell into deep thought. Now he could buy an elementary spaceship, but President Cao was not willing. Previously, he could not travel the universe due to his body. President Cao always knew that it was unlikely for Suan Huan to appear in this world. The idea of crushing a galaxy with one hand was too exaggerated and highly unlikely to happen, because the law of this parallel universe did not allow such things to exist. Therefore, President Cao once thought that if his body would not work, cultivating would not work either. Even if he cultivated the so-called chi refining, it would probably only belong to a type of urban novel plane, and no matter how strong he cultivated, he would not reach the terrifying power of crushing stars with his hands. It was just that now that abilities had appeared, the situation had changed somewhat. A small spaceship was naturally unnecessary. Spending 100 million, What could he not do? Buy a spaceship to go mining? System upgrading. Villain Halo upgrading. Integrated novel plot fusion in progress. Note: fusion and upgrade time is estimated at 365 days. Note: during the upgrade process, it does not affect the use of the system mall, storage space, and existing items. How long? Cao Chuan was dumbfounded. Even a man like President Cao, who remained calm in the face of disaster, now showed a look of surprise. He was truly shocked. Because President Cao understood more things, he knew too well that the longer the upgrade fusion time, the greater the changes in the world. The previous upgrade only took 7 days, and the time between each plot transition was only about half a month. President Cao had envisioned that the transition time would become longer and longer in the future, even with transition periods of half a year or a year. But he did not expect it to happen so quickly. Let us put it this way. The previous system upgrade only took 7 days. This time, it probably only needed 7 days too. Then the remaining approximately 360 days must be the fusion time for the integrated planes. The fact that it needed so long to fuse made it completely predictable what the world would become. The modification of the universe's consciousness law would inevitably subtly affect the cognition of everyone in this world. It was not an overnight process to change human subjective consciousness. The longer the time, the more complex the changes, and the greater the transformation. In short, President Cao fell silent. He thought of many things in an instant. In other words, for the next year, I can completely relax, right? A moment later, President Cao laughed. Finally, after many years, the daughter-in-law became the mother-in-law. From the first time President Cao came back, he wanted to live in a big club and change women every day. Unfortunately, there was always the plot urging him on, all for the sake of his life. To be honest, President Cao had experienced many things. His mentality was not that of a young man. If it were not for his life, President Cao would not be so diligent just for the rewards given by the system. But there was no choice. He was naturally opposed to the child of destiny. If you did not kill him, he would kill you. It was truly just for his life, especially for someone who had lived a second life. He cherished his life even more. The so-called great terror between life and death. President Cao did not want to experience that feeling again. So, luck values and such were just incidental rewards. Now it was good. At least a year of downtime. A year to rest, to deal with his own affairs, to do what he liked. President Cao completely relaxed. The next morning, at the airport, President Cao patted Chu Feng's shoulder. He could clearly feel that the child had acknowledged him as his uncle. After entering the door, he actually took the initiative to call him uncle. Cao Chuan smiled and said, "The turtle shell might have disappeared by now, but I am still having people look for it. I will notify you once there is any news. You and Zheng Yang can just go out and relax." Although Cao Chuan sighed, then pulled Chu Feng aside. He has suffered a lot and has not cultivated himself. Take care of him on the road. If you really cannot stand him, just beat him up, as long as he does not die. What a pitiful parent's heart. Chu Feng secretly sighed, then nodded. Do not worry, uncle, for your face, I will not do anything to him. You take good care of my mother. Do you not trust me to handle things? Go on, go have fun. If you do not have enough money, call me. After completely sending off Chu Feng and Cao Zhengyang, the plot finally ended. On the way back to the city, President Cao put his arm around Gong Yuehua. Sister, you are not going back to the capital for now, are you? Perhaps I have to go back. There are still many things to do in the capital. Gong Yuehua was not just a housewife. She also held a position in the women's department, and taking leave for too long was not good. President Cao almost laughed out loud. I cannot bear to part with you. Can you not go back? Gong Yuehua doted on President Cao so much. She raised her hand and gently stroked President Cao's handsome old face. You can come to see me when you have time, and after I finish some things in the capital, I will find an opportunity to transfer to Zhonghai. Really? Cao Chuan was greatly surprised. Then would he not have no time to try out new cars? Gong Yuehua nodded. But this will take some time. After all, I am still considered a member of the Chu family, and some things are beyond my control. However, I promise not to let anyone else touch me. Sister, thank you. A few days passed in a flash. President Cao had truly settled down. Even if there were still a few minor things to deal with, it did not hinder President Cao's relaxed mood. A year. What a concept. If he really wanted to, the child would be a month old. Will my son be a child of destiny as soon as he is born one day? Transmigrating into a fetus? Then as soon as he comes out, I will disgrace his mother. Wouldn't 10% be in hand? It was just a thought, whatever. 10% was nothing now. Whatever the next wave was, President Cao decided to live it up. The luck value earned this way was too good. How good? Let me tell you. Lin Han as a unit of calculation was already eliminated, because Lin Han was too small. Now we should talk about Ye Chen or Chu Feng. This wave, he earned at least 6 Ye Chens. The system was still upgrading. The next wave's original base would be tenfold, and then the overflow would be doubled, making it dozens of Ye Chens in minutes. So, Lin Han was too small, directly eliminated. If he did not earn 1 billion in the next wave, 500 million, no need to put so much pressure on himself. Now the main focus was enjoying life. Although the next plot would not appear for now, and he could not preemptively set up against the new child of destiny, he could set up in other areas. For example, deepening cooperation with various families, deepening cooperation with the country. By the time the new child of destiny appeared a year later, President Cao's network would definitely not be comparable to what it was now. It was even possible to directly crush him. Also, do not forget, the northern three clans, Long, Chu, and Xiao. The surname Xiao, it had problems. Even if it was not the next plot, not the new child of destiny, it would be the plot after next, or a future plot. In short, those with the surname Xiao were never ordinary. This day, the system suddenly made a sound. President Cao subconsciously looked up, waved his hand, and the beauties retreated. Only then did President Cao sit up, brew a cup of tea, and begin to study the system. To be honest, he had been living it up quite a bit these past few days. If it were not for his skills, his waist would not be able to handle it. Do not disbelieve it. A hero cannot withstand a pack of wolves, especially when there are many women who know kung fu. Their eating habits are too ugly, they are not human. Plus, President Cao preferred to control time, starting with 3 meals a day. The most important thing was Gong Yuehua. She seemed to have no intention of ever coming back to Zonghai in this life, as if she was determined to exhaust President Cao. And she also asked President Cao for a pill. This pill was hallucinogenic. She wanted a baby. She felt that Chu Feng was useless, so she could not possibly rely on Cao Zhenjian to carry on the family line, right? Cao Zhenjian did not have that function. President Cao also hesitated for a long time before deciding to give her one. Anyway, there was such a long time from now until birth. Who knew when Chu Henqiang would have an accident, right? Acknowledging a thief as father was impossible. The child must be surnamed Cao. It just depended on how President Cao would handle this matter. System upgrade complete. Villain Halo upgrade complete. Integrated novel plot fusion in progress. Congratulations to the host. You have received a villain upgrade gift pack. After reading it, Cao Chuan understood. The system upgrade indeed did not take long, less than 10 days in total, and the Halo had also upgraded. All had become rank 3, the maximum rank. This rank was very suitable for President Cao, plus an upgrade gift pack. But the plot fusion was still ongoing, with a countdown of 355 days. Chapter 297. The golden finger was absorbed, and its abilities were attached to the host. Please check them on your own. Comfortable. The turtle shell was swallowed by the system. After it disappeared, its abilities transformed into Cao Chuan's active skill, Divine Rank Fortune Teller. This was more advanced than Chu Feng's. At least it did not require him to hold a turtle shell and shake it around. The most important thing was the upgrade gift package. The previous Divine Rank Qi Refining Technique and Divine Rank Poison Doctor Technique were both opened from the upgrade gift package. Naturally, this package made Cao Chuan especially look forward to it. Because the next plot had not yet appeared, and was still in fusion, Cao Chuan did not fully understand what it entailed. He could get a glimpse of it or roughly deduce some things through the contents of the gift package. Coupled with his fortune-telling and feng shui abilities, he could likely figure out a few things. But Cao Chuan also knew that fusion meant changing the rules of heaven and earth, and it was quite difficult to calculate things accurately after the fusion. So he could only explore the possibilities. System, open the upgrade package. Reward doubling card obtained. Use this card during plot settlement, and a random doubling effect can be triggered, ranging from 0.1 times to 99 times. It is purely based on luck. Cao Chuan read the description once and understood. It was like a lottery, which could be utterly useless. However, when it came to luck, Cao Chuan was still very confident. Divine Rank 0 cost shopping card obtained. Use this card to purchase any item worth less than 100 million in the mall for free. Cao Chuan's eyes lit up. This was excellent. 100 million luck points could buy many things, including the cheapest space shuttle used for mining. Although it had no weapons, it could still travel the universe. Of course, Cao Chuan would not use this card to buy a mining shuttle. Blessed Land Grotto Heaven obtained. Spirit Seeds obtained. Spirit Beasts obtained. Super Ability User Activation Fluid obtained. Ability User Shielding Device obtained. Cao Chuan looked at the 7 items from the unboxing. As expected of a max-level upgrade gift package, there were many rewards. But Cao Chuan fell into a long, silent contemplation. Something was wrong. It was very wrong. Cao Chuan understood the system well. If the doubling card and zero-cost shopping card were basic rewards, then the Blessed Land Grotto Heaven, Spirit Seeds, and Spirit Beasts were prizes that would only appear in cultivation or fantasy settings. Yet, the Super Ability User Activation Fluid and the Ability User Shielding Device were also included. Cao Chuan's first thought was whether the next plot was about an Ability User Child of Destiny, or an Urban Cultivation Child of Destiny, or perhaps a combination of 2 Children of Destiny. Otherwise, why would 2 completely different sets of items be unboxed? And why would it require a year of fusion time? A long time implies significant changes. However, this was just a guess, and Cao Chuan was not too worried. Getting stronger was normal. If the Child of Destiny kept getting weaker, that would be uninteresting. The Blessed Land Grotto Heaven was a space where spiritual energy rained down, and living beings could enter. Cao Chuan could directly enter it. Regardless of what this place could be used for, it was excellent for escaping. Hiding inside, even ghosts would not find him. It was a trump card for survival. He was completely liberated. He could now relax and start having fun. The internal space was vast, with mountains and water, no smaller than an ordinary county. By mentally recognizing it as his own, Cao Chuan could control the flow of time within it, with a maximum acceleration of 100-fold. One day outside would be 100 days inside. It was a divine artifact. There were 100 bags of various spirit seeds, including ginseng, ganoderma, snow lotus, and various fruit trees. The spirit beasts were all young, including horses, deer, fish, birds, chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs. These two rewards complemented each other. After scattering all the seeds and releasing the beasts into the grotto heaven for a year, and setting the time flow to maximum, 100 years would have passed inside. Cao Chuan would have countless treasures that could prolong life. These items carried the character for spirit, destined to be extraordinary. There was also the super ability user activation fluid. The ability users it activated would definitely not be common types. Finally, there was the ability user shielding device. This was a piece of advanced technology. Once activated, no ability users could use their powers within a 1 kilometer radius centered on the device. It was another divine artifact. He studied the rewards for 3 days. Cao Chuan became a farmer, planting all the medicinal herbs and fruit trees, and releasing the spirit beasts into the space. Deer returned to the forest. Fish entered the water. Birds and beasts went up the mountains. The spirit springs in the grotto heaven watered the vegetation and fruit trees, promoting their growth. A cycle was formed. Cultivating in this place would be exceptionally fast, as the spiritual energy was abundant. Half a month later, Gong Yuehua had been away from Zonghai for 10 days. Cao Chuan had thoroughly understood how to use the various rewards, and had contacted the authorities. It took a lot of time, but news came that Alexander could be handed over for research, but there was a condition. Cao Chuan smiled. These past few days, the authorities had always come to inquire about the deal. Hearing Cao Chuan's words, the leader was overjoyed. President Cao, please state your condition. Fengmanlou needs a piece of land, Cao Chuan said. The two leaders exchanged glances, seemingly puzzled. Anyone unaware might think it was Cao Chuan's own request, because he was a real estate developer. Needing land seemed to be an obsession for developers. Cao Chuan smiled and said, our organization is preparing to build its own manor. Always staying out of sight makes us seem like an underground organization. So, the higher-ups decided to build an office outside to make future cooperation more convenient. The military research leader asked, how large an area do you need and where? Just about 1,000 mu. Around Zonghai would be good, Cao Chuan replied. Was this asking for too much? 1,000 mu was significant. Was this really Fengmanlou's request, or Hechuo Real Estate's request? If 1,000 mu were used to build a residential area, it could accommodate many people, and it was around Zonghai. There was not even such a large area within the city for him. Complaints aside, this deal did not seem like a loss. Alexander was for research, and his value could not be measured by money. The world's first ability user was worth a fortune. Most importantly, bringing Fengmanlou into the open was a good thing for the authorities. We will report this immediately. Please wait a moment. They did not delay, but directly went out to make a phone call. They returned about 10 minutes later. The higher-ups agreed. You can now specify the exact location. As long as it does not affect already planned urban construction, the deal is done. Then, happy cooperation. I will submit the exact location to you tomorrow. The two parties shook hands. Possessing the ability user shielding device, Cao Chuan naturally wanted to create a large area, and 1,000 mu was just right for full coverage to build a unique village belonging to Fengmanlou. Through his fortune-telling methods, Cao Chuan had explored what the world of fusion would look like. It was a world of great change and extreme peril. Investigating the world's vitality and crystal mine veins, the nearest one was deep underground near Zonghai. It was difficult for ordinary people to develop, but for Cao Chuan, it was not. He had over 140 million luck points. The next day, Cao Chuan chose a location that, according to Feng Shui, was backed by mountains and bordered by water, with a comfortable environment. He took the map and drew a circle in the south. The circle was quite large, encompassing over 1,500 mu. The authorities would not refuse the deal for this extra 50%. The land was granted, and Alexander was taken away, half dead, and with questionable research value left. It had nothing to do with Cao Chuan anymore. He called in the infrastructure team. This was Hechuo Group's first time receiving such a large order. As for the architectural blueprints and the road planning for the urban village, all were handed over to professionals. Cao Chuan only had one request: make it look good. Personnel entered the site, geological surveys were conducted, and construction was about to begin. Time flew by. Half a month later, Cao Chuan was taking a shower when the door suddenly burst open. Someone had intruded. This was a death wish. Cao Chuan's face darkened. He grabbed the intruder and began a beating. Wait, something happened. Who cares what happened? Good digging. Chapter 298. After parking the car, Ningyu draped herself over Cao Chuan. She was as fluid as a snake. This woman was dangerous. She was not only elusive, but her heart was also venomous. For the past few days, she and Long Yi had been fighting to the death, competing for favor and scheming against one another. Cao Chuan enjoyed this dynamic. The more fiercely they fought, the more they needed him to act as the arbiter. What is the rush? You have no manners at all, Cao Chuan said casually, rubbing his fingers. He was not worried about the world ending. What is it? An ability user, Ningyu whispered, her voice trembling. Cao Chuan furrowed his brows. What kind of ability user? Ningyu explained the situation. Last night, in a large city in the Northern Territories, a sudden fire broke out at an outdoor music concert. Thousands were in attendance. The blaze was fierce and sudden. It caused widespread panic, and many people were injured or killed in the resulting stampedes. The final death toll was still uncertain, but it would surely exceed 100. To the public, it was an ordinary fire. But Ningyu, who had extensive connections, knew the truth. It was not an ordinary accident. The chaos began with fan rivalries. The crowd was split between different groups. Tensions were high, and then, a fan simply lost control and burst into flames. He literally spontaneously combusted. The fire erupted instantly, incinerating everyone near him. The fire was impossible to extinguish and spread in an instant. The terrified individual ran through the crowd, spreading the fire further. The actual burning did not kill the most people, but the ensuing stampede did. The incident could not be kept secret. Too many people were on site, and many secretly filmed it with their cameras. The general impression was that an extremist suddenly self-immolated, but Ningyu and her family knew better. They knew about the existence of ability users, and combined with the leaked videos, they confirmed it was an elemental fire user. Ningyu continued, that is not all. Also last night, near Zonghai, a murder occurred. A girlfriend cheated, and the boyfriend, in a fit of rage, killed the man she was with, then held his girlfriend hostage with a knife. When the police arrived, they might have provoked him. He stabbed his girlfriend 8 times, and then flew away. Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow. Flew away? How did he fly? What I saw could not really be called flying, Ningyu said. He could scale walls, even smooth ones, as if walking on flat ground. It was another type of ability user ability, but I cannot tell what it is. Bring me those videos and news reports you saved. I want to see them, Cao Chuan said. Cao Chuan changed into his bathrobe and began to review the 2 news reports. Many of them had already been scrubbed from the internet, but Ningyu had saved them immediately. Seeing the footage with his own eyes was a different experience. The impact was immense. These were truly ability users, and they were not developed by the authorities, nor were they activated by crystals. The rich relied on technology, but the poor relied on mutation. The technology Cao Chuan currently possessed was advanced, but these individuals were pure mutations. They awakened in fits of pure, unadulterated rage. Their brains were pushed to the limit by the rush of blood to their heads, and they broke through. The man who scaled the walls must have awakened earlier, as he used the ability with such skill, but he had kept it low profile, likely believing himself to be a child of destiny. If his girlfriend had not cheated, he might never have been exposed. This was directly related to the fusion. With billions of people in the world, millions got angry, or committed crimes every minute, yet only these few mutated. If it were not for the fusion, Cao Chuan would be the first to doubt it. The heaven-gazing art was correct. The world after the fusion would be perilous and filled with terror. These individuals, whether awakened by the authorities or naturally, would become destabilizing factors, challenging rules and overthrowing privileges. One day later, in Jingcheng, the 18 Bureau was in full operation. This bureau was newly established, having integrated the Supernatural Phenomena Department and the Special Abilities Research Section. The leadership was held by figures from the national defense and military research sectors. They had apprehended 4 individuals over the last 3 days. It was just the beginning. The authorities regarded this with extreme seriousness, fearing that Fengmanlou might be behind it, activating ordinary people to throw the world into chaos. They did not dare to antagonize Fengmanlou, fearing that if they pushed these people away, they would become weapons for their enemies. A senior leader addressed the room. According to current investigations, these 4 individuals did not come into contact with any mysterious parties. We can rule out Fengmanlou for now. They are self-awakened. Intelligence from the special committee indicates that not only in our country, but in several major overseas nations, there have been similar incidents. Governments are imposing news blockades to prevent social panic. The leader looked at his subordinates. We must conduct a large-scale search and survey. Conduct surveillance on all ability users. Comrades, the world has changed. We cannot control other places, but our country cannot fall into chaos. From ancient times, it has been said that knights errant use martial arts to violate taboos. We cannot entrust our stability to the conscience of these individuals. When dealing with them, all means are permitted. The room grew cold with his killing intent. We must expedite the development of an injection solution to cultivate our own ability users, warriors, and super soldiers. These soldiers are essential for social stability. We may be witnessing the dawn of a new era. Do not view these issues with old-fashioned perspectives. We must mobilize all available social forces to address this. Anyone who dares to drag their feet at this time will be a sinner to the world. The leaders in the room, including those from prominent families, dared not speak. Furthermore, contact the head of the 6th Division, and have the comrades in Zonghai get in touch with Cao Chuan. We need to cooperate more deeply with Fengmanlou, especially regarding ability user abilities. This matter did not gain much traction with the public. They were more concerned with the aftermath of the concert fire. As for the strange videos online, they were dismissed as fake. The authorities effectively managed public opinion by flooding the internet with countless videos of flying saucers, aliens, and supernatural events. People grew confused, and eventually, they simply stopped believing anything they saw. When a real video appeared, it was buried under a mountain of fake content, and the truth remained hidden. Chapter 299. For several days in a row, society seemed to be truly unsettled. Although the public opinion control team managed to divert conflicts, and suppress internal news by focusing on external issues, a sense of panic still spread. After all, the more people who experienced these supernatural phenomena, the harder it became to silence them. Rumors spread like wildfire. President Cao was not worried about the safety of his own people. They all had great luck protecting them, and until a new child of destiny appeared, no one on this plane could truly harm them. That day, people from the Zonghai 6th Division arrived. It was a pair of acquaintances, two women named Lu Jieyou and Lei Ting. President Cao, Lu Jieyou began. Master, Lei Ting added. Sit. Cao Chuan smiled. He motioned for Lu Jieyou to sit opposite him, and for Lei Ting to sit beside him. He then brewed tea, 1 cup for each person. He poured a cup for Lu Jieyou and asked with a smile, Director Lu, did you personally come today because of the ability user awakening? Lu Jieyou nodded. That is right. The news from the past few days might fool ordinary people, but it does not fool you, President Cao. I will not beat around the bush. The 18 Bureau wants to cooperate deeply with Fengmanlou, the organization behind you. Cao Chuan retorted. They did not come themselves, but sent someone from the 6th Division instead. Is this their idea of sincerity for cooperation? Lu Jieyou smiled. Lei Ting is currently an external officer dispatched by the 18 Bureau. Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow and looked at Lei Ting. Lei Ting whispered, I was just appointed yesterday. The 18 Bureau does not have a branch office in Zonghai yet, so they entrusted the 6th Division to discuss cooperation. Also, with Lei Ting's explanation, Cao Chuan understood the situation. The 18 Bureau had just been established, and personnel were being assembled in major cities. However, the ability user awakening had happened so suddenly that everyone was extremely busy. They could not send someone in person to discuss cooperation. They had entrusted Lu Jieyou to come over and offered Lei Ting a carrot, saying that if the cooperation was achieved, Lei Ting would be the deputy director of the 18 Bureau's Zonghai branch, on the same level as Lu Jieyou. This was a gesture of goodwill towards President Cao. Cao Chuan pondered for a few seconds. He nodded and said, I think cooperation is fine. I will report the requirements of the 18 Bureau later. Thank you, Master. Lei Ting felt that Cao Chuan was doing this specifically for her. Everyone knew that President Cao was easy to talk to but difficult to cooperate with. The military research department had to wait a full month for cooperation regarding Alexander, and they even had to offer a piece of land to secure it. In short, President Cao had a reputation for procrastination. Since he agreed directly, it was clear he was doing it for Lei Ting. Recently, there have been several vicious ability user incidents in Zonghai, Cao Chuan said with concern. When you are out on a mission, you must be careful. If you encounter danger, just run. At worst you will be fired, and Master will support you in the future. Lei Ting responded obediently. Lu Jieyou felt a little envious of her sister. In comparison, Lu Jieyou was now a lone wolf, with no one to care for her, no one to love her, and no one to protect her. But look at Lei Ting. She was young but already held the position of deputy director. Regardless of whether it was because of President Cao, at least she had secured the position. As long as she showed some ability, her future would be limitless. The group chatted and drank tea. Lu Jieyou got up to leave after about half an hour. Lei Ting was left behind, as President Cao indicated he would help her improve her strength in the evening. After a session of cultivation, Lei Ting no longer had her usual tomboyish, domineering aura. She was as soft as a kitten. Cao Chuan patted her back and said, the world has changed. You're joining this so-called 18 Bureau carries considerable danger. You must pay attention to safety. I know, Master. Rest for a while. I will help you improve your strength again later, Cao Chuan said seriously. Lei Ting jumped in surprise and stammered, Master, do not overthink it. It is a genuine improvement of strength. Tonight, I will make you an ability user. Lei Ting instinctively sat up. Cao Chuan caressed her and explained, I brought back several super ability user activation fluids from Fengmanlou. I have not given them to you because I was worried about potential problems when they were first developed. But now, after several rounds of clinical trials, it is confirmed that they are completely harmless to the body. I feel at ease giving them to you now, Master. Although President Cao did not explain much, Lei Ting imagined many things. In short, her master was truly good to her. Cao Chuan patted her back and chuckled. And now you belong to the ability user 18 Bureau. Having abilities will help your growth. Although I have always been reluctant for you to work within the system, since you like it, I can only support you unconditionally. Alright, when you are rested, get up, and we will activate your abilities. Wait. Lei Ting held President Cao down, her eyes narrowed. She leaned in. Soon, President Cao's tension subsided considerably. People must put themselves in the shoes of others. If you treat her well, she will do anything for you. The super ability user activation fluid was a rare treasure. Previously, President Cao took one out for research to see if it could be infinitely replicated. Even if it could not be replicated, studying it helped refine crystal elements better. Although this item was not dangerous, and was a treasure not available in the system store, President Cao had always been reluctant to use it on himself. He decided to test it on her. The injection was quickly administered. President Cao observed Lei Ting's changes. Her cells altered, her pineal gland activated, and her neural connections expanded. Changes became visible on her skin. It became translucent, glowing beneath the surface. Along her meridians and blood vessels, it seemed as if elements were flowing. It was a beautiful phenomenon. Lei Ting sat cross-legged, cultivating in a meditative state. Her face was serene, without any expression of pain. At this point, President Cao was completely relieved. He would try injecting one into himself later. Although his internal energy cultivation feared no ability, having abilities was interesting. If he had fire element abilities, he would not need a lighter to smoke. If he had wind element abilities, he could go around the streets in the summer. Each little bit of villain luck he gained would be quite interesting. He conjured an apple in midair, took a bite, and his mouth was filled with spiritual energy. Delicious. He loved it. It lasted for a full 2 hours. Lei Ting opened her eyes. President Cao's heart skipped a beat, sensing a dangerous aura. Looking at Lei Ting's eyes, there seemed to be lightning flowing. This dangerous aura came from the bolts of electricity. Another lightning element ability user? This activation fluid could not be directionally activated. It only generated the most suitable ability based on the person's inherent elemental characteristics. But the 10 activation fluids provided by the system were different from ordinary activations. The reason it was called Super Ability User Activation Fluid was because the activation was perfectly executed, and it included a super skill. Lei Ting was different from ordinary users. She had a skill. Master, I feel that I can absorb the elements of heaven and earth to cultivate, and I am more than twice as strong as before. More than twice? Cao Chuan shook his head and laughed. You underestimate abilities too much, and you underestimate the activation fluid Master gave you. Do you have a skill now? Skill. Lei Ting was stunned, blinking. When I was meditating just now, it was as if in a dream. I could communicate with the lightning elements between heaven and earth. Finally, I learned a move. Is this a skill? Cao Chuan did not know the details, but as a master, he had to put on a show. He said seriously, that is it. What kind of move is it? Show it to your master. Yes. Lei Ting was bewildered, but she began to gather lightning elements according to the sensation she had during her meditation. President Cao felt the palpitation again. This was strong. Although it would not pose any threat to him, powerful abilities could cause him some trouble. A lightning ring formed above Lei Ting's head. It was a large circle with countless crackling high-voltage currents inside. The lightning ring grew stronger, and the lightning became more dazzling. Cao Chuan instinctively retreated a few steps. This thing was truly dangerous. It would not kill him, but it would make him look bad. Wait. Cao Chuan's expression changed. All right, Xiao Ting, that is enough. Do not accumulate any more elements. Lei Ting quickly said, Master, how do I stop? Holy crap. Cao Chuan shrieked, turned around, and ran. He did not know how to stop it. He pulled Zheng Myron from the first floor and rushed out of the courtyard. It was not Zheng Myron's first time with President Cao, but she had never seen him in such a state. He looked disheveled, and his face was not right. What could be so terrifying? Before Zheng Myron could react, she felt a powerful aura burst forth instantly. Zheng Myron's strength was decent, barely at the middle stage of reinforced strength. But at this realm, she felt the air around her being torn apart. If President Cao had not protected her, she might have been directly torn to shreds by the blast. Bang! A dull explosion, seemingly coming from underground, caused the surrounding ground to shake. Looking at the mansion again, it was completely shattered. More than half of it had turned into dust. Lei Ting, you certainly owe me for this one. Chapter 300. The sudden burst of the lightning ring completely obliterated the mansion and its courtyard. The economic loss was staggering. Several boxes of anime costumes, brand new and unused, were pulverized. Trees and greenery near the villa were uprooted, and even distant mansions were affected. The direct economic loss exceeded 100 million yuan. The interior decorations were invaluable, and the antiques were even more precious. The high-level officials quickly received news of the incident. The explosion was simply too violent to conceal. They wondered if Cao Chuan's mansion had been attacked by ability users. Did they send them to retaliate for Alexander? The officials initially suspected retaliation, but they were soon dumbfounded. It turned out to be Lei Ting's doing. Cao Chuan did not hide this, as the stronger Lei Ting appeared, the higher her status would be. The officials and the 18 Bureau quickly received Lei Ting's report. Learning that she had gained such powerful abilities, after a single injection, made many minds stir. It seemed Fengmanlou was more formidable than imagined. They deduced that the organization likely possessed a drug that could effectively activate these abilities. Cao Chuan moved into Gong Yuehua's mansion. His own home had been bombed, and as his sister, she had called immediately with concern before vacating her own estate for him. Even Chu Hanqiang could not object. The next day, Secretary Chen arrived. He was an old acquaintance, serving as the confidential secretary and office director for a senior leader. When he arrived in Zonghai, the local executives organized a grand reception. He was a powerful figure in the eyes of the public. Cao Chuan smiled as he gestured for his assistant to serve tea. Secretary Chen coming in person suggests that this matter is not small, he remarked. Secretary Chen maintained a polished, diplomatic tone, exchanging pleasantries for some time, before finally addressing the main topic. He spoke directly. Fengmanlou's strength is well known. We are interested in your new technologies and the ability activation fluid. I am here to relay a message from the senior leader. If you can provide assistance regarding these abilities, you may name your own conditions. Cao Chuan noted the directness. The officials were clearly anxious and had lost their sense of security. Coincidentally, I was promoted just a few days ago, Cao Chuan said. My authority in Fengmanlou has increased, and I can now make decisions on some matters without needing to report. Secretary Chen was delighted. Cao Chuan promised to help where he could. He would apply for a batch of activation fluid for the country to research. However, he warned that the quantity would be limited, as he was still adjusting to his new position. He painted a picture of mutual benefit. If the country flourished, he would be rewarded, and in turn, he could provide more resources. Life at the new mansion was a novel experience for Lu Han and Bu Yao. When Cao Chuan's motorcade picked them up from school, they were initially confused by the route, but soon they arrived at a luxurious estate. Cao Chuan explained the situation lightly, blaming the destruction on Lei Ting's training. Gong Yuehua's mansion was vastly superior to Cao Chuan's original place. It was a true aristocratic estate, featuring a suspended first floor for luxury cars, a private dock with a yacht, and a helipad on the roof. Cao Chuan considered the limited supply of activation fluid. There were only 8 doses left in his hand, and he had many people to consider. Zhong Qing'er and Tang Xiaoxiao were not suited for combat, so it would be a waste to use it on them. Bu Jinyan, however, could be considered. He realized he could not treat everyone equally. He would reserve the higher-grade fluid for those who needed it most. Bu Yao approached him, looking at the distant sea view. She asked if she could choose a room for herself, requesting privacy. Cao Chuan chuckled and agreed, happy to give his growing children their own space. It was a sign that they were maturing. He reflected that once they went to university, he would be completely free. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.